this, partially because it just, I mean, it was very nice of them to send it, but it kind of fits me like a garbage bag or like I'm wearing a tent. It can like fully wrap around me like a couple of times, but it's still very nice of Xbox to send this as part of like a care package. We'll get to that later, but like it's a nice Starfield coat that makes me look like a marshmallow more than normal. So this video has been a long time coming. I have talked about Starfield a lot. That will not surprise any of you who are familiar with this channel or other things I've done, but I wanted to do a comprehensive look at the game to better understand it. Other people have done amazing retrospectives and breakdowns of the game on a mechanical level, but I wanted to make this video exploring how Starfield happened, and also still discuss what doesn't work and why as a game I think it falls flat. But I wanted to explore it in much more depth than I've ever explored a game before. And I think I've uncovered some interesting things that you will find novel. Now, obviously, Starfield has captivated many people, fans and critics alike. And whether you're a fan of the game or a staunch critic, you have to acknowledge that there is something about Bethesda's games that are just frankly fascinating. I never thought I would use this example when discussing Starfield, but I think it's appropriate. Starfield is like the JoJo Siwa of gaming, okay? Like, there's some people that unironically enjoy it and are actual fans. But there almost seems to be an even larger group of people that just enjoy talking about how they don't like it. You know, like, it's a community that's gathered around a dislike of something or a frustration of something. And I've seen that firsthand in my videos, and you probably have felt it too, where you just like talking about Starfield even though you might not like Starfield as a game. It's a phenomenon that's pretty rare in the world of games, but the main takeaway, as far as I can tell, is that Bethesda has a massive community of people that care about the games that they make. After all, some of their fiercest critics were once their most devoted fans. I even count myself among that group. I'll talk more later about my background with Bethesda games and why I talk about them and care about these games so much. But to put it simply, I used to be a huge fan of BGS titles, and then they had a few, let's just say, rough releases that left me quite frustrated with a developer I had previously defended vigorously. And now I want them to do better and better, so I hold their feet to the fire and refuse to make excuses for them, because I don't think making excuses for a company as like a fanboy actually helps them. I think that actually prevents them from making progress. And looking at it through that lens, I've replayed Starfield for this video, reviewed all my notes, and done a lot of digging into the backstory of it. And I do think that there are a fair number of things that Starfield does that are quite impressive. I still think there are many problems that need to be addressed, and that many of these problems reflect some frankly bizarre design decisions that I would consider to be inexcusable for a team of this experience and with this many resources available to them. But I don't think Starfield is a total wash. I just think it's meh. Like, it's just boring at the end of the day. It's not a bad game, but it's also definitely not good. It's just But that brings me to this video. I aim to explore Starfield in more depth than you've probably seen in other videos, and not just from a gameplay perspective, but I want to deep dive into the backstory of this game and its creators to see how and why it turned out the way that it did. In that pursuit, we're going to explore the background of Todd Howard, Bethesda Game Studios itself, and the very concept of a space RPG. We're going to look at many interviews, statements, and even forum posts that Todd made back in the late 1990s that still exist today by some miracle. Yeah, no joke. A bunch of Redditors found some old Usenet like forum posts that Todd Howard made back in like 1997 talking about his current work at the time and what he was hoping to see in future games. Like, at one point, Todd's making a bunch of posts on these forums about how great Redguard is going to be, which was of course an Elder Scrolls game that would come out in 1998. And it's just weird hearing a very young Todd Howard through text try and hype up games even 25 years ago. It's just fascinating, but don't worry, we'll get to that.
But in addition to that, like I said, we're going to also deep dive into the game itself later in the video, but a good chunk of this is going to be more explorative of the background. I will say, after working on this video for months, I have a newfound appreciation for BGS and some of the devs that worked on this project. It's clear a lot of love and care went into it, but that doesn't make it a good game, and that doesn't mean that the choices they made during development were the correct ones or worked out. You know, those are two separate questions. Just because something's really difficult doesn't mean that you're necessarily good at it or the end result will be good. Like, I can try to look really good in this jacket, but it's just not gonna happen. You know, it's just not going to happen. I can try hard. It can be difficult, but that doesn't mean it's going to work. Get over here, chair. And honestly, if the fit check ain't fittin' and ain't hella bussin', I would expect you to tell me, hey, Luke, baby, what are we doing? And I would respect you for being honest with me. I wouldn't want you to just hype me up to preserve my feelings or something. That wouldn't help anybody. The other thing I want to say at the outset is that I want to make sure I'm not criticizing Starfield for being something I didn't want it to be personally. I don't think it's fair to critique a game for not fitting into a mold that I had set for it when they were never trying to accomplish that. You know, it'd be like complaining that Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't have very good shooting mechanics. And you're like, bro, it's a fantasy game and it's turn-based. Like, there's so much wrong with what you just said, and that would be correct. It's unfair to be like Baldur's Gate isn't very good because the gunplay sucks, because it doesn't have, like, it was never trying to do that. So instead, I want to look at Starfield specifically through the lens of what Bethesda and their team members said that Starfield was going to be. And that is specifically that it was going to be a brand new next generation single player game, and it was going to be an all new epic franchise. That's how Todd Howard led into it in 2018 during the announcement event.
We have also been working on a brand new next generation single player game, but this one is in an all-new epic franchise. Starfield is a game that we have spent years thinking about and working on. Something we feel uniquely positioned to pull off and that we're incredibly excited about.
There was also the event at E3 2019. I was actually at this panel where Jeff Keighley, Elon Musk, and Todd Howard are talking. It was really freaking weird. We'll talk more about it later in the video, but during this interview, Todd said that Starfield was going to be like a melding of different technologies, and it was going to be an extrapolation of current space tech that we could see through something like SpaceX, which I think is the only reason that he's talking with Elon there, besides trying to act like they're best friends, even though they're not. It was really awkward. Again, we'll get to it. He talked a lot at the time about how grounded they were going to make it, and it was a big discussion back when they first announced the game as to whether it was going to be more grounded sci-fi or if it was going to be more gamified. In other words, like, are you gonna have to go and manufacture your own fuel for your spaceship, or is it just kind of gamified and it's like, yeah, you can fly, don't worry about it. Yeah, you don't have to pay for rocket fuel, it's fine, whatever. It was a debate, and it seems like at the time that they announced Starfield, they didn't even know what they were gonna end up doing in terms of hard sci-fi versus soft sci-fi, so it was all still up in the air. In later interviews, such as this one that Todd Howard did with the Washington Post, not only is Todd quoted as saying that Starfield plays like Skyrim in space, but Ashley Cheng, who's been at Bethesda Game Studios for over 2 decades, you can actually see Ashley in a bunch of the like making of Fallout 3 documentaries and stuff that they did back in the day. An OG, to say the very least. Ashley is quoted as saying, quote, "For me, Starfield is the Han Solo simulator. Get in a ship, explore the galaxy, do fun stuff." Now, I don't have to tell you that, like, when we're talking about managing hype and expectations, comparing your brand new IP, the first one you've done in a quarter century, comparing it to one of the biggest and most successful intellectual properties in recorded history in the form of Star Wars is, once again, bold. That's a bold statement. And all of the hyping up of Starfield was filled with those, of just making crazy statements, and everybody's like, well, they said the thing, so it's gotta be true, right? It's like when Todd said that there were over 1,000 planets that you could explore and that they would all be fascinating and interesting to see. Some of them would be empty, sure, but they'd be so beautiful, you'd still wanna visit them. And everybody's like, well, he said it, so it's probably true. No one stopped for a second to consider that maybe these people that are trying to get you to buy their game were just telling you things that you'd want to hear to get you excited for their game so that you download it on Game Pass or buy it on Steam. Like, think, people. Of course, now in hindsight, it's 2020 and we can see all of the red flags and warning signs, but in the lead up to the game's launch, there were very few of us who were openly skeptical about the game. I made videos 2-3 years ago discussing how parts of Starfield's pitch didn't really make any sense, and the fact that they were so coy about certain details made it all the more concerning. I did a collaboration in the middle of last year, about a year ago actually, with the one and only Mr. Matty Plays, and in that collaboration, basically, we were trying to have a conversation from my perspective as somebody that's skeptical and very critical of BGS with Mr. Matty Plays, who is more of a fan first than somebody that's like looking at it hyper skeptically or anything. And we basically just decided that I was not willing to give them the benefit of the doubt while he was. I was like, hey, the last thing they did was Fallout 76. I don't care if they have Jesus working on their marketing team. I'm gonna need to see the game myself before I give them my money. After that level of debacle, you can't just expect me to roll over and be like, sure, well, you said the thing, I'm back in the hype train. Like, I'm not doing that. And a lot of BGS fans were willing to just forget about what had just happened with Fallout 76 and act like nothing had happened to begin with. And that is unfortunately why Starfield, I think, ended up with the reputation that it has now, because there were lots of people that went into it overly hyped and ended up painfully disappointed. One of the other reasons for this hype getting out of control was that this was not pitched as just any old Bethesda Game Studios title. This was pitched as Todd's passion project, and he made sure everyone knew it as well. This was a game that Todd had been thinking of and talking about for literal decades. And love him or hate him, Todd is really good at selling stuff. He just is. And when he gets on stage and starts hyping people up, they get hyped, and then it just spins and spins and spins and spins and spins and spins. And we ended up with a fan base that was ridiculously overhyped for the game that was coming, that was never going to be able to live up to their expectations. And even if their expectations had been in check, I still think they would have been disappointed, because again, going back to what I said initially, Starfield is just kind of meh. But okay, we got to wrap up this intro so we can get into the meat and potatoes of the video, and because this jacket is shockingly warm. So before I pass out of heat stroke, I want to get through these bullet points. Let's rocket through them. Here we go. Yeah, get it? Rocket? Ah, I'm so funny. Okay. Anyway, in many ways, I think Starfield is the most impressive game that Bethesda Game Studios has ever made. There's a lot of crazy things on paper that are present and that the game supports, and it's clear that Todd and a lot of other people at BGS poured a lot of love and care, blood, sweat, and tears into the final product. However, just because, again, a lot of blood, sweat, tears, care, and passion went into a project, that doesn't mean that the end product will be good. Those are two separate questions. Nobody's saying that the people that made Starfield weren't trying. Nobody's saying that they were just like totally checked out and just cashing Microsoft checks without doing any work. They clearly were working their butts off, but the decisions made early on and throughout development on what features should be added where, how things should be balanced, what the overall design would be, what scope they would pursue, and what things they would cut to focus on these other things, all of those decisions are almost precisely made to result in an uninteresting game for 2023. I do think if Starfield had launched back in 2016 or 17, it would have been received very positively, and people would have actually called it a groundbreaking masterpiece for the time. But in the years following that, things have simply changed. And when Todd Howard gets on stage and says that this is going to be a next generation game from them, you expect next generation features. And when the entire next generation is framed around blazing fast SSDs and the ability to instantly load into places so there are no load screens, and then you deliver a product that is basically a load screen simulator, you shouldn't be surprised when people feel lied to. In addition, the initial concept of Starfield is interesting. Being able to explore over 1,000 planets freely without any real restrictions placed on you after you level up your ship properly That's a cool idea. But Bethesda Game Studios as a studio is specifically good at one thing, and that is creating handcrafted environments that are interesting to explore and that tell stories through the environment. That's what makes Fallout so good. That's what made the Elder Scrolls so good for so long, because exploration was at the core of those experiences and they did it so well. So what did Bethesda Game Studios decide to do? Did they decide to double down on what they were really, really good at with Starfield? No, they decided to do the literal opposite. We're good at handcrafted stuff. What should we do? I know, let's procedurally generate everything so people see the same stuff 15,000 times, and instead of making sure that exploration was seamless and immersive, let's break it up so you have to go through 4 or 5 load screens while you're adventuring to different planets. That sounds great. All of this to say, I think Starfield could have been an amazing game if it were powered by better tech and a more capable engine, and if it were designed less for wow factor and sound bites and more for functionality and fun factor. Things like having 1,000 freely explorable planets sounds cool, but that's about it. Once you stop and you think for 5 seconds, hey, how do you make 1,000 procedurally generated planets really interesting to go to if your game is built around traveling on foot and exploring those environments on foot, interacting with NPCs and role-playing? That doesn't really make any sense, and there were no good answers from BGS because they hadn't actually figured that out. But again, it's an interesting wow factor feature to say we've got 1,000 planets in our game. It's eye-catching, it's a great soundbite, it's something you can put on the box, over 1,000 freely explorable planets. That's cool. But again, that doesn't mean that it makes for a good video game. And in addition, I think many of the design choices you can tell were made by somebody who simply hand-waved away concerns saying, our players won't mind. You can see how somebody could have gone up to Todd and been like, hey Todd, all of these load screens, it's kind of a lot. Should we change that? Oh, dear developer, just wait until the whole game is put together. The immersion and sheer scope will make many people forget about it. Our players won't mind. Hey Todd, running around on a planet for 10 minutes only to get to a point of interest that isn't interesting, and then running another 10 minutes to another point of interest on the same planet, that's not that fun. Should we add rovers or something? No, we don't need to do that. We design our games to be played running around on foot. After all, we have boost packs, and at the end of the day, our players won't mind. Or, Todd, why are we making a literal galaxy-sized video game with an engine that's held together by duct tape, all new landscape and lighting technologies, and 16 times the detail? Oh, don't worry, the creation engine's great. We've used it forever. Our players won't mind. Like, I just really think that they bit off way more than they could chew, and they were overly confident going into this. There are even interviews that Todd Howard did in the lead up to the game's launch where he said they wanted to make a game like Starfield for a long time, but had to wait until the technology had caught up to their ambitions. And many people's problems with Starfield is that the tech didn't keep up with their ambitious scope. Like, they should have trimmed the scope back because the hardware and tech and engines that they were using just couldn't keep up with it. It just didn't work, which makes me wonder, like, do they really think that their tech is powerful enough to do this? Like, I really honestly believe that they were probably surprised people were frustrated by like the 30 FPS cap on consoles at launch. They were probably genuinely surprised that people were frustrated by the constant load screens when exploring. They were probably genuinely surprised when players complained that everything was just fishbowls generated when you landed on a planet and that seamless planet exploration was not a thing. I know a lot of people are like, when would you ever run seamlessly around a planet? I agree, you wouldn't run, you'd use a vehicle or something, because when you're exploring a planet in space, you're going to use a vehicle, or you're going to use your freaking spaceship that you have to fly around the planet. This is something that games like No Man's Sky had figured out at this point 8 years ago. And granted, that game launched pretty rough, but at least they had it figured out. Again, I think if Starfield came out pre-No Man's Sky or pre-Elite Dangerous, modern Star Citizen, whatever, it would have been received much, much better. But people have tasted the forbidden fruit that is a true next-gen space adventure game, and that makes Starfield feel all the more behind. But having said all of that, like I've mentioned a couple times, this video is going to go deep into the backstory and background of Starfield and its creators. I guarantee you by the end of this video, you're going to know some random things about Todd and his merry band of developers that you didn't know before. And what you're going to do with that information, I really don't know, because none of it is going to be useful anywhere else in your life, but you'll have that knowledge. So there's that. But before we get into the nitty gritty, I just want to say thank you to the people that make videos like this that are ridiculously long and not practical at all possible. And those are the patrons that support this whole effort monetarily. It's incredibly humbling and generous to see these people contribute to make this possible. And as you can see, I mean, all of these people you see listed on either side of me make this possible. If you're interested in becoming a patron yourself, links will be below in the description or in the pinned comment. You get access to these critiques early. You get, of course, your name here. You can even get your name verbally shouted out, as I will do in just a moment, for some very generous patrons, and even get like exclusive videos and behind the scenes stuff. You get to vote on the next critique, all sorts of good stuff. So check it out if you're interested. But I want to say a special thank you to the following people who went above and beyond to support these efforts and this video in particular. And that would be Joaquin Pedersen, David Parrish, Daniel Young, Sky, IROC-Z11, General Tesla, Justice Thomas, I Got Raw Toast, Offhanded 1999, Josh Storch, Gerardo Alonso, Qui-Gon Max, Hans Keating, Alan Maybrier, Odin Arrow 28, Will B, Jesse, Brandon Cortez, Malam Figura, Austin Green, Fantasy Files Podcast, Maddie, Under Siege, and Jamathy. Thank you all. You all are incredible, and the fact that you financially support this in such a generous way is fantastic. Me, and I'm sure the whole Luke Stevens team, are very, very appreciative of you guys, and thank you for making this video possible. But with that said, thank you for watching. Thank you for clicking like this video if you end up enjoying it. Subscribe for more. And like I said, check out the Patreon if you're interested in supporting more videos like these in the future. But with all that said, let's get into it. Part 1, Todd Howard's dream game. Okay, now that we're like pre-Starfield, I'm gonna take the coat off because it's ridiculously hot, and I'll burden myself with that later. We'll do another costume change later. Todd has been describing a spacefaring RPG for years. He talked about it all the way back in the 1990s in Usenet forum posts he made, and he said that he had ideas for what kind of sci-fi game he'd want to make even back in the 80s as a teenager. And so to really understand Starfield, I think we have to go back and understand the guy responsible for it. When I said we're going back to the beginning, I was not joking. According to the world's most reliable website ever, Wikipedia, Todd Andrew Howard was born in 1970 in Lower Macungie Township in Pennsylvania to Ronald and Priscilla Howard. And according to Todd himself, he's been interested in video games and computers since a very, very young age. In this interview he did with Game Informer back in 2011, he described some of those early interests.
I was definitely one of those kids from a very young age who was into video games. And it was into computers and math and all of that stuff, Dungeons and Dragons, Star Wars. I convinced my parents that I needed an Apple II so I could be smarter and get better at school and all of that, but I just wanted to make games, so I'd write my own games. And very much into the PC stuff. Wizardry was probably the first, role-playing game on the Apple II computer that I remember going, oh, this is how it should be.
Now that game he mentioned, Wizardry, is actually an old 1980s RPG that started the foundation of what RPGs would really be. And these are the kind of games that Todd grew up playing that would later inform what kind of games he'd like to make. If you're interested in gaming history, I heavily recommend that you check it out because there's a lot of good information on just how this game worked and how it would later go on to inform so many of the games you know and love today. There's a great video by Sticka that just breaks it down in a ton of detail, and it's really, really fascinating because there's so many things that this would go on to influence. Heavily recommend it. But regardless, Todd grew up playing a lot of games like that, but when he went to college, he didn't actually study video game development or anything like that. Instead, he studied finance, trust fund, blue eyes, whatever that song from TikTok is. I'm hip.
I did major in finance in college. The excuse for that was it seemed like the easiest path to get through college. I went to William & Mary, great school, which I did not take advantage of. I would get out of class and go to the computer lab and install Wing Commander. And
I would hope somebody was not at the computer I had installed it at earlier in the day, because it takes a while to install. And this was eating into my Wing Commander time. So most of my schooling was still, how do I make games? How do I play games? And then I once again convinced my parents I needed a computer of my own, because using the lab was time consuming, which it was if some dude is on the computer you installed Wing Commander on, typing his paper. And the computers just weren't good enough for playing Wing Commander, and didn't have the extra memory to see the hand on the screen. I did well in school and I got through it, but my looking off was always, I want to make games. I was very much a self-taught programmer, even in college, writing my own stuff. And one of the first games that I got from Bethesda was Wayne Gretzky Hockey 3. And I got that game, I think it was my senior year in college. I looked at the address on the box and realized that the office for this company was on my way home it was over Christmas break. So I drove into the office and just knocked on the door and said, I want to make games, and I like your stuff, and you're on my way back to school, so you should hire me. This is an excellent reason. They said, no. Why don't you wait till you graduate school? When I graduated, I asked again, Bethesda, this is the place I want to work at. I love your stuff. Love this Terminator stuff. I hear you're going to start making a role-playing game. They said, we don't have anything right now. And I went and worked for a small company in Yorktown, Virginia, that made little games that got no notice. But I did get to go to these conventions. I got to go to CES and all this stuff and look at games. And when I would go to the Bethesda booth and remind them how great I thought they were and that they should hire me. And eventually they did. And so I started here in '94, pretty much right after I graduated from school. It wasn't long after, about a year. And have been here ever since.
I'm sorry, I just love the idea that Todd freaking Howard, the guy responsible for some of the most successful video games in modern history, he got his start at the company that he would eventually build into what it is today. He got his start by basically stalking them for a year and a half. Just like, you should hire me. You guys are great. I love you. Love me, please. It's just so funny, but that's what it takes. You gotta be a go-getter. I actually had a similar experience coming out of college where I wanted to work in real estate, selling apartment buildings as a broker and stuff. And I knew a couple people that were in it kind of tangentially. They knew somebody that I knew. And so I started calling these guys trying to ask for a job or a chance to interview or something. I was like, just give me a chance, because I had been told, hey, they appreciate go-getters. You gotta really chase it down. And come to find out, they basically intentionally would string me along. They'd be like, yeah, I'll call you next week, and then not call you because they wanted you to call them. It's a really toxic relationship, honestly, and I'm glad to not be in the middle of it anymore. But a lot of companies kind of treat new hires this way. They're like, well, if you want it bad enough, you'll keep coming after us. Figure it out. Don't give up. That's how we know you really want it. That is, of course, assuming they don't find you to be a giga creep or something. That's a separate issue. But if you seem nice, I'm sure that it'll be endearing. And it apparently was for Todd. He got the job at BGS about a year after he graduated from college and started working on stuff. Now, he described his early years at BGS as working on small teams, back when games were being put together by just 10 to 12 people. At this time, everybody did a little bit of everything. If you worked on one of these smaller teams, you were expected to know how to program, how to handle producer activities, how to design levels, how to implement sound effects, and the like. What's funny is back in the 90s, these teams that would develop entire games were the same size as modern, cross-functional strike teams, as they're called in major AAA development. If you've watched my live streams, you probably have already heard me talk about this, but in case you haven't, there was a speech done recently by the director of the Phantom Liberty expansion over for Cyberpunk 2077 through CDPR, and he gave a speech at DICE discussing how they fixed the studio, basically, how they reworked their organizational stuff so that they'd be more efficient as a company. And what's funny is that they shifted towards this idea of working through cross-functional teams where there would be a strike team that handles one level, all of the set dressing, the writing, the scripting, the animations, the combat, all of that stuff. And that one team would do everything for that spot and they would own it. And then they move on to another thing and then another thing and then another thing. That way you don't have like one big department and all they do is lighting. And then another department, all they do is they set the crap around the room. And then the next team, all they do is animation for the cutscenes. Instead, they did it this way where they have little strike teams that can do a little bit of everything so that they can work through things faster. And to keep it extremely bare bones and simplified, it really helped them make a ton of quick progress on the Phantom Liberty expansion and avoid the problems that plagued the original launch of Cyberpunk 2077. And what's funny is that the industry has basically just rediscovered how they used to make games in the 90s. It's like they forgot. Back in the 90s, everybody did a little bit of everything, so you could just figure stuff out. It allowed you to work way more efficiently, way faster, without having to wait for this manager to sign off on this piece of paperwork to get it to go to this department, and then that department passes it off to this department after getting these signatures. You don't have to deal with any of that crap. It just gets the ball rolling. And that's how it used to work in the 90s when Todd worked at BGS. That's why they were able to put out like 15 games a year. And it seems to be a lesson that they've forgotten, which is something we'll talk about much later in the video. But I thought it was interesting that as he was describing in all these interviews how they used to make games in the 90s, I'm like, I just heard a speech from the guy that headed up the development of Phantom Liberty, where he was saying that they just rediscovered this old way of doing things that works so great, which is just freaking hilarious. Now, during this period in the 90s, Todd was also super active on various forums. When he started working at Bethesda, like I said, he wore a lot of different hats, but one thing that he brought to the table uniquely was an interaction with the fan base. Probably because he was a member of that fan base and knew where and how to talk with other fans. And we're going to look at those forums in just a second and what he used to say and talk about in the 90s on those forums. But first, I wanted to just mention something else that I didn't know about before now. And that is an article from 2008. I came across this archived article from The Morning Call, originally published on October 28th of 2008. And let's just read this together. Maybe it's in the genes, or maybe these Lower Macungie Township bred brothers just have a gift for creating. Whatever the source, Jeff and Todd Howard are at the top of their fields in the world of multimedia entertainment, and today their latest achievements hit stores after star-studded premieres. Jeff Howard is the writer of Tinkerbell, a highly publicized direct-to-video animated Disney production in which the famous fairy talks for the first time. Todd is executive producer of Fallout 3, Bethesda Softworks' highly anticipated sequel to the popular role-playing game. Todd said, "I think it's really cool. Jeff works for Disney and I work for a video game company, I'm assuming. This week, someone could walk into Best Buy and buy Tinkerbells for their daughter and Fallout 3 for themselves, and I'll be there to get the flyers so I can frame them together." Aww. And this article goes on. Todd Howard at the time was 38 years old. Jeff Howard was 39, so he's a year older than Todd. And I actually did some digging because I was like, what else has he done? Well, he describes in this article how he worked on Bambi 2, Mickey's Twice Upon a Christmas, and then he's working on a series of Tinkerbell movies as well, saying that in 10 years he wants to keep working for Disney and all of this. And if you pull up his IMDb, you can actually see some of the other stuff he's worked on. He worked on Planes, that, Phineas and Ferb the movie, Candace Against the Universe from 2020. He wrote that. All of these Tinkerbell movies, for some reason, he does a lot of stuff with Tinkerbell. Someone's got to do it, I guess. And this is the man himself. He kind of looks like Todd. I don't know what I was expecting, but yeah, he doesn't have the curly hair, but he's got the same nose and everything. So yeah, sorry to give you that info. Again, I don't know what you're supposed to do with that, but hey, Todd Howard's brother is a writer for Disney and did some stuff with Phineas and Ferb. So there's that. I actually got wondering after I heard that his brother worked for Disney. I was like, I wonder if this is potentially part of the reason why Todd Howard got the ability to do the Indiana Jones game. Like maybe he got this idea to do an Indiana Jones game and executive produce for it. And he was like, hey, bro, you got the connections at Disney. Maybe you can help me grease the wheels. Maybe tell me who to call, how we can get the ball rolling there. It's not impossible, right? That might be why we got the Indiana Jones game that he's executive producing. It could be all connected. You never know. But going back to those forum posts I just mentioned a moment ago, a bunch of these forum posts that Todd made that we are able to track nowadays were on a platform called Usenet. Now, this Reddit user actually describes what Usenet was, also commonly known as news groups, started in the 1980s, still around in more limited forms. If I remember correctly, Usenet is older than IRC. It's not Google Groups. Google Groups had or has an interface to Usenet and archived some news groups. In other words, it's just an old platform where people used to get on and talk about stuff, kind of like Reddit, if you want to think of it that way, except where Reddit has like r/computer games or r/RPGs or whatever. What Usenet would do is it had it kind of in a hierarchical setup. So you would go from comp down to systems, and then you'd sort your system to IBM and then PC, and then you'd go into the topic. You'd want to talk about games, and then under games, you'd want to talk about RPGs. So it's like if you had a series of folder directories within Reddit to narrow it down more precisely to what topic you were interested in. If you go here now, it's just pure garbage. Like, as you can see, there's all sorts of articles that have nothing to do at all with PC games that are RPGs. Lots of people looking for herpes cures. But hey, back in the day, like seriously, there are so many. There's 1, 2, like why are so many people looking this up? Anyway, when you're not looking up herpes cures, you can find a bunch of these old posts. This one is historical content that does remain visible. And as you can see, these posts were made April 3rd of 1997. And as you're looking through it, you might see, veteran, Michael Solomon, Stephen Robertson, just people that were talking about stuff. Susan, overshadowed by the Doom craze, everybody's talking about this stuff. But if you go down here, you might notice a couple of names popping in. Todd. Ooh, what is this? He's answering some of the questions. This particular one was somebody was asking what they thought like the best games were and what the most underrated games were. So he's just there casually chatting with everybody else about his favorite games or what games he thinks are underrated. It's also really funny to hear somebody describe mouse look as like a cutting edge feature for a video game. Because if you're not familiar, that's just where you use your mouse to look around the screen. Now, like every first person game ever would of course do that. But there was a time where like you'd have to do a weird thing. Maybe you're moving with WASD and then you're using the like keypads or whatever directional pad over here to look up and around. Like it was not always a given that you'd use your mouse to actually move the field of view, but that was cutting edge for the time. And as you can see here, Todd is like, yeah, it needs more credit for that. A year before Quake. There's also another name in here. He thinks that Times of Lore is an underrated game that deserves more credit. It's Chris Roberts' first game for Origin and the original parseless interface that Sierra stole. Who is Chris Roberts, you may ask? Chris Roberts is the lovely Oompa Loompa looking gentleman that is in charge of Roberts Space Industries, which you might also recognize as the company behind Star Citizen. Star Citizen, that game that's raised $700 million to date as of the time of the recording of this video, all in an effort to build the ultimate space RPG, adventure, simulation, you name it, it's got it game. Yeah. Back in 1997, Todd was already kind of hyping up his stuff and was aware of him and was a big fan because Chris Robert got his start and really built up a lot of acclaim and fame for his sci-fi games that he built. But the one Todd specifically mentions is Times of Lore, which was actually a fantasy RPG kind of thing. Pretty rudimentary by modern standards, sure, but for the time, pretty cutting edge, and according to Todd, very underrated as well. But if we scroll a little bit lower than Todd's initial statement, you see he follows it up, saying, Sundog, great choice. Yeah, Times of Lore was way short. Somebody mentioned Sundog, and I can't believe I didn't think of that. That game had an interface to rival most new games with its cool object-based inventory. Now a space RPG, that would be something. Now to be clear, I was not the one that found this. This was featured in a bunch of Reddit posts in the lead up to Starfield. People dug this up somehow and found these old posts from 1997. And as far as I'm aware, this is the first mention Todd ever made that's recorded of a space RPG being something that he'd want to do. As of the time of this post, it would happen 26 years later, but it would happen. So honestly, when Bethesda Game Studios was marketing Starfield, saying that this game was 25 years in the making, on the first glance, it sounds like, oh, well, it's the first new IP in 25 years. That's what they meant. Sort of. But for Todd, I think it's literal. Like, he actually wanted to make this game over 25 years before it launched. And it just took that long to actually come to fruition, which is a little crazy. Now, that other game he mentioned was Sundog, and he said that this was super underrated, had great graphics, an amazing inventory system, all of this stuff. And this is it. This is that game with cutting edge graphics. It's, again, just wild how far we've come, but we've come a long way. I mean, you can see that it used to be that this was cutting edge. Like Todd said, that this was rivaling modern releases back in 97. This was top of the heap. It's wild in just a quarter century how much things can change. But I mean, just look at that. That's wild. So we could dig into some of these old things and try to figure out what made them work. Maybe look at a game like Sundog and try to figure out what made this tick, what made this game such an inspiration to Todd. Like, why did he think this game had so much potential and should be recognized, and maybe got the gears turning. But honestly, games like this are so old that it's kind of hard for somebody of the modern era to go back to it and look at it through the lens of somebody from 1997 and see how the gears would have started turning for them. I agree, like, this is pretty impressive for the time, but I will not pretend to have any nostalgic bias towards this or anything. Like, I wasn't born when this game came out, okay? I was not alive. What I will say is that there's a lot of examples in this Let's Play posted by Quill, 6 years ago. There's a lot of examples of some pretty intense, like, energy rerouting systems and stuff that would eventually find its way to Starfield. As you can see, you got fuel meters, guns, shield, and warp are all separate tabs and bars that you have to allocate. All of that would eventually find its way into Starfield. So it's possible those ideas actually had their start here in this game that's over 3 decades old, which is wild. But that's how a lot of these games work. Somebody plays a game when they were a kid or a teenager, that sits in their head for decades, and then eventually when they get in a position where they can actually put a game together, they do, and then you get Starfield. Now, one of the other things I mentioned earlier was that Todd, who is now the master of hype and marketing and is a phenomenal salesman, you can actually go back to these posts from the late 90s and find instances of him hyping up other games that Bethesda was going to announce relatively soon. So he's been doing it for a while. And one example is this one right here. Bethesda to announce new game line. So many explanation points, with 72 views on this post. Posted January 21st of 1997. Todd Howard posted, "Just thought I'd tip the hat to all the real gamers first. Bethesda will be announcing in the next few weeks a new game line titled The Elder Scrolls Adventures. The first title in the series is Redguard. It's a 3D adventure action game that features over 40 3D modeled and animated NPCs. Over 40 of them. Non-linear gameplay, and best of all, sword fights. The series is completely separate from Arena and Daggerfall and features a much smaller and highly detailed world. You play the role of Cyrus, a Redguard smuggler who returns to Hammerfell after 10 years to find his lost sister. It takes place 400 years before Daggerfall, when Tiber Septim is uniting the provinces, and has one of the best stories developed for a game yet. I'll post more when I can." Before that, in late 1996, Todd posted the following: "Redguard is coming. ... Redguard is coming. Keep your eyes open for this. Todd, Bethesda." Like, even back when he was 26 years old, he was already hyping stuff up, which you got to hand it to him. The guy's good at it. He's been doing it a while. Then there was this post in 2000 where McCary, I think, asked, "Has Bethesda abandoned the Elder Scrolls series?" Which is a little funny to think of now, that this guy in 2000 was like, they've walked away. They're never touching it again. He said, "As stated, Just curious why they once promoted a sequel to Daggerfall, but there's no mention anywhere on the website these days. I assume it's dead, but if anyone has any details, please know. Basically, the backstory with this is that Redfall launched and almost destroyed the company. It was a bit of a disaster. And no, I'm not just making this up. This is coming from Todd himself. Check it out.
Redguard is the first game that I was the main project leader on. Didn't do that well. It's the last kind of DOS-based PC game that we made. It might be one of the last DOS games. It's right when 3D acceleration starts coming out. Really didn't hit a technology window or a gameplay style. I mean, it's listed as an adventure game, but it's a true genre mashup. It has some adventure game elements. It has action game elements. It has some role-playing elements. I guess you could say at that time, we started making a lot of games instead of focusing, and none of them turned out really, really great. And the company was in a really difficult position financially, and I did feel responsible, and I kind of stepped back from it and said, it's a really good game. Where did it not resonate? What's the takeaway? And it was just too conservative. We made a very, very small game. I think it's well crafted, but we weren't as ambitious as we could have been, and not what our audience we'd had at the time from Daggerfall and Arena really wanted from us when it came to the Elder Scrolls.
So yeah, almost destroyed the company. Which is, that's pretty rough. And what's funny is even back in 2000, people were flaming Bethesda Game Studios for having buggy releases. You can see, nope, it's still coming, fourth quarter 2002, and it still won't do Windows, and it will still be buggy as hell. Winky face. Even back in 2000, people are roasting them for being buggy with their launches, which is so funny. You can see Todd eventually replied, Morrowind has been very much in development for some time. We can't say much yet because of magazine exclusives. Look for some stuff next month. Also, we're either going with DirectX version 8 or Apple Basic for the Colco Atom. What do you guys think would be best? Cheers, Todd Howard, project leader, The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, Bethesda Softworks. It's just so crazy to see so many of these posts where, looking back, Todd Howard will talk about how the company was left with pretty much one more shot to get this right. Here's what he said about Morrowind in that same interview from Wired.
The company's struggling. We probably have one more shot if we're going to stay in business. So let's go all in. The company was kind of sold to ZeniMax Media, a new company, and reformed around that. The decision came down, we're going to have one team. It's going to be under Todd, and we're going to do Morrowind. We aimed very high. We were very, very ambitious to bring back the Elder Scrolls with a core team that we had, but taking the learnings from a game like Redguard, where we are hand building a world, but now we're doing it on a larger scale. Compared to the games people know today, it's actually still very, very small, but it's very, very detailed. And the other big thing that comes with Morrowind, we finally took it to console. So if we go back to the year 2000, Microsoft is thinking about creating the Xbox. And technically, it was great for us, right? It's a very PC-styled console, has a hard drive, so many things that we would be looking for in a console. And the big question was, how do we, translate the controls and all of those things? Fortunately, we are all here today because this game was a huge success. I was stunned. Obviously, it did well on the PC, but on Xbox at the time, it became the second best-selling game behind Halo.
So in many ways, you have to give Morrowind credit for Todd still being in the industry, basically, and for Bethesda Game Studios still existing. If Morrowind had not gone to console, even if it did well on the PC, it's pretty likely that BGS would not exist in the same way that it does today. After they found immense success with Morrowind, they were given the opportunity to really go above and beyond with their next few releases. And that gave Todd the chance to develop The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, which was a tremendous success. Fallout 3, 2 years after that, which was a huge success in and of itself. Of course, Skyrim in 2011. And by that point, Todd was effectively established as one of the most prolific and influential game designers of the modern era, which is pretty wild. When you really look at it, it's like Morrowind popped off, and then Oblivion was pretty damn good, and then Fallout 3 was pretty well received as well, and then Skyrim just hit it out of the park being like exactly what people wanted to see from Bethesda. And I think this is one of the core things that Todd really understands about developing games for his audience. He knows what his fans are looking for because he's made mistakes with games like Redguard, which were trying to do something that they didn't care about. People weren't playing Bethesda games back in the 90s for small handcrafted environments and 40 3D modeled characters and NPCs. They were playing them for big worlds, interesting RPG mechanics, and so Redguard just didn't connect with anybody. But then once he learned the power of fan service, he started to find immense success. And this is why I think it's perhaps fair to compare somebody like Todd to another figure like, say, a Steve Jobs, because what he's good at least he has been good at in the past, is giving people a look at something they didn't know they wanted before, but they only realize they wanted it once they've seen it. Steve Jobs was great at it. He would get up there and show you an iPad and you'd be like, I didn't even know I wanted one of those, but now I do. He'd get up there, show you an iPhone, and you're like, oh, I didn't think I wanted that before, but now I do. And with Todd, every time he goes up on the stage at E3 or another gaming event, you can rest assured that he's going to leave his fans much more excited for whatever his next project is than when he walked up to begin with. Some people say it's like a spell he casts on his fans, because like he'll just tell them sweet little lies and they'll believe it hook, line, and sinker. And we'll talk a little bit about the sweet little lies later and all of that stuff. But I do think it's important to note that somebody like Todd does not get to where he's at unless he does have the fundamentals down. He does know how to make a good game. He did it many times, and it's only relatively recently that people started to turn on him en masse. And frankly, it's not because they lack ambition or aren't doing interesting things. Starfield was very, very ambitious. It's all in the execution. Back in the 2000s, there were times where Bethesda was industry leading in terms of technology and what they were able to do, and they've simply fallen behind. While they're ambitious in terms of ideas, in terms of tech, they are woefully behind what the competition is doing, in my humble opinion. And I think that is borne out in the games and what you see them actually being capable of delivering. And to demonstrate this point, I want to actually go back to a documentary that came as like an exclusive thing in some boxes of The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, where it's the making of documentary. And in it, they have a sequence where they cut together a bunch of reactions of people that were at E3 2005 or 2006, I forget which, and they're all talking about what they saw with The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, because they were pretty impressed. And when you look back at it now, you're like, is this serious? But this was the actual fan reaction when that game was shown off 20 years ago.
Hi, I'm Todd Howard of Bethesda Softworks, and welcome to our presentation of The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion.
This game looks unbelievable. It actually has trees, unlike Gardenfall.
The whole first level of the game is a prison break. And through your actions, it really determines what kind of character you'll be.
I mean, sometimes I worry that games are going to get so realistic looking that I won't want to play in them because they're too real, and then I might as well just be at home. Only this was a pretty good case for hyper-realism because the forest was gorgeous.
Unbelievable. It's easily the most impressive game that we've seen at E3.
Yeah,
it's like with the radiant AI thing.
Yeah.
That's always one of my big issues with RPGs is the NPC characters are kind of boring. Like they're just there and you talk to them and they're kind of just like this clunky way of getting information. But it's so much more entertaining to watch like somebody flame their dog.
Oh my God, have you seen our booth? It's off the hook.
Fans of the series, they're gonna go nuts. They're gonna love it.
Morrowind changed my life. I don't know about that. Maybe it changed my life. I put in a lot of hours. Took away a lot of my hours.
We look back at what people really liked about role-playing in the first place. The setting, the action, the heroism.
When that guy came, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but when the guy came out of that Oblivion portal, that was cool. He was so cool.
do have a very unique sort of little setup there, doing titles that take a long time that have a distinct story, and they've really resonated with fans over the years.
I totally love the storyline as it is, and like the way it develops is like just so good.
As you know, if it's an Elder Scrolls game, people are going to go buy it just because.
I'm sorry, it's just so weird to hear people talking about a Bethesda game being like so photorealistic and like stunning and so badass. It's just, it's funny, but like that's when they were at the absolute peak of the climb. People were just so stoked. And yes, there were people, as we saw in those forum posts, that were giving them crap for old games that launched buggy or broken, but once they started connecting with fans and those fans started to defend them, all of the criticism got drowned out. And instead, you just heard more and more hype. And what Todd has always been amazing at, once again, is harnessing that hype. But you know what? What's really surprised me with all of this, looking at all these forums and articles and interviews and stuff, is just how often people would directly associate everything that Bethesda was doing directly with Todd Howard, and how if it's successful, he gets all the credit as a brilliant genius game director. But on the flip side, if it's a failure or if there are problems, all of the blame lands at his feet. And he's kind of put himself in this position over the years. He's been very public facing, even going back to when he was in his late 20s, working at BGS on a tiny team on little bitty projects here and there. He actually was still interacting with the fan base directly, which puts him in their crosshairs if they have a problem. But he's been willing to take those blows. And maybe that's just because he likes the attention. Maybe it's just because he doesn't mind it, whereas other people tend to like their privacy more. I don't know. But another example of it was one I found in an old forum dedicated to Fallout that I thought I would share. You see, there's this archived post from Bethesda Softworks announcement that they were going to be working on a Fallout game. You can see this little poster that they put out with this, prepare for the future. And they said July 10th, 2004, Rockville, Maryland. Bethesda Softworks announced today that it will develop and publish Fallout 3, a sequel to the highly popular Fallout role-playing game franchise. Bethesda acquired the rights to the Fallout franchise from Interplay Entertainment Corp. in a deal that awards Bethesda unrestricted worldwide rights to the Fallout franchise on the PC, home consoles, handhelds, and other media, with the option to develop and publish additional sequels. Quote, "We're extremely excited about this opportunity and what it means for both Bethesda and for Fallout fans around the world," said Vlatko Andonov, president of Bethesda Softworks. Fallout is one of the great RPG franchises. Millions of Fallout games have been sold worldwide, and fans have been eagerly awaiting the release of a Fallout 3 title. Bethesda's proven expertise in this genre, building on our experience and the tremendous success we have enjoyed with our cutting-edge Elder Scrolls series, will enable us to create the next chapter of Fallout that is worthy of the franchise. They say Fallout 3 will be developed by Bethesda along with the next chapter of the Elder Scrolls, both under the direction of Todd Howard, executive producer of the Elder Scrolls. The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind won every national and international award of note in 2002, including Game of the Year and RPG of the Year, and is one of the best-selling games ever released on Xbox. Howard said, "We are overjoyed. Fallout is one of my favorite games, and we plan to develop a visually stunning and original game for Fallout 3 with all the hallmarks of a great RPG. Player choice, engaging story, and non-linearity." Yeah, that non-linearity thing, that would age well, huh? It's like, what non-linear choices do you have? Well, do you want to blow up this or not blow up this? Really difficult moral choice, tell you what. But this forum post I found was from 2004, right after this announcement in September of 2004. It's on a forum called No Mutants Allowed, which was specifically for Fallout discussions and stuff. It still is around today. You can still look at it. But it's basically a big collection of people saying how they think that Bethesda is probably the worst group that could be tied to all of this. I mean, this guy's very, very, very passionate about all of this. There's a lot of interesting phrasing. There's just a lot of people that are very upset and anxious about this. Like, you see this, oh God, I can feel my stomach tense up. However, he did say he would keep it M-rated. Now, true, that could mean he could put a bunch of lame cussing and violence, or use it like Fallout to express meaningful but harsh things. We just have to wait and see. Expectantly, the Vault Dweller. People were not that impressed with this announcement and pretty frustrated by it. And after Fallout 3 came out, you know, all of these old school fans were kind of washed out by the new fans that came in. But again, it's interesting because you think of it, you know, 2004, it's a simpler time. Everybody was probably just stoked to get another Fallout game. And you might forget that, no, just like today, there's people that were really excited for it, people that were pissed about it. We're like, it's going to be garbage. I hate it. But as all of this is happening, Todd is increasing his skill set. Bethesda Game Studios is growing, and he's gaining new cachet with executives to get bigger and bigger budgets approved for more and more ambitious titles. After the success of Fallout 3, they would of course go on to release Skyrim in 2011, which was universally praised and is, in my opinion, their magnum opus. I don't think they're ever going to release something as critically acclaimed as that ever again. It just came out at the perfect time. It was exactly the game people wanted from Bethesda. And when you go back to it now, it's like, yeah, it's not the most remarkable game, but for the time, it was precisely what it needed to be. And it, I think, justifiably got the praise that it deserved. But post Skyrim, things started to shift and change a little bit. And I think there's multiple reasons for that we're going to discuss after a costume change. Okay, that's better. Let's talk about Fallout 4. Fallout 4 was a really interesting game for Bethesda Game Studios. Coming off of the insane success of Skyrim, expectations were naturally very, very high. And when they dropped an announcement trailer in early June of 2015, people started losing their minds because graphically it looked way better than Fallout 3. In terms of tone, it struck exactly what people were hoping for. And while there were a couple of things here and there, I remember people complaining about the fur on Dogmeat not looking great, which is in hindsight just a funny thing to be worried about. But, you know, 2015 was a weird time. But people got really, really excited for it. And then, of course, we had the Todd Howard at E3 2015 presentation that went down in history probably as one of the best E3 presentations for a single game ever. Not only was the theater beautiful, but they did a really good job of explaining what the game was, what they were trying to do, and why people should be excited. They also just came out swinging with actual gameplay right off the bat. Instead of doing a series of trailers and cinematics here and there, they just came out and showed you what the game would actually look like and run like. And it won a lot of people over, myself included. I got way more excited for Fallout 4 after seeing this trailer than I was going into it. It really seemed like they had made a lot of improvements. One of the most surprising changes that they had made was a 4-option dialogue system where you choose between 4 options. Usually one was sort of affirmative and positive, one was more sarcastic, one was even more sarcastic or snarky, and then another one was generally negative. And you would pick between those 4 dialogue options, and there was a fully voiced protagonist for both male and female runs that would deliver the dialogue based on what you selected. In addition to that, there was also this cinematic camera, so when you were talking with NPCs and having conversations, it actually looked much more handcrafted and designed. It was fully dynamic. It would happen in any conversation in the game, but it was a huge step up from the just straight on camera of Fallout 3. All told, it seemed like they were leaning into production value way harder than they had ever done before. I mean, Skyrim was no slouch. That was a big game and they put a lot into it, but Fallout 4 seemed to just be taking all of those knobs and cranking them all the way up. There were new things such as a settlement base building system, all sorts of weapon modification systems so you could build out weapons precisely as you liked them and wanted them. Graphically, it was way better than the previous games, and in terms of tone, it seemed to be much more colorful as well compared to Fallout 3, which was just green and gray. This one actually had pops of color, and it looked like it was going to be something really, really special. It was also at E3 2015 that they announced Fallout Shelter, a mobile game that is still making buku bucks today in 2024. And actually, recently they announced that they're doing an Elder Scrolls variant of Fallout Shelter. This is going to be called the Elder Scrolls Castles, and I believe it's launching later this year. They're doing some preview tests and stuff with some people who were invited to it before, but they're doing this for Elder Scrolls, so it seems to be a concept that works. And just in case you're not familiar with how BGS is broken up nowadays, there is Bethesda Game Studios in Maryland, Rockville, Maryland, and that's the team that Todd works with directly. That's this studio that you can actually see here in all of these promotional videos that they filmed for the game. It is sort of the central hub of all of Bethesda Game Studios operations. And then there's Bethesda Game Studios Austin, there is Bethesda Game Studios Dallas, and then there is Bethesda Game Studios Montreal, and each of them have their own specialties. The Austin and Dallas studios work a lot on Fallout 76 is my understanding, and then the Montreal studio does a ton of work specifically just with the mobile games. So if it's Fallout Shelter, if it's Elder Scrolls Blades, or in this case Elder Scrolls Castles, that's what they work on. So just because it's all under the Bethesda Game Studios roof does not mean that Todd's team is working directly on it. It means that a team under his purview, but maybe an entire country away is working on it. But this wouldn't all happen at the same time. They slowly expanded to that level. Back in 2015, pretty much everything that they were doing was headed up by Rockville, and then they were also working on it with the team in Montreal, is at least my understanding. And seriously, as you go through this announcement presentation that they did, it will just blow your mind how many things they revealed that were new for the franchise. I mean, the weapon mods were just stunning and shocking. I remember people losing their minds when they saw that. They, of course, had all this crazy base building where they showed you what you could build. And this is in a single player game. Like, you could just build a settlement in this game. Like, some people ate it up. Some people were obsessed with it and super excited for these sort of survival elements to come into the game. Other people were like, hey, it's not for me, but there's so much else here that I'm excited to try it. And then I remember this shoe dropping right here in just a second and people just losing their minds with it. I'll play it so we can experience it again together.
And
listen.
Your love and support of Fallout have pushed us to make this our best work. And we really appreciate everybody's patience. You know, we didn't say anything for years in this game while everybody waited. And we don't want you to wait too much longer. So we're happy to say Fallout 4 is coming out November 10th this year.
Dude, people lost their minds. I remember watching this live and we all just started freaking out. I mean, the idea that we were going to get this game just 5 months after it was revealed was crazy. Because again, this is back in the PS4, Xbox One era where it was pretty standard to have games announced like 2, 3, 4 years ahead of time. Even after this, we would get games like The Last of Us Part 2 announced in, I believe, 2016, and that wouldn't come out until 2020. But regardless, the reception to that presentation was overwhelmingly positive. People got super, super stoked, myself included. My background with BGS and everything, as I've alluded to a couple of times thus far, is that effectively I was a huge fan of Fallout New Vegas, a little bit less so of Fallout 3, and I loved Skyrim. It's one of the games that me and my siblings would play all the time in my formative years. So I loved BGS, and I was pretty new to the whole gaming scene around 2014, 2015, but I was eating it up and I was drinking the hype Kool-Aid and I was loving it. It was so exciting to look at all of the trailers and see little bitty things here and there and just get hyped for it. It was exciting. I remember one of the very, very first YouTube videos I ever made when I was putting up like a video every month, and then I'd forget to upload anything for ages and 6 months would pass. But like one of the very first things I ever did was a video where I looked at a couple of these screenshots from this announcement trailer, and I thought like, oh, this ship, you're gonna be able to fly this around the Commonwealth, and like, look at this, there's also gas stations with gasoline signs. Then they show the Red Rocket gas station and they show like prices of gasoline there. So I thought that was confirmation there were going to be like motorcycles in the game and you could drive those around the Commonwealth. And I just remember going crazy with the speculation and the hype and honestly just making stuff up because we were just so excited at the concept of this game existing that we just wanted to talk about it. We were just so freaking hyped we were losing our minds. And as we saw in that other clip of Todd talking about Redguard, one of the things that Todd learned early in his career was that resting on your laurels is not always a great strategy. Unless you're Rockstar, you're probably not going to get away with it for very long. What they wanted to do was push the boundary and try to add new features, new ideas, new concepts, and try some different wacky things. Sometimes those things will work, other times they won't, but at least you're trying stuff. And in Fallout 4, as I mentioned, they did try a lot of new stuff. Graphically, the game was a huge step up. I know some people will say it wasn't as good as, say, The Witcher 3, which released just in May of 2015. But that is not really the question at hand here. You know, The Witcher 3, I love dearly, and I will defend that game on pretty much any point. But when we're talking about Fallout 4, the point is that it's a huge graphical leap for Bethesda, you know, over what they were doing before. So I think that still counts as a major improvement. They also were trying this new thing with a cinematic camera and a voiced protagonist, which suggested they were going to try to go for a much more grounded and perhaps serious story. And that sort of divided the fan base right from the outset, because some hardcore RPG fans just liked having the big list of dialogue and seeing 4 options. Was worrisome. People weren't super confident in that, but you know what? They were going to wait and see if it could work out. And hearing that the story was maybe going to be a little bit more serious and be taken a little bit more seriously got people excited, because one of the complaints with Skyrim is that it's just a total junk food game. It's a game with like no real substance in the story. You just kind of float from thing to thing to thing. You show up over here at the College of whatever, Winterhold or whatever it's called, and then they're just like, hey, you want to be like the head professor and run this magic school after knowing you for 20 minutes? Yeah? Cool. There you go. And like there's a very little resistance or grounded story elements in Skyrim. But that's because it's a sandbox. Like, you're just supposed to kind of float through the game and have fun that way. So to hear that they were going to go for something a little bit grittier in Fallout 4 excited a lot of people. And you know what? It excited some old school fans as well. Some, don't get me wrong, didn't like it. They thought it looked too streamlined. But some fans, I remember, were saying and making videos about how this could be a return to form, how they could be going back to like the Fallout 1, Fallout 2 tone of Fallout, which is much grittier, much darker, much more serious. And there are still irreverent parts of it, but I think it's just that. It's irreverent. It isn't just goofy or unserious. And over the next few months after they revealed the game, there would be more information dropped about the game, but eventually it would be sent out to reviewers, and it actually was received pretty well. However, once the average gamer got their hands on it, reactions became a little bit more mixed. You see, I have merch items that I sell on LukeStevensTV.com that are just very simply, hype makes you stupid. That's all it says on the shirt. And I do honestly believe that, because I think when you are hyped for stuff, it puts on those rose-tinted glasses and makes you not see things that aren't making sense, or it just gets you so hyped up that nothing will ever satisfy those demands. And I think Fallout 4 is a prime example of what happens when hype gets a little bit out of control, because I think Fallout 4 in a lot of ways is a good game. Starfield, as I said, I think is just meh. I would say Skyrim in some ways is great, and in other ways it's just okay, but overall it's great, specifically for the time. But I think Fallout 4 is a good game. But a lot of people went into it expecting vastly different things from it, because they got so hyped over one of the things that Todd mentioned in the presentation, or two of the things, and they sort of lost sight of the broader image of what they were trying to do with Fallout 4. You see, Fallout 4, in my humble opinion, represented a shift from the more standard sandbox gameplay Bethesda had become known for, and instead they started to lean into standardized open world looter shooter tropes. That isn't necessarily bad. Looter shooters can be super fun, and some of the most successful game franchises in the world are based on those mechanics, but that doesn't mean that that's what their fan base wanted from them. It's the same exact thing that Todd had been saying with Redguard almost destroying the studio, because a lot of their fans didn't want them to do something more small in scope with handcrafted stuff. They wanted them to focus on these bigger, more bold adventures. And with Fallout 4, it felt like Bethesda was trying to do a lot, maybe too too much, and they were trying to wear a lot of hats that just simply didn't fit. For example, with the gunplay, it was significantly improved over Fallout 3, but that's not saying much. In Fallout 4, it is a lot better, but even for 2015 and other open world games, the shooting mechanics were pretty floaty. The guns didn't have a lot of punch to them, and it took about a year of updates and fixes to get things working the way that they probably should have at launch. The weapon crafting and upgrade system was super cool, but it did take them a while to figure out how to properly distribute the crafting materials necessary for upgrading these components. These growing pains would eventually be ironed out, of course, through future updates, balancing updates, and then other releases that they put out like Fallout 76, which took the core mechanics and then refined them even further. But as a first go around, Fallout 4 wasn't bad. I would say it's a good game again. I just think there were a lot of first attempts here. And as always, first attempts can sometimes go really, really well, but most of the time they're kind of clunky and don't work that great, but they're different, which makes them exciting. So people are into it at first, but the more they poke and prod, the less impressed they are. A prime example of that would be with this dialogue system. Giving players just 4 options for responses to NPCs initially might not seem like that big of a deal, but coming off of Skyrim and Fallout 3, and of course the predecessors to those games, the standards were lowered a lot here. Most of the dialogue in Fallout 4 basically just whittled down to you talking to an NPC, they tell you something, and you respond either positively, sarcastically, super sarcastically, or negatively. However, because Fallout 4 also marked a major shift away from free and open player agency, it also meant that regardless of which option you chose, a lot of the time, the outcome would be the same. In previous games like Fallout 3 or Skyrim, you could kill major NPCs and it wasn't that big of a deal other than the quests that they offered failing automatically. But players liked that because you could break the game yourself, and it kind of made sense. If there is some NPC in Skyrim that has a quest to give you access to some cool axe or something, if you kill that NPC, you probably shouldn't get access to that axe. It's a consequence of your actions. But when it came to Fallout 4, the developers instead wanted to keep you on much tighter tracks to lead you down pathways that they had designed and built, maybe just because they were so proud of some of the later game areas and quests that they had put together, or maybe because they just wanted to make sure that everybody saw the Institute at least once, so they needed to make sure that you didn't skip over that or kill important NPCs. It's just really, really odd, and it left a bad taste in a lot of players' mouths because they went into Fallout 4 expecting, at the very least, the same stuff they saw in Fallout 3 in terms of consequence and player agency. And a great example of the player agency being removed is with those 4 dialogue options. There were lots of times where you would be speaking to an NPC who perhaps was very distraught, asking for help finding a loved one. And you would be given a series of dialogue options that might just say something as simple as, "It'll be okay." You click on that button, and then sometimes the line would end up being delivered in such an obnoxious or crazy different way from what you expected that it just pissed you off. It's like, I didn't mean to say it that way. It's like, "Oh, please help me find my wife. I can't find her. She needs help, I'm sure." You click on that thing trying to be encouraging and comforting, but instead the line is delivered like, "It'll be okay, for sure. She's probably dead, dude." And it's not at all what you meant to communicate. That's, of course, an extreme example, but there were many times in Fallout 4 where that was a problem. And in fact, it actually spawned a mod that became extremely popular, which would remove those little summations or streamlined dialogue options and would actually replace it with the full text of the dialogue option you were about to choose. So there was never any misunderstanding of what was about to be said. Furthermore, Bethesda had done a lot of these things to try and focus on the story and make people more connected to the story, which I'm all for. I think stories in video games are one of the most important elements of it most of the time in these open world RPG type games. But to be honest, the story in Fallout 4 is bordering on nonsensical. Not only is it based off of a series of contrived events that are so painfully forced, it feels often like you're playing a linear game, not an open world RPG, but a lot of the plot twists are so painfully evident that the player is going to be aware of it well before the player character is, such as the revelation that your son Sean, who's kidnapped in the opening moments of the game, is actually much older when you find him in the wastes. I remember playing Fallout 4 at launch, and the second that you wake up and your son is stolen, your spouse is killed in front of you, and then you're refrozen, I remember being like, okay, so when we find him, he's going to be like an adult or like an old man, or he's dead and has been dead for decades. Like immediately we all thought that because it's so obvious. But when it eventually is revealed to the player and you meet Sean in the Institute, it's revealed like it's supposed to be some sort of ground-shaking, jaw-dropping revelation when everybody saw it coming. It reminds me of what one of my teachers in college who was teaching a playwriting class told me. And he was like, the only thing worse than having no twist in your story is when the twist is bad. And I think that's true of Fallout 4 especially, because there's so many times when they're trying to do some sort of cool, like, what? And it ends up either making no sense or it just ends up being so foreseeable that it doesn't land well at all. It's just like, yeah, I was hoping there was like a double cross, like double twist, but it's just what I expected. So it's not even really a twist. Like if you see the twist coming, it's not a twist anymore. It's just a thing that happens. Another example is a quest I've talked about a lot over the last 9 years since the game came out, and that is with the boy in the fridge. This is a short quest line where basically you can be exploring the northern area of Boston outside the city limits, and eventually you will hear a child's voice calling out for help. You walk over trying to find where the voice is originating from, and there is a refrigerator. Upon opening up the fridge, you find a ghoul named Billy. He's a child who doesn't realize he's a ghoul because he's been trapped inside that refrigerator since the bombs fell. This game, Fallout 4, takes place 210 years after the bombs fell, which means that Billy was inside the fridge for 2 centuries, yelling and screaming for help, never lost his mind or went crazy or anything, and no one ever opened up the refrigerator. No storm ever blew it over to pop it open. It never degraded or rusted to the point where it became weak enough to be opened up. It just sat there for 200 years. And when you open it up and you find Billy, you are given the opportunity to lead him back to his childhood home, which is still somehow standing. And when you go inside, his family is there, still living there because they didn't want to move away in case he ever came back. Oh yeah, there's also a little side thing here where a slaver wants access to the boy. He just wanders up to you after you pull him out of the refrigerator and wants to buy him from you to enslave him. You can sell Billy to this character Bullet, who's a slaver, and it's an option. Again, just so much of Fallout 4 is perfectly summarized in this quest because it's just so contrived that the kid's been there for 2 centuries. Nobody's ever helped him. But at the precise moment that you're helping him, a guy walks by and happens to want the child ghoul as a slave, so he offers to pay like 500 caps for it, and you can just be like, okay, whatever. If you hadn't walked by at that point, the slaver would have walked by, heard the kid calling for help, slaver would have opened it and just taken Billy away. You would have never known about it or seen it. But no, this had to happen exactly this way so that the quest could play out, because they had this idea, what if you found a ghoul who's in a refrigerator and has been there since the bombs fell? That's a cool idea, right? But to make it even worse, this doesn't make sense in the lore either. In the world of Fallout, ghouls need food. This isn't like a novel concept either. Back in like, I think it was Fallout 2, you can find a like settlement of ghouls where they're farming. They actually grow food because they need it. They don't need as much, but they do need food to survive. You might remember this guy, Harland, from Fallout New Vegas, and he tells you in New Vegas that ghouls need food and water, but they live a very long time, and it's not as important for ghouls versus humans, but they do still need it. Fallout 4's writing was so sloppy, they ended up rewriting major parts of the lore probably accidentally. I don't think they even knew that a character in New Vegas talked about this because they probably didn't even play it before making Fallout 4. They were genuinely surprised when people brought up Kid in the Fridge questline and were like, hey, that doesn't make sense. And his very existence seems to directly contradict everything that's been established over like 20 years of Fallout games. And Bethesda's like, oh, weird. All of Fallout 4 is just filled with examples like this of writing that's just so sloppy. It reflects a general disregard in terms of professionalism to the lore that's been established thus far, and an attitude of like, it's almost cavalier, where they just don't feel like they need to do their homework or double check things because the players won't mind. They won't look into it that much. It's not that serious. And a lot of people, I'm sure, played through Fallout 4, hit that quest line, and just didn't really think much about it. It just wasn't that big of a deal to them. But if you're trying to get people like really immersed in the world that you've created, if you're trying to get them to take the world seriously, you as the developers and people expanding on that world need to take it seriously too. And Fallout 4, in my view, represents the first time where BGS really stopped focusing on attention to detail and started going for just flashy ideas or soundbite quest design and things that looked really cool from a quick overview perspective, but the moment that you actually tried to sink your teeth into it, you realize there's just nothing there. And I swear to God, if somebody in the comments is like, well, Luke, it's a refrigerator. There was probably food in the refrigerator that he ate to stay alive. He was in there for 2 freaking centuries. I don't think there was enough food for 2 centuries. Damn. Anyway, we could talk a lot more about Fallout 4. I could do an entire big critique of it, I bet. I've made lots of big videos on Fallout 4 before. But hey, if you want me to revisit it in a big critique, join the Patreon and vote on that. Maybe that's what we do next. I don't know. That could be fun. Anyway, the point is a lot of people played Fallout 4 when it launched and started to feel as though they had been misled as to what the game actually was. This is around the same time that memes started to really fly with Todd Howard and his sweet little lies. I, of course, can't play the full video because the music is copyrighted and it will take this whole multi-hour video down for something so stupid. So instead I'll just show it to you. I'm sure you've seen the video yourself. It's a viral video by Krabby Cat. This is actually a re-upload. The original video went up in like 2015, I want to say, but it established a tone that would continue for years and years and years. And that is that Todd is a salesman and he's very good at that, but he will sometimes fudge the truth for sake of quick marketing points. Quotes like "you can play forever" that people jumped on because playing a game like Fallout 4 forever is not a very reasonable thing to do. And so many of these quotes from Todd Howard, you can get away on technicalities. It's like saying Skyrim has infinite quests. Well, yes, it has dynamically generated quests, but it's not really infinite. Like, it's the same quests over and over again. And I think any critically thinking person could figure that out. Like when Todd says you can play Fallout 4 forever, he means that, yeah, you can technically boot up the game and it will never stop you. You can just keep playing, keep doing these settlement needs your help quests and always have something to do. I don't think anybody's expecting like literally infinite amounts of content that's unique and interesting, but I guess maybe some people are expecting that. I don't know. But then there's other quotes from Todd that are a little harder to explain away, such as saying that Fallout 3 will have 200 different endings. I honestly don't know how you get to that number. Like, there's a few different variants of Fallout 3's ending, but not 200. Like, maybe if you count, oh, well, you have this ending and this ending. And then if you also chose to blow up Megaton, then that's a separate ending. And if you didn't choose to blow it up, that's a separate ending. And then if you didn't do anything with it and never arrived, that's a separate ending. So maybe you could really fudge it and get there. But again, like, there's just a lot of examples of Todd fudging the truth because it sounds really good in marketing to just be able to say it just works. Skyrim has infinite quests. Radiant AI is one that's, I don't think, defensible. This is referring back to something with the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. They started pushing for this idea of Radiant AI, how it was going to be all new AI systems, and it made NPCs behave like actual human beings and respond to stimuli and stuff. And they would show demos of this working and insist it was not scripted, but it was like, I mean, it was scripted. So that's one that's really, really hard to defend. And they kind of stopped pushing it because it became such a meme that it just was marketing BS. It didn't actually do much of anything that was abnormal or novel compared to other open world games and RPGs. But this is around the time when people really started to look more critically at Todd. And Fallout 4 was so big and was so discussed at the time of its launch that all the eyes were on Todd because, as I said earlier, he's put himself in a position where If something goes well, he gets the credit, but if something goes badly, all that lands back at him. I mean, IGN gave it a 9.5 out of 10, referring only to the bugs as a con for the game. And I will say some of the comments on this review are pretty freaking hilarious. I love the graphics. Do I have to update my iPhone from 6 to 6S for this game to run? Yeah, pros, it's a Bethesda game. Cons, it's a Bethesda game. Absolutely. Who came here after the Fallout 76 review? Yep. And of course, Dreamcast guys in here. Another strong Game of the Year option. Oh man, it's like seeing Bigfoot in the wild. Oh, that's so funny. Well, one of the common points was that people felt that compared to The Witcher 3, the lip sync and the graphics in Fallout looked really meh. And I think that this is sort of a problem with recent Bethesda releases, and that is that it's taken them so long to get games out that they end up releasing next to games that make them look woefully inadequate. Fallout 4 next to The Witcher 3 does look pretty significantly behind the technological curve, even though The Witcher 3 launched like 6 months before Fallout 4 did. And the same is sort of true of Starfield, releasing after No Man's Sky, after Elite Dangerous, releasing after Star Citizen does a huge push to distribute their game everywhere after raising hundreds of millions of dollars. All of those games make Starfield look like it's just way behind where it should be technologically speaking. Again, if these games released earlier, I think they'd be received much, much better. If Fallout 4 launched more polished in 2014, I think it would have been received way better than it was in 2015. It was simply the comparison showing people what was possible with The Witcher 3 that made them feel that Fallout 4 was just not where it needed to be. But regardless, Fallout 4 apparently was a big financial success, and that's one thing that we will see come up time and time again, is that just because public reception to something or online discourse relating to one of BGS's games is negative, that does not mean that financially it was a failure at all. In fact, there are many examples with Bethesda Game Studios specifically where there's a lot of blowback over something, but seemingly they make ridiculous amounts of money on it. It's the same thing with Call of Duty. Like, everybody hates Call of Duty, and yet they still play it and buy microtransactions in it all of the time. People lose their minds over like paid mods and say how that's super toxic and unhelpful to the industry, but then people still buy it and they make ridiculous amounts of money on it. It's a tale as old as time, but just because people online are really upset about something does not mean that other people have stopped opening their Velcro wallets to spend money on it. Also, shout out to Velcro wallets. Those things are tight. But about a year and a quarter after the release of Fallout 4, we got this article in February of 2017 where Todd discussed some of the future things that they were working on. As you can see right here, quote, "We've got a good number of projects on the go. We're bigger now, and we do want to be putting out more stuff. We have 2 larger projects that are more classically the scale of what we do, but even bigger. We do overlap the projects, so we're working on them at the same time, but they're staggered. I can't talk a lot about them, but I can say that they're bigger than anything we've ever done. They're a bit different, but definitely in the wheelhouse that people are used to from us." And these 2 projects that he alludes to are most likely Fallout 76 and Starfield based on what we know now, which is a little funny because Fallout 76 is not at all in the wheelhouse that people would expect from Bethesda Game Studios. Again, it's like an ambitious project, but it's not what people wanted from them. But at the very least, in this interview, Todd is saying that they're working on what would eventually be Starfield. All the way back in 2017, they were working on it, and we would find out in later interviews that they had actually begun production right after Fallout 4 wrapped up, and they really started to ramp it up while they were working on Fallout 76. Fallout 76 is a bit of a weird story, of course, because we all know how that story started and has ended at this point, but it also seems like it was a project that was very precisely timed. You see, in preparation for Starfield, Bethesda needed to do a lot of work on their engine and tools to prepare for all of the procedurally generated stuff that they were going to be doing. As a result, it made sense to have the team work on something while the engineering team was working on those engine upgrades. Just to put it really simply, with the greatest tool ever known to mankind, MS Paint, you have typically a bunch of different teams working on games. You'll have an arts department. You'll have a coding department that does all the programming and stuff. You'll have a level design department that does that. You'll have maybe an encounter design team. And then you have like quest designers that specifically do that. And then you have the writers, we'll just say like story, actually, we'll do story. And all of these teams are filled in with people that specialize in each of those fields. But the problem is, after Fallout 4, they needed to do a ton of work specifically here. This team had a lot to do, and that would leave all of these people kind of sitting without much to do, just kind of waiting for the tech to be developed where they could start working with it. So what appears to have happened is that Bethesda realized, after discussions with ZeniMax corporate, realizing, hey, we think we might want to sell our company. We need to start finding ways to pump out more live service games and games that make more money. BGS realized, hey, this could actually work out, where we go in and we work on this big live service Fallout game that people will be super excited for. And that will give us time to work on engine upgrades we need to make for our next game, Starfield. That way, all of these people can be working on Fallout 76 while the coding team works on preparing for Starfield. Lines up pretty nice. Of course, they also had some engine work that they needed to do for Fallout 76 because they had to get the creation engine working as an engine for an MMO, basically. And so there was a lot of work that needed to happen there. And presumably, they were doing a lot of that in the middle of Fallout 4 after they started really polishing that game up. They just decided to have the team go and start working on that. But the point is that they were able to break up the teams into these different projects so that they wouldn't just waste time sitting around doing nothing. But don't you worry, we'll get back to Fallout 76 in a little bit when we talk about the marketing cycle for Starfield and how Bethesda responded to Fallout 76 and how that potentially changed Starfield in its final form. But before they get to the point where they can announce Starfield in 2018, they have to start putting it together, which brings us to Part 2. Work begins. So we know that Starfield was originally pitched in 2013, and we know this for a couple of reasons. You see, trademark filings are actually public knowledge. So when a company goes in and files a trademark, you can see the original date that they did that. You can see when the status was updated. You can see the description of what it's going to be used for. You can find out all of that information. You can even see which individual lawyer is filing these forms on behalf of the company. This one, as you can tell, I'm sure, doesn't take Sherlock Holmes to figure this one out, is for Oblivion. This is the filing for Skyrim. You can see originally filed in 2006, once again by Anne K. Ford, who's a lawyer that they work with a lot. And then you can see this one filed once again by Anne for Starfield. Now, this isn't the original filing. The original filing is kind of hard to track down because a lot of these filings are made and then updated and then shifted and then abandoned and then refiled in different ways because there's just so much crap going on with making sure trademarks are protected and preserved and all of that. But what happened is back in 2013, there was a filing for Starfield underneath ZeniMax, and it was filed by Anne Ford again, which some eagle-eyed reporters and journalists spotted back in the day. You can see this article from April 1st, 2013 at 7:05 a.m. by Eddie Makuch, not sure. This article is titled, ZeniMax Entering Starfield? Bethesda's parent publisher files trademark application for new game software. Company declines to comment. You can see the actual logo is there. It's described as entertainment services, namely providing online interactive computer games, entertainment services, namely providing information relating to electronic computer games via the internet. And it seemed that it actually was tied to this. Oh, so immediately people started figuring out what this was going to be. What's funny is there is an actual article posted to societyandreligion.com from 2013. This was on April 1st of 2013 is when it was backed up, and this is the only way you can access it now. The article is gone otherwise. But in this article, you can see that there was actual speculation initially that Starfield was going to be a DLC for Skyrim, which is really funny to think of now. But initially, all people saw was that, hey, the same company that owns Skyrim just filed a trademark for Starfield, and we're trying to figure out what DLC they're bringing to Skyrim, so maybe they're bringing a DLC called Starfield, maybe? I don't know. And that was part of the speculation back then. But this person wraps it up with, It sounds like it's going to be a new IP. A shooter, perhaps? Perhaps. It would take a decade, over a decade, but eventually we would find out. I found some old NeoGAF forum posts and discussions from early 2014 when people were talking about this, because they were trying to figure out what Starfield was supposed to be, what this was going to be, because at that time, like, Fallout 4 hadn't been announced yet, so some people thought that maybe it was like a code name or something for Fallout 4, and it just didn't end up being that. So there was a lot of speculation and debate back in the day, but most people seem to just settle on the idea that this was going to be a new game, a new franchise, a new IP, and it was going to be unrelated to everything else BGS had done. And it was going to take a while to see the light of day because it presumably was coming after Fallout 4, which had been heavily rumored itself. But it wouldn't take long until leaks started popping up. This is a collection of some screenshots. These leaked, I believe, initially in 2018, and they were of screenshots of a build that was claimed to be much older than that. So it was presumed that this build was maybe like 2016, 17 is my understanding. And it showed what, of course, now we can recognize to be Starfield, but a very, very early version of it with the settlement building systems and like this sort of modular system for building out settlements, and of course the player character. And when people saw this, for whatever reason, I don't know what it is, but there's just a vibe that Bethesda games have. Like, you just see them and you kind of know that that's a Bethesda game. That's a creation engine game, you know? Somebody much smarter than me probably knows what the terms are or what the giveaways are, but there's just something about it where we saw this and we're like, yeah, that looks real. There's no way that this is fake. And there were so many of these screenshots that people were like, yep, checks out. It's really, really impressive to see how far the game came and how it started here, you know, in these little screenshots that leaked. It's also funny to read these comments of people saying, it's just the early testing area, but that endless black void is very spooky. I hope we get some good Lovecraft dungeons again, sprinkled around with some cosmic horror. Uh-oh, you might not be that impressed with the final product. Sorry. Now, I also went back and watched a bunch of interviews that Todd gave around 2013 and 14 to see if he maybe let slip something about this new project. And he never really did. He'd give little interviews where he might say something coy like, we're really excited for the future, or we're waiting for technology to catch up to our ambitious ideas for future games, and stuff like that, but really nothing of substance. I did see one interview that I failed to save a link for, and I can't find it again, but basically the journalist asked Todd if they were working on a Star Trek game, I think implying that maybe Starfield was going to be the title of a Star Trek game. And that's because back in 2010, there was an article posted to Kotaku by Owen Good describing how Bethesda once pitched a single-player Star Trek RPG that was never actually greenlit. You can see here it says, before making Fallout 3, Todd Howard and Bethesda Softworks pitched a sprawling single-player RPG set in the Star Trek universe of the Shatner Captain Kirk era, Howard told Kotaku Talk Radio. They say, appearing on our call-in show earlier today, Howard said at one point Bethesda did have the rights to Star Trek games, acquiring them after Activision's license expired and some of its projects transferred to the Maryland-based studio. One it published was Star Trek Legacy on the 360 and PC, developed by Mad Doc Software, but not by BGS. Quote, nothing was developed internally, Howard told KTR. There was a pitch to do a big Star Trek RPG, but we were doing other things. We made Fallout. We can't do everything. And Todd even said, I agree. I want the big Star Trek RPG that you go out and explore the universe, Howard said, acknowledging that Atari's upcoming Star Trek Online fits the bill too. And that actually is a deep cut and something that I think would have been relatively interesting. I mean, imagine if Starfield had ended up being just Star Trek, but made by Bethesda Game Studios. That could have actually done really well, because I think one of the problems with BGS is that they're not that great at writing their own lore. They're really good at breaking lore, but writing their own they seem to struggle with, because a lot of the time it seems like they're good on usually building upon the foundation of what was set up before. Elder Scrolls, of course, is a multi-decade old franchise, so they can build on that. Fallout, that's a multi-decade old franchise. They can build on it. Starfield, they've got to start from scratch. And as we'll get to later, they kind of struggled to make the universe of Starfield interesting or unique or enjoyable. But building a game in the Star Trek universe could have actually been kind of cool. But evidently, of course, Starfield was not a Star Trek RPG. It was its own thing. But as I said, we know that the original pitch for Starfield came in 2013. And we know this because Todd Howard sent a memo to his staff in 2023, right before the release of Starfield. And he did this to kind of recap everything and be like, hey guys, we did it. Let's enjoy this release and just kind of rally the troops. But in it, he also tells the story of how they actually arrived at this point from the very outset. You can see here, this is a leaked copy of that memo. He said, quote, I knocked on Robert Altman's door. Got a few minutes? Sure, said Robert Altman, who, by the way, was the head honcho in charge of ZeniMax. He's the one that built it up, sold it to Xbox for $7 billion, and then passed away, I believe, from a gallbladder surgery that went bad in early 2021. It really is kind of heartbreaking. Imagine building up a company and then selling it for $7 billion and then passing away before you can buy a mega yacht with that money. It's heartbreaking. I don't it's really tragic. It really, really is. I'm not joking. Apparently Robert Altman was a very, very nice guy and really knew what he was doing, but he passed away in early 2021 and never got to see kind of the fruits of the labor, which is really sad. But anyway, not to bring this whole video down, it was early 2013. We were developing Fallout 4 and Skyrim was still enjoying enormous success. I was there to pitch him on our next game. It would not be a sequel to our current games. He looked concerned, but a grand space RPG and our first new IP in over 25 years. He looks curious. It would delve into creation and the search for our place in the universe. A slight twinkle. You would explore the galaxy in ways only video games can do, and it would be called Starfield. Sounds fantastic, he said. Robert would be the very first to believe in us, no matter the situation. Our path to creating Starfield would be a long and winding one where we made other games along the way. Fallout 4, Skyrim Special Edition, Fallout Shelter, Skyrim VR, Fallout 76, and Skyrim again. The core development from 2020 to 2023 saw enormous challenges in our lives, a global pandemic, Robert's passing, and becoming part of Xbox. It's incredible to be at a moment where Starfield is finally launching this week. It only exists because everyone else believed as well. We've been supported for decades by everyone at ZeniMax, all doing their best work yet. Special thanks to our publishing teams who aim to create not just another release, but something that would capture the minds and inspire gamers everywhere. And to our partners in QA who had the difficult task of testing a game where anything can and will happen. And thanks to Jamie Letter and our admin and HR teams who supported everyone during the most challenging years any of us have faced. Of course, there is Phil Spencer. His support of every game and every player has been unwavering and fierce. Joining Xbox brought us closer to so many we had worked with for over 20 years. I cannot imagine a better place to create games where the diversity of studios, creators, and games are allowed to flourish. This support came from the entire Xbox leadership team in all areas of publishing and dev support. Special thanks to the magicians at ATG whose spells and incantations helped make this our best performing game. And most importantly is the team I work with at Bethesda Game Studios. It's an incredible blessing to be surrounded by so many talented and inspirational people every day. Moments like this make you reflect back. Some of us have been together for decades. Some joined more recently, but everyone has the same passion. I could not be prouder of their continued dedication to create something truly special. And lastly, a huge thanks to all of you within the Xbox and Bethesda family. Your enthusiasm and encouragement have meant the world to us. Creating this game has been one of the most challenging and thrilling experiences of our careers, a journey we'll never forget. And as we come to the end of this chapter, we pass it along to you. Each of you is receiving the game with early access and can begin playing this Friday, September 1st. But since it's one global time, you can actually play Thursday evening. Thanks, New Zealand. We hope you get a chance to play and that your journey is as rewarding as ours. All our best, Todd. All of that to say, the game was originally pitched in early 2013, and after Robert Altman gave the heads up and the green light to go and actually make it happen, they got that trademark filed, giving them exclusive access to the name Starfield, so they never had to change the name or alter it, because apparently that was one of Todd's big sticking points. He wanted it to be called Starfield, full stop, no exceptions, and they were able to lock that in. And over the next few years, they would finish up Fallout 4, they would create other projects like Fallout 4 VR, they would do things like Fallout 76, of course, and many versions of Skyrim. But when the time was right, they would start early pre-production on Starfield and eventually expand into full-blown production. But it all had to start with the creative minds at the very top of the heap. The guys that would be responsible for the early ideation process, coming up with what Starfield would look like, play like, and feel like. And that team of directors would ultimately be responsible for making the game either successful or a total failure. Because with a game as big as Starfield, you have to have your foundation set properly, otherwise the whole house of cards comes tumbling down. So just who were these people? Who was going to come up with these ideas? And who was going to decide what this game was going to be? Part 3. Building a galaxy. So at this point, they needed to assign the key developers into their roles to start coming up with ideas for what Starfield would be. And those directors and head honchos were as follows. Of course, at the top was the creative director and game director, Todd Howard. Underneath him, credited as the designer and lead writer for Starfield, was Emil Pagliarulo. Istvan Peli was announced as the lead artist for the game. Tim Lamb was seen in a lot of promotional materials and credited as a senior producer. And Angela Browder was the studio director for Bethesda Game Studios and managed a lot of the more administrative aspects of production. Now, some of these you may recognize, some of them you may not. So let's work through them one by one and figure out what exactly they did for Starfield. Of course, with Todd Howard, we know that as the creative director, he makes a lot of the broader overarching decisions for what the game is going to be. He's the one that decides that they're going to have 1,000 planets. He's the one that decides that there's going to be a crafting system. He's the one that decides what weapon customization is going to be like. He is the ultimate authority that has override say on pretty much anything. If he doesn't like what Emil is doing, he can fire Emil and get another writer in place. If he doesn't like the art direction, he can fire Istvan and they can do it that way. Todd is the ultimate guy that can do whatever he wants to do, and whatever he says goes. But we also know that Todd is a very, very busy man. Of course, he worked on Starfield, but he's also managing all of the other plethora projects that Bethesda Softworks and Bethesda Game Studios and everybody's working on. And in the last few years, he was also preparing to put out this Amazon Fallout TV show, which he was seemingly fairly involved with. And then also he's been the executive producer for the Machine Games Indiana Jones title, which, I mean, like, that's a lot for a guy to be doing single-handedly. So what does his day-to-day look like? Well, before digging into a bunch of articles and interviews for this video, I didn't actually know what Todd did in his regular day-to-day. What did his hourly breakdown look like? Was he doing more administrative stuff and then just occasionally reviewing things? Or did he pass off the administrative stuff to other people and he's actually in the studio helping figure out how the game works and stuff like that? Well, I found an interview from PAX East 2019. Now, he did this interview with the unofficial Elder Scrolls Pages podcast, which, no shade, I had never heard of before. I didn't realize that was a thing, but apparently it is. And in this interview, you can hear about 24 minutes of him describing what he does, what the Elder Scrolls future looks like, and all sorts of stuff. The audio quality isn't great, though. It's like not bad, but it's kind of tough to listen to.
But nowadays it's whatever they're using. It's a mix of C, C++, C#.
So it's a little tough to put in this context. So instead, I found somebody that transcribed the whole thing, and I'm just going to read it to you. This is a picture they took right before or right after recording this little podcast. So these are the people that are going to be speaking. It says that this is Alara, Baratron, and Todd himself, of course. This interview that we're going to look at apparently took place shortly after this panel at PAX East, where Todd and a bunch of other people talked about the future of the Elder Scrolls. You, of course, see Pete Hines, Todd, and Emil himself. All people that were very, very involved with Starfield. Of course, Pete Hines has since retired and stepped away from the gaming industry, so he's no longer really involved in the day-to-day. But I actually think Pete Hines is one of the people that deserves a lot more credit in the gaming industry in the last few years. And I know that may be unpopular to say that somebody within Bethesda should get like credit for stuff, but seriously, I think if you go back and listen to interviews with Pete Hines, he often said that, you know, when they had a bad launch, they were going to stick to it, make it better, get it to where it should have been from the beginning. And in the case of like Fallout 76, it seems like he's one of the few people that was really, really fighting for that game to get a resurgence and recover, and he actually saw that through. He also is the only person that came out from the administration at ZeniMax and said that they wanted to make Redfall a great game after the troubled launch of that game. And after he retired, it was just a handful of months later that they announced, of course, that they were shutting down the studio and that Redfall was going to be effectively abandoned. And I can't help but wonder if maybe that's because they no longer had an advocate in the form of Pete Hines. I think he was one of the few people that was really encouraging ZeniMax executives not to throw everything away the second it didn't perform well, but to rather stick with it and see it through and help it recover. So I think Pete was a real Chad. Good on him for retiring. I'm sure he got his bag after ZeniMax was acquired and he got out well. But yeah, he's one of the OGs, been around forever. Anyway, going back to this interview, they actually did a whole series of questions on his day-to-day work-life balance and what he does during the day. Now, granted, this was 2019, and Todd said that full production on Starfield kicked off in 2020. But after Fallout 76 launched in 2018, 2019, was seemingly a time of deep pre-production on a bunch of different projects, including Starfield. So I think that this is still a pretty good indication of what Todd was doing during the production of Starfield. Baratron asks, what does a typical workday look like for you? Todd winces. If that's a difficult question, what do you do once you get to your office or desk? I actually love interviews and questions like this because I feel like a lot of executives, what they do during the day-to-day is so amorphous and mysterious. It's like, what does Elon Musk do in his day-to-day? Who knows? Like, what does Todd do? What does Miyazaki do? What does Kojima do? It's just a mystery. You never really understand. So actually getting to ask somebody, hey, what do you do? Like, what do you even do all day? It's just, it's cool. It humanizes them and makes you perhaps appreciate what they actually do, because they're not usually just sitting around doing nothing. A lot of the time these guys are at the top of the heap because they're workaholics. Todd says, usually when I get in for the first hour, I'm kind of firefighting. What are the hot issues and walking around seeing people. I try to limit my meetings to from like 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. So I have this pocket early in the day and I tend to work late afterwards. Personally, on Fridays, I don't schedule any meetings so that I can catch up on my week, but I tried to spend as much time as I can looking at the game with whoever's doing that part of the game. And that's us having conversations about it. So what's working, what's not working, what are we trying to do? And it's a lot of people. So it's definitely changed from me sitting down and designing something on my own to working with a lot of people, but that makes it much better. And this jives with some of the reporting that's happened over the last like 6 months or so, as some former and current developers over at Bethesda Game Studios have come out and said that at BGS, a lot of the final say still lands on Todd Howard's desk. So if you're working on an underling team, you have to go get your manager or supervisor sign off on whatever you've just put together, whether it's a piece of maybe the weapon customization system and you think that this is really good, but they have to sign off on it before it gets locked in and you move on to your next project. Or maybe it's designing this level or this set piece or this quest or whatever. They have to get their manager's signature, but that manager doesn't want to sign off on anything until their manager has told them that that's what they want to see, and they have to wait until Todd gives the signature, and Todd is so freaking busy and is only doing like 4 to 5 hours of meetings a day, so he just can't meet with that many people. Bear in mind, BGS is like 450 people, and there are satellite studios across the country and even in other countries, and there's also been reporting that they had other developers helping them, people at Machine Games helping them tighten up combat and stuff like that within Starfield. So there's so many moving parts. Todd realistically probably has like 3 hours a day to actually review things. And when you're talking about a game the size of Starfield, like people's problem with Starfield mostly boils down to it's too big. There's too much. And Todd very openly has described how in a lot of these more recent Bethesda games, he doesn't see a lot of the stuff that ends up in the game. Like he just doesn't have time. I remember seeing an interview of him talking about Fallout 4 where Todd was saying how there were a lot of things that he was discovering when playing the game close to launch that he had never seen before. He's like, I didn't know we put that in the game. That's awesome. Or I didn't like that. Why is that in the game? Because he just can't keep track of all of it. It's one of the risky things of having one person at the very top of the pyramid that is in charge of all of the final decisions, because either people just go ahead and do what they're going to do anyways, and then that head honcho gets upset because it didn't follow their vision or whatever, because the person couldn't read their mind from a mile away. Or you end up with something like seems happen with BGS, where a lot of underling teams are waiting for approvals from their managers, but their managers are worried about upsetting the almighty Todd father. So they have to go and wait till he gives approval and looks at this project, and it just creates a ton of red tape and bureaucracy that slows down development or just leads to things not working properly, which is going to come up again. Alara asks, is it pretty much everything that you're looking at? And Todd replies, I look at every game. So some of them I'm more involved in, depending on the phase of it. So I'm more involved, say, with Starfield because it's a new thing than other things. When we were doing the combat system for Blades, it was a very new thing. That was me with the people doing it, tweaking how it felt right under your finger, things like that. So it depends on what we're doing. But again, and Emil said this in the panel that we pulled up before, and it deserves repeating, there are so many people that have been doing this for a long time. They are very, very good. The average time over in the studio in Rockville is over 10 years. That's an average person. They really know what they're doing, and they bring so much to it. It's amazing. And I think at this point, I should also mention that in those reports of former employees and current employees over at BGS, that have been frustrated with some of the red tape and stuff in the company hierarchy. All of the ones I've read about and the people that have reached out and spoken directly to me under condition of anonymity have said very good things about Todd. They say he's a great guy. He's wonderful to work with. Everybody's complaint is that they just wish they could work with him more. And if anything, Todd doesn't want to be the last say. He doesn't want to have everything funnel through him, but ultimately a lot of designers still go to him and wait for his approval before doing things because they respect his opinion and his perspective so much. And that's something that is, like, I guess sort of a good problem to have, because it means that you have somebody that the team really can rally behind and believes, like, if Todd said it's good, that means it's really good. So we got to wait for his approval. I get it, but I don't think it's that manageable when you're talking about a team that has grown significantly. Bear in mind, Skyrim was put together by like 110, 120 people. That's how big the studio was. Fallout 4, the team doubled, almost tripled in size. And then with Starfield, the team is way bigger, and it's all the more impossible to manage and juggle, as we've seen, where there's just a lot of weird things where you'd think that somebody in the chain of command would have caught some of these issues, but they just don't somehow. Baratron, is your week marked out that this week is for this project, or perhaps even that this month is for this project? Or is it more like on Monday I'm working on game A, on Tuesday I'm working on game B? And Todd said, it's a little more the latter, where, hey, this day I'm more focused on this game, but it depends on the stage of development. So when we were ramping up Fallout 76, that was where work on Starfield pretty much stopped for a while, where everybody needed to focus to get 76 done. You know, Blades just come out, so for the last month, I've spent more time on Blades than I would have previously, but I do try to map out a day that is focused on that one. I bounce between them. And then this next little bit is interesting because in a lot of interviews and a lot of broader press that's much more formal, Todd will explain how the teams are all specialized and focused on what they're doing, and they're very good at what they do specifically. But in later reporting from like Jason Schreier talking about the development of Fallout 76, initially it was framed as Fallout 76 was made by BGS Austin and Maryland wasn't really responsible for it. But later it came out that no, Maryland works very, very closely with everybody else, and they were all doing it, just like Todd alluded to here, where they were all working on Fallout 76. I mean, they stopped development on Starfield to have everybody work on 76, and we know how that dropped and went. So not great. But here you can see Alara asks, is Blades by the Montreal studio or is that by Maryland? And he says, well, it's sort of everybody. So the top level creative stuff rolls up to me, but then there's some artists, and Craig Lafferty, who heads up our mobile gaming, is in Rockville. So we sort of view it as one thing. The main development team for Blades is in Montreal, so that's where the main group is. But then there are a handful of people in Rockville who work on it. And then there's actually folks at our Dallas studio who also work on it. That's kind of how we like to do it, where the main team would be in one of the locations, but then there are people at the other ones who are helping out and assisting as well. So I just found that interesting how it all breaks down and just how many people from all these different studios around the country and world are involved in all of these projects. Like the Elder Scrolls Blades, you might think that as a mobile game, Todd's not doing a whole lot with it, but he's saying in this interview, maybe it's just because he's hyping it up because it had just released around this time, but he's saying he was actually working with the devs very closely on the feel of combat and all of that. Like he was actually working on it, which is also a little concerning, but yeah, whatever. Like at the very least, he's much more involved in it than you might think. But it certainly seems after this interview that Todd is spread pretty damn thin, and so are a lot of the other executives that are over at BGS. They're all kind of working on everything. And as I've mentioned before, I've actually spoken with a number of developers, former and current, at Bethesda Game Studios, all asking to speak anonymously. And this is something that's also happened with a lot of other like gaming journalists and stuff like that. So I'm not really breaking any news here, but one of the common trends in all of these interviews with developers is that one of the things that they like most about Bethesda Game Studios is that it feels like a small studio, even though it's actually quite large. Like it feels like the size of a team that would make a Morrowind or an Oblivion, even though they are making a Starfield. And that can be really nice. But the problem is there haven't been a lot of systems improvements to meet that level of scale. So as the team has grown, it's become more and more difficult for somebody like Todd or Emil or other people to juggle all of those cascading teams and groups and layers of approval and stuff like that. And it's led to a lot of inefficiencies. It's led to a lot of miscommunication. And that's why we can get games like a Fallout 76 or even games like Starfield, which just have systems that don't really work well together. Or you can have a mod developed for the Creation Club that has like one gun as the main reward for finishing that mission, and the gun is so bugged you can't reload it. No, I'm not making that up. One of the Creation Club quests that they charge $7 for, you just can't reload the gun, which is just amazing. I made a video about it, which I'll have linked, or we'll talk about it later. I don't know what's happening anymore. This whole video is a blur. But just look at this picture. This is the picture of the devs that made Morrowind. You see Todd in the dead center right there. Young babyface Todd. You see a young Pete Hines as well up there. He's rocking and rolling. But this is the team that made that game, and for some reason a puppet. I don't know what the puppet's for. And then you see the team grow, and this is the group that put together Skyrim. So this is how many people, you know, there were of course some more that aren't shown here, but this is the team that put Skyrim together. And it's much easier to juggle this. Like if Todd needs to go speak to somebody on the programming team, he can just walk down a hallway and go and speak to them. And there's like 5 or 6 of them, and they get what they need to know, and then they move on. But when you're talking about like 4, 5 times this amount of people, all of a sudden it's not that doable. And I think if the Elder Scrolls 6 is going to stand a chance of being even half decent, they're going to need to do a lot of systems improvements, and maybe they already are doing that. I'm not sure. But as of like 4 or 5 months ago, when I spoke to somebody, they said they were still doing things same old, and it probably will not be that great once they scale it up to full production for Elder Scrolls 6. Just saying, buckle up, buckaroo. Hope they fix it. But that brings me to the second head honcho in the dream team of developers for Starfield, and that is the one and only Emil Pagliarulo. Now, besides having a fantastically amazing name, this guy also probably holds the record for the most impressive transformation of anybody I've ever seen in gaming. You see, there's a documentary on the making of Fallout 3. I've mentioned it a couple times. And in that documentary, you can actually see the one and only Emil back in like 2007 when this was filmed. And he used to be a pretty big guy, like pretty big dude. But at some point, he just decided to figure it out, hunker down. I started working out like crazy, and now the dude's actually looking really good, so props to him. I remember when I saw some of these interviews he was doing, I was like, he looks so familiar. And then I went back one day and I was watching that Making of Fallout 3 documentary, because that's what I do for fun. I'm weird. And I saw him and I was like, oh my God, like, wow. Like that's not No pun intended. That's not a small transformation. He did it. Props, dude. Now, if you search Emil Pagliarulo on YouTube, you're going to find a number of videos that people have put together that basically roast him as being one of the major problems with Bethesda Game Studios. A lot of people say, yeah, it's Todd's hubris and sweet little lies, and then it's Emil's writing and philosophies that hold these games back. And I think that's a little reductive, but I agree in sentiment with some of the notions that have been put forward. You see, I mentioned earlier the Billy in the fridge, whatever quest line from Fallout 4, and I brought that up because I think it's a perfect encapsulation of a lot of Emil's writing. A lot of the time, you can tell that they just started with like an idea that they thought was kind of fun, and then they just went with it. And even though somebody might have raised their hands and been like, hey, this doesn't make sense in the lore. You can't have a ghoul locked in a refrigerator for 200 years. That just doesn't work. Ghouls need to eat. That's already been established in the lore. You would think at that point, the writing staff would go, oh, you're right. It is established that they can't do that. Like, they need to eat. So let's rewrite this and come up with something else. I guess in that case, the quest line just doesn't work. I guess we'll just have to think of something else. And they would rework it until they found a way to make it work. But Emil just says, screw it. And what's even more bizarre is that he will write the story in a way where there are characters that have their own thoughts and opinions on what should and shouldn't happen. And then they put you in a position where you want to push back against them, or where you want to get them to do something according to your desires and what you want them to do. And they immediately go back on whatever that NPC's motivations are or what they would actually do as a character, simply because the writers wanted you to be able to do this cool thing. Sorry, that is extremely vague. What I'm building up to is this clip that went viral 8 years ago. This clip, you can see, was uploaded November 16th of 2015, and it's just titled Bethesda Writing from Cacdrot. And as you can see, this is just a quick little 30-second clip. And the context of this is that this lady over here, I'm going to keep it vague in case somehow you haven't played Fallout 4, but at this point, the game is a decade old. I don't feel that bad for spoiling stuff. But basically, this character over here does not want to help rebuild Liberty Prime, does not want to do it. A big android monstrosity, crazy thing. Doesn't want to do it. And as a matter of principle, will not do it. And you're going to see what a little bit of persuasion looks like in the world of Fallout 4 with Emil's writing, okay?
If you're here to talk me into working on Liberty Prime, you can forget it.
That is extremely clear. You can forget it. She's not going to help you. She is uninterested.
What changed your mind?
Nothing changed my mind. I promised you I'd return to the Brotherhood, and I've kept my end of the bargain.
That makes sense. She's not going to help rebuild it. She kept her end of the bargain. Yep, nothing will change her mind.
Do I need to remind you why you made that promise in the first place?
No, that won't be necessary. Tell Proctor Ingram to get her scribes ready. It's going to take a hell of a lot of work to get Liberty Prime back online.
She just immediately... Oh, God, dude. You can't make this up. Like, I don't even know if that was like some glitch or bug where maybe there's supposed to be another 10 minutes of conversation that just didn't happen because of whatever just happened or what. But like, seriously, this NPC will say, there is nothing you can do to change my mind. You like, no, you can just forget it. She says that at 7 seconds in. And by right here, 20 seconds in, 13 seconds later, she has totally changed her mind. It took 13 seconds and a sentence to just totally shake her world to the point where she went back on what she very clearly outlined was not going to happen. But this is what happens with Emil's writing time and time again, is that there's an idea. We want the player to be able to rebuild this giant, cool, badass robot because we think it'll be really cool to be able to like charge through Boston with Liberty Prime. That'd be cool, which is true. It would be cool. And then he just decides, well, we have this character, Dr. Lee, that doesn't want to help with that and has her own narrative reasons, but the player needs Dr. Lee to rebuild it. So let's just have her rebuild it. Like all of those deep character motivations and things, forget it. Just if the player gives even a little bit of pushback, we'll just have her flip on a dime and go along with it. And I think this goes back to a quote that I've heard Emil and Todd mention many, many times, and that is that they want to say yes to the player as many times as they can. And listen, in concept, saying yes to the player makes a lot of sense. If you're going to play an RPG and you want to do something crazy cool, saying yes to the player is probably a good idea. If you're playing Baldur's Gate 3 and you want to try to do something crazy like pop an invisibility potion, crawl up behind the final boss, fill their pockets with gold coins, and then hit them with a weapon that greatly increases damage for the number of gold coins they have in their inventory at the time of the attack, you should try to say yes to them. Which, yes, was a thing that somebody did against Raphael in Baldur's Gate 3. This is a video from Knobfire. I'm not sure if they're the first one that did it, but they snuck up behind using a potion of invisibility. They snuck in a ton of gold into his inventory and just watch this. Okay, 41,000 gold. And they have an item that increases the damage from certain attacks based on the number of gold coins that they have in their possession. So you can see right here. Done. Problem solved. Like, that's all it took. That's all it took. So saying yes to the player in those contexts absolutely makes sense, and I'm not gonna hold that against anybody. Yes, saying yes to the player is a good idea. The problem is that saying yes to the player doesn't mean that you should then give up all consequence in the rest of your RPG, which is what Emil tends to do. If a character has reasons not to do something, for you to go against their motivations to give the player ultimate say on anything and everything, that's not really an RPG anymore. That's just like a weird sandbox where the player can just override anything and everything. Part of narrative role-playing games is that sometimes what you want is not possible because of other things that you wanted and did. For example, in The Witcher 3, if you try to romance both Triss and Yennefer, they will eventually find out, and then you don't get no poontang. They both leave, and you are left all alone and very sad. But I guarantee you, if Emil was writing The Witcher 3, God, can you imagine? You would be able to get with both of them 15 times to Sunday, and then everything would be totally fine, and nobody would have anything to say. The two characters would meet up and probably be chummy together because there's just no weight to anything in these stories. And when people heard that Emil was going to be involved with the production of Starfield, a lot of people kind of sighed and rolled their eyes, because what I've seen in a lot of these video essays is that people feel that Emil is a fine writer in some contexts, but he's probably not the guy that you want crafting your main story. He's really good at side content. In my opinion, I think that's where he really excels. But when it comes to the main story, in the previous games that he has done that, the main stories have been quite lackluster. You can see in Fallout 3, he was credited as the lead writer for that game. He actually did win a 2008 GDC award for best writing for that game. And then he wrote Skyrim, so he did that. The main story for Skyrim that somehow, I was talking to my wife, she's played Skyrim for I don't even know how many hundreds or even thousands of hours at this point, and she's never finished the main story. She's like, it's just not interesting, so I just do all the side stuff. Just crazy. But that's not the first time I've heard that. I've heard of other people that have played Skyrim for hundreds of hours and have never seen the credits actually roll because they just don't find the main story interesting, which is really, really funny to me. And if you know anything about Fallout 3, you know that that's a story of a kid, the player, going and searching for their father. While their father does all sorts of cool stuff, you just get to chase him around and follow literally in his footsteps, which is a bold choice for a video game narrative, but regardless, for 2008, people seem to like it. And then with Fallout 4, he did something really novel and crazy, and he took it so that instead of you being a child chasing your father, you became a father chasing their child. Really wild. And I am a personal believer that if you want to have the best time with Fallout 4, you actually should ignore the main story almost entirely beyond just getting to certain key checkpoints in the story for certain unlocks. And then you should focus entirely on the side content where the game really excels. I seriously think one of the reasons that I was so negative towards Fallout 4 for so long is because I was trying to play it like you would play a New Vegas or even a Fallout 3 to a certain extent. And you just can't do that. If you do that, you're gonna have a bad time. Because frankly, the main story is like you thought the Billy in the fridge quest line was contrived. Well, baby, the main story in Fallout 4 is real contrived. Again, this isn't a Fallout 4 video. If you want to see that, again, join the Patreon and vote on it, because I could ramble about Fallout 4 for days. Yeah, you thought this video was long? Oh, baby, buckle up for that one. But with all that said, Emil Pagliarulo was going to be a designer and head writer for Starfield, which is a big deal because this was their first new franchise in 25 years. I have no doubt that Todd had some broad strokes ideas of what he wanted this world and universe to be like, but ultimately, the story, the factions, the characters, the premise for the campaign, all of that stuff was going to land on Emil's shoulders. And those are all things that I would argue are his weak points. Oh no. That, my dear friends, is called foreshadowing. Moving on to Istvan Pele. Istvan is actually an incredibly talented artist who's worked on everything from The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion as the lead dungeon artist to Fallout 3 as a lead artist. He worked on Skyrim and Fallout Shelter in art direction. Fallout 4, he was the lead artist. And in Fallout 76, he was the art director. And then Starfield, of course, he was the lead artist once more. This is the guy that designed the overall look of Starfield, the NASA punk vibe, as Todd Howard said. So you know how like Starfield as a universe feels much more like the Millennium Falcon than it does like Death Star, super clean and crisp sci-fi? That's mostly because of Pele, who was responsible for all of the art direction here. He would decide what the general tone was going to be like, what the look, what the vibe, what the feel was going to be like. And so from the moment you see the first trailer or even that initial announcement teaser showing the little satellite thing with the sun and then the warp as a ship travels through, all of that, this guy. Tim Lamb is also known as Visor Guy. I don't know if that's what he's also known as. That's just what I call him, because in every video I've ever seen of him ever, he's wearing a little visor thing, which is kind of cute. This guy can be seen in the making of documentaries for some of their previous games as well. He's been there forever, and it seems previously he was working mostly in QA, or quality assurance. He was in charge of finding bugs and fixing them. Presumably because he was doing such a good job there, he was promoted into a different position as a senior producer on Starfield. Now, one of the running gags with producers is that nobody knows what they actually do ever. It's one of those titles where it's like somebody tells you that they're an investor. That could mean that they like buy stolen cars and then flip them, or it could mean that they buy real estate in Midtown Manhattan. It could mean anything. And so what his exact role in the game is or was, I really am not sure. I've tried to do digging and find interviews from him specifically. I've even gone as far as looking up his LinkedIn and trying to dig into connections and stuff to see what he was doing. But there just is not much of anything. Like there just isn't. You can see he was at BGS, listed as senior producer since September of 2011. Prior to that, he was at Bethesda Softworks as a QA team lead. I don't know what he does, but apparently he was very involved, and so involved that he was featured in a lot of the marketing materials for Starfield. And then Angela Browder is the studio director over at Bethesda Game Studios. She started her career at Bethesda in 1998 and has worked in several roles, including producer, just like Tim, and also project manager. This is most likely what producer means, is it just means like juggling all of the tasks within the studio. So for example, if Todd says, hey, I think that we should have a mission on the actual moon, like Earth's moon, players should be able to go there and there should be a mission there. So then they come up with the idea. Emil writes something up that he thinks could work for it. He hands it off to somebody like Tim or Angela, and they figure out which teams to assign it to. They set deadlines and schedules, and they schedule meetings for Todd to review it and all of that stuff. As I said, she's been there for a quarter century. She worked on major titles like Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, Fallout 3, Fallout 4, Fallout 76, and of course Starfield, so she seems to be an OG. And that's true for all of these head honchos within Starfield's production. Of course, there's a lot of other people involved on like a secondary level and then third level in terms of direction and management. And all of those people certainly had a hand in Starfield taking the form that it eventually did. But these OGs are the ones that would make the biggest and broadest decisions that would turn Starfield into the game that it would become. Furthermore, a lot of these guys, especially East Van Pelle, are specifically known for their work on Fallout games, specifically Fallout 3 and Fallout 4. And I think this is why so many people said that this game looked like Fallout in space, which was always interesting because Todd never, as far as I've been able to find, described Starfield as Fallout in space. He preferred to call it Skyrim in space. When people would say Fallout in space around him, he would reframe it around Skyrim in space. And initially I was like, well, that's kind of odd because like there's guns and stuff in Starfield. Why would he care about that distinction? What's the point of it? And it got me thinking, what's the key difference between those games? And I think, honestly, it's tone. Fallout is sort of irreverent and dark and nasty. The world is really hanging on by a thread. It's hard to feel that the world of Fallout really deserves to be saved. You know, a lot of the time you run into people that are doing and saying things where you're like, maybe you deserve to live in a post-apocalyptic nightmare, you know? And occasionally there'll be a little spark of life and hope that you come across. But generally, Fallout is just kind of a depressing trudge a lot of the time. It's still fun. And the vibe that some people have, you know, going through life, still doing their hair, even though everything has gone to absolute hell. That tone and vibe is very uniquely Fallout, which is why it stands out so well against the crowd. That's why, in my opinion, the Amazon show did so well, because it appeals to so many people to just see something so different. But Skyrim is much more of a sandbox. Skyrim is much less serious. It doesn't take itself as seriously. It's more about open, unfettered exploration where you can kind of ignore this quest line and it doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, you can steal 5 blocks of cheese from this guy and you'll go to jail and pay whatever gold piece. It's fine. It's not really a big deal. And then you move over here, you do this and you do that. And it's all pretty casual. It's just escapist entertainment in its purest form, where nothing really matters. Like the rules are made up, the points don't matter. It's just to go in there and have fun. It's why I've called Skyrim a junk food game, because there's no real sustenance there. There's no substance to get any nutrients out of, but you still enjoy it. Just like you enjoy, you know, chomping down some popcorn at the movie theater, even though there's really no reason you really should be eating it other than that it just scratches that little itch in that moment for something salty and buttery and fatty and delicious. Now I want popcorn, damn it. It's okay, I'm almost done filming this chunk of the video and then I can go make a big bag of popcorn. I'm not food motivated. What are you talking about? What? Can you tell? Dad bod? But anyway, a lot of the people working on Starfield had worked on everything they'd done before, but they specifically wanted to frame this as Skyrim in space. And looking back at the game now, I totally understand why, because exploration and the stories in Starfield are much more Skyrim than they are Fallout. But I don't think that that was really communicated well. Telling people Skyrim in space, that just makes them think, oh, so open exploration in space. That's all people will really think of. They aren't considering like the tonal shifts. They aren't thinking about the stories and the quest lines and the characters and stuff. Even though that is all part of Skyrim in space, what you're trying to communicate with that. I just don't think that does enough. And so it led to a lot of people expecting Starfield to be a little bit more grounded, a little grittier, have more serious stories, have characters that have more problems and are frankly more interesting, but instead they went for more of a laid back casual vibe. But anyway, we'll talk about that stuff a lot more in the coming parts. So with the designers selected, now they could actually start work. And the early development of Starfield and other big AAA games was previously mostly tied up in speculation or interviews with developers who later left the company and were able to speak freely. But in September of 2023, shortly after the game launched, Todd Howard actually did an interview with the Academy of Interactive Arts and Sciences, which is a YouTube channel that has a podcast called The Game Maker's Notebook. And in that interview, Todd spoke with Ted Price from Insomniac Games, and they shared some ideas and discussed how Starfield actually started. They even go through the first year of Starfield's development and discuss what the high-level design looked like.
I also really like the point you just made about comparing how in some ways we're driven by games that are, as you said, more mature. They've been out for a long time. They've added a lot of content, and sometimes making that comparison between a game that's been out for years and years with a brand new game that's just at the beginning of its journey can be sort of apples and oranges. And I know it creates a lot of stress for developers, but it's good that you shared that. I think we all can maybe feel a little bit better sometimes.
Yeah,
about
it's impossible to compare because you can't like go back in time. And like, let me go find the launch version of the following thing and look at it. It doesn't exist.
Right. We just have to kind of rely on maybe early playthroughs that were posted on video, and that's about it. So you mentioned filling up the game as you are proceeding beyond launch. And one thing I've noticed about all your games that I really love is how you fill up the lore throughout your games. And it's such a big part of the games that you make. And already for me in Starfield, there's a ton of entertaining reading material that really helps me understand what the setting is. So I just wanted to ask from a producer's perspective and a designer's perspective, what's your process for building that lore from scratch and keeping it consistent across the game? What do you do?
Well, that's, hats off to our design team led by Emil Pagliarulo, who I've worked with for, that's got to be over 20 years. And it's one of the things that he starts with and we talk about what's the feeling of the universe we're building. It was awesome with Starfield because it was brand new for us. That's the other thing with it. We wanted to do something new. We had done a lot of Elder Scrolls and Fallout, and we love those worlds. But when you're starting from scratch, it's an entirely different challenge and exercise that you get to do in the studio. So it kind of starts with Emil in building out, here's the universe that we're playing in. And he and I talk about that. Isvan Pele as well, who's the art director on the project, brings a lot to that in terms of look and feel. And then our designers are also our writers. So they start filling out a timeline. How did the universe get to where it is? In our version of it, what happened? I did get really excited. I kind of like astrophysics and those things. And I've been excited for a while about things that could happen to Earth or space-time or gravity and those kind of things. So we put some of that in. But really, they spend a lot of time filling out this world so it's believable. Then you end up writing backstories. You put those backstories into books. And so those are initially good fodder so that the quests feel real and we have things to refer to. And then just over time, again, this was a project that took many, many, many years. You're filling that out so that when you step into the game, you feel like it's something, it's almost like a series that existed before. Yeah.
And so that's really great to hear. Is that something that happens immediately, or do you start somewhere else when you begin development?
We start with a number of things. So the initial stuff starts in the beginning. That's just the high level. What are the themes of the game? What year are we set in? What's the vibe? What's the tech level? What does it look like? So usually we start with, like many games, start with concept art. We also do music. It's one of the things I like to do early on. So I usually almost always, and it's not like prescribed. I don't have a list of these things, Ted, or it's just like, I don't know, the nature of it. Start with concept art, start with music, start with the HUD. What does it look like? What's the game look like when I'm looking at it, playing it? Interface, I think, tells a story for a game just in how it looks. And I like to say that I can go on a good UI rant, not rant.
Please do.
Segue,
I think UI is
UI being like the party host. It's like the menu when you go to a party. Someone's like, "Oh, let me take you around. Let me show you this. Can I get you a drink? How about this? This is over there. This is over here. This is this person." So good UI is a great party host. We start with UI, and then define the experience. So for us, it was, this is what the game feels like to be the space explorer. Okay. Then what's that tech level? We want to keep it more grounded. We want to keep it a little clunky. We want it to feel lived in. And then, okay, what year do we set that in? We spent a lot of time on other science fiction universes and what year are they set in and how did they get there? And we realized they're all over the place. So let's just figure out what our backstory is. How did humanity get to this point? And then begin filling it out. But that very long answer to that happened. All of it happens organically over the course of the project. The deep lore stuff. It's not like designers go away, write it all down, and then we start developing.
That totally makes sense. I'm actually going back to a similar question. What does your first year of development look like?
Usually we build kind of a first playable prototype. We do that design work, right? We're doing the concept, the music, the basic interface, what it looks like. And we'll want to tackle some design and technical risks in that first year, make something we can put our hands on and play. So for Starfield, it was the planets, like the notion of outer space. Can we make a planet at all? How are we doing this? We know we're going to go to some procedural generation. What does that look like? How does that feel? Even can we draw it? Can we render something that looks believable at scale? And the ship combat, because we had no notion of that. So when we did outer space, we started on the ship stuff very, very early. And we're able to use what we had previously had initially for on the ground, right? We have walking around on the ground, we have guns and those kind of things. So we were able to use what we had. We weren't really developing that as new for a while. Yeah. And then at the end of that, we have something we can play that has a little bit of a visual look. Again, it's very clunky. Wouldn't want to show it to anybody. It's very, so, but it has enough of like, this is the vibe of this game. And here we have a deeper understanding of the technical risks in terms of these big new systems.
So for you as a game director, how do you evaluate objectively what's delivered at the end of that first year and say, yes, this is great. No, this isn't. We need to cut this. We need to focus on this. What's your approach?
Well, we do it as a team, obviously, and you want to know how far you have gone, how settled you are, what things you need to go back to, and what's good enough. Because then you need to jump in and start planning. You're heading toward a larger chunk of the game, like a vertical slice, we call it. Yeah, so look, at the end of a first playable, you want something that is playable. It's, you found some fun in that.
Yeah.
And the technical part is probably the hardest one to understand. This is how far a prototype's going to get us. What does it look like technically to do what we need to do? And that's one where, admittedly, on Starfield, we came out of that like we're going to need to rewrite the basics of our engine in terms of how the renderer talks to the game loop completely and that sort of inner parts of it. And then I have a rule I use sometimes. I don't know is the best rule, let me say this, but I do like it, which is somebody comes to you, you're looking at a problem or a pitch or a system or whatever, maybe it's an entire game. And then you ask yourself, if that took twice as long and cost twice as much money, would I still do it? And if the answer isn't yes, you probably shouldn't. And that doesn't mean it's going to be take twice as long, but it does let you check how important is that to you? How confident and driven are you to pull it off? And so when someone comes, the answer in development is always, that'll take 2 weeks. So I'm always like, if that takes a month, do I still want it? And if the answer is yes, I tell them, go ahead and do it. So, and often it's done in 2 weeks, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
A lot of times it's not. So that's kind of one of the rules that I personally use.
I love it. That's an excellent rule. So were there any big decisions where it was, hey, this will take a year, and you were thinking to yourself, okay, if it took 2 years, should we actually do it?
Most of the game ended up in that situation.
Okay.
I think like the engine work was a big one. We did a lot of things in there, the animation system. We just did our issue was we did so many of them in this game from, I could go on and on. The planet one was probably the most complicated in terms of not knowing how we were going to make it fun for a long time. Did a lot of experiments. How big is big enough? How much is so much space that you're bored when you're landing on a planet? And dialing that in to an area that we felt would feel good. That did take us a long time, involved making a lot of different types of content as well. And then all the technical decisions in terms of the system. It's called the PCM, the Planet Content Manager, that lays those things out on a planet when you land. So
I love that. That's a great designer talk someday. because it's one of those things that I think a lot of us who make games that are 3D have to take into consideration. How is this space going to be interesting, and how do we balance that against the time we have and the detail we can put in, right? And this feeling of that it has to feel like a real space. So I love the fact that you're bringing that up and that you all put so much effort into it. It shows in the game because it does feel really cool. When you land on a planet, you feel like you're there for a reason, and you're immediately drawn to whatever's sitting out there in front of you, and then kind of peeking over the horizon in the distance.
Yeah, and I would say we still, though, like that's a pocket of the team, and then most people are still on the things you expect from us. Like, we're building cities, we're building quest lines. So it's not that we wanted to replace one with the other. We're trying to do both because we know, like, we want to land on planets. We want that experience of like stepping out and like, okay, what am I going to find? What's going to be here? I do think visually that moment is really important. Like, you have it in your head when you think about a game like this. The ship's going to land. I'm going to step out, and there's the horizon, and there's a gas giant or the star. I think those kind of things visually, they motivate you as a player.
Part 4. The design document. So a game design document is where a game is outlined clearly, usually on paper or a PDF file, and you can see what the game is supposed to be from its very earliest stages. So for example, here is a design document that is from 1994 for a little game that would go on to be known as Diablo, you might recognize. As you can see here, it outlines a role-playing game. You have to destroy the devil himself. They outline all of these different things using our dynamic random level generation system. Rooms, corridors, traps, treasures, monsters, and stairways will be randomly placed. So after you read this document, you can get an understanding of exactly what the game is going to be like. They even have little charts and graphs. Left clicking on an item or creature will cause the character to move next to it. If already adjacent to an item or creature, left click causes the character to interact in the appropriate way. Trade with shopkeeper, attack a creature, open a chest, etc. Right clicking will cast the readied spell in the indicated location. Arrow keys will scroll the map independently of the character. They break down the whole game so you can read this and know what the game is going to be like. That's at least the idea of a design document. And one of the reasons that this is important, they even have, a whole breakdown of initial development schedule. So they have the idea of putting this whole game together in 12 months. That's outrageous. That's crazy. But you can see they have it broken down by design department, art team, programming, and then music and sound working all the way through. But this is why design documents are nice, is because you can hand this to a new hire or anybody on the team. They read through it in 20 minutes and they understand what the game is going to be. They get it. They understand what they're making. So even as they're developing stuff in the coming months and years, they can always refer back to this and see what the tone is like. And these documents can be updated and changed. And maybe you have a centralized platform where you have the current design document for Starfield or for Diablo, whatever. And members of the team, if they ever have a question about something, they can just refer back to that document. That's why it's important. A simple example would be something like a late game ability or tool that you don't have early in the game. So think of a tool you would unlock 20 hours into a 30-hour game. If a designer is creating side content for that item that the player will only find early in the game before they've unlocked it, it wouldn't feel good to play, since you would just be finding a quest that you would have to abandon until you got the tool necessary later. And to be clear, this is different from like Metroidvania type games where you run into a door that you can't break open until you've gotten the necessary tool to break it open. That is intentionally designed that way. What we're talking about are just missions and quests that can't be completed at this point because they were put somewhere in the game where they can't be completed since you don't have the tools necessary. Imagine in Arkham Asylum with the line launcher that you get for the croc fight. If it's not communicated to the dev team that the launcher will only be given to the player late in the game, there may be encounters using that line launcher at times when the player will have nothing to do except leave it either forever or until later. But they won't know that they're missing a tool since they don't have it yet, so they'll just just feel all the more frustrated and PO'd since they got to a quest in the game, didn't do anything wrong, but can't complete it. You can usually get around these issues in small teams because you can just walk around and talk to each other. But when the studio scales up to hundreds and hundreds of developers, or even across states or countries, it's not that easy to make sure that everyone is on the same page. Now, people have pointed to previous interviews and stuff from Todd and Emil saying they don't use design documents, but I've found that most of those are quote mined and they are very deceptively sliced. They do use design documents at Bethesda Game Studios. It's just that it kind of fits the narrative too well to say that they don't. And so people just run with that, even though I'm going to show you here in a second direct quotes from Todd and Emil where they explain how they use design documents. And they express frustration that people have taken them out of context to conclude that, nope, they just wing it the whole time. And this is something that, honestly, I'm guilty of too. I saw those articles talking about how they didn't use design documents. I was like, well, a journalist wouldn't just say something that was quote mined. There's no way, right? But after doing further digging for this video, I found that a lot of that's not actually accurate. So I'm going to show you what actually is accurate now. In this same interview we were reading earlier from the unofficial Elder Scrolls Pages podcast that interviewed Todd after a panel at PAX East 2019, they actually got talking to Todd about the design document for Skyrim. And they actually have a picture of it. This is one of the original design docs for Skyrim you can see from June 20th, 2007 in a little notebook that Todd had that outlined all of this. You can see that he's got like all the Skyrim connections of different cities and players, and all this. Arena is this, and then Daggerfall was this, and Morrowind was this, and Oblivion was this, and then we all expand to this, and it's going to be brutal. I can't read his handwriting, and dragons fight large creatures, -- epic. The Elder Scrolls, the ultimate negativity. I don't know what that says. I can't read his handwriting. I'm sorry. But they asked the question. Bertrand asks, one question I had was with the 25th anniversary, there were various official tweets going out, and we saw the first page of your Skyrim development document, and it was all handwritten. Todd said, I have terrible writing. I can tell you what it says. It's like he's gotten this question before. It's okay, Todd. I have chicken scratch handwriting myself. It's a problem we all suffer from. Relatable. Alara, yeah, we were kind of curious about some of that. Bertrand says, what I was wondering was to what extent do you work on paper compared to working on the computer for the development of new games? And Todd started answering before I finished the question. He said, I have a notebook. There are pages also for Oblivion and Morrowind and some other things, but they are even harder to read. There are a lot of scribbles. I have a notebook I like to work in. I don't know. I like to do that. Sometimes I'll do it on the computer, but I usually like to work it out. I like to draw too. If you saw the Oblivion and Morrowind pages, there's a lot of drawings. Even in the Skyrim one, there's a little bit of the arena is the, and to translate that, he's trying to read it himself. Yes, because someone wanted to know what all of those things meant to you. He says, quote, well, the main thing on the top is, what does each game kind of do? Arena gives you the world, sets the world of the Elder Scrolls. Then Daggerfall really pushes the characters. So Daggerfall is about me, the player, and Morrowind really pushes the places. The world feels more real. It's built by hand. Oblivion, the people become more alive. Now they have schedules and they walk around. Okay, what are we doing with Skyrim? Most people say dragons, but that wasn't it. Skyrim is, okay, how do all of these things connect? How does the person moving through the world create a story element? You know, so there was a lot of story threads, drop a pebble in the pond kind of idea for Skyrim where those things are connected. Most people just focused on the dragons though, which is true. Alara asks, did things tend to change a lot from those notes? And Todd said, the one thing I like about that note is it's remarkably close to what we did. That's amazing. That's from 2007? Todd, 7. Yeah, it was right after we finished the DLC, probably for Oblivion. The only thing we didn't get to is the one on the bottom, which was the stronghold idea. And we are always interested in how do we get people creating things they can share. So that's what the modding and stuff we love. We didn't get into it enough in the panel, but the modding community for us has been incredible, and we wanted with Skyrim, and it eventually became the workshop stuff in Fallout, that people could have a stronghold they built, and then they could share that with other players without having to download the creation kit and upload it to a mod database to make that easier. And it's still something we're very interested in the future. How do we enable people to do those things? Alara said, one of our users commented that they were really happy to see that modding was on the first page, basically. Todd? Yep. Alara, what was your favorite concept that didn't transfer over into gameplay? Todd says concept meeting, like concept art, or Alara says, I guess it just ideas for what could go into a game, like mechanics. And Todd said, oh, that Stronghold one probably, now that I just mentioned it, is big. How do we get people sharing their creations easier in the game, making it in their own and then sharing it, something they've done, whether it could be, we've talked about sharing my character become a companion in your game and those things, that we have those ideas that we have not quite crossed the threshold on yet. So even back here in 2019, he was talking about trying to find ways to basically take the Creation Club, but share like player characters or companions or other things. Think of it in like Assassin's Creed Valhalla, or as it's officially known,
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
That's the technical term. In that game, there's a whole system for sharing mercenaries, basically, that you can kind of design and take care of. It's the same kind of thing that they're talking about doing here. Or for example, in Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, one of the ideas was that you could have your friends basically play with you offline in your party, which is like a really cool concept, because basically they wanted it so you could have your character really built around a meta that complements the other people in your friend group. And one of the problems with that is when your friends aren't online, your character might not actually gel well with other players from around the world that you'd randomly be matchmaking with. So they created a system where you could basically play with ghost AI characters that your friends had made. It was a really cool concept. It's a shame that the game sucked, but it was a cool idea. I'm sorry, I'm so sassy. Barrachin says something that a lot of fans say is that they like a game that's not single player, but isn't multiplayer in the way that Elder Scrolls Online is. Todd says, right, like co-op. No. Todd, no. Bad Todd. Bertrand, co-op. And I know that Fallout 76 is moving that way to some extent, but obviously we talk about Elder Scrolls stuff. And Todd says, we've dabbled. Buckle up. Can you imagine if they announced Elder Scrolls 6 is like fully co-op? I bet that's what they're going to do. Bertrand, is that something you've thought about? And Todd says, yeah, we think about it every time. And we felt with Fallout 76, it was the best way to try some of that. And so I think, well, we have Elder Scrolls Online that really fills that void for wanting that in Elder Scrolls. It's a phenomenal game. So as it comes to the stuff that we would do, or I would do, or our studio would do, single player is still when it comes to the Elder Scrolls, our focus. Blades is going to have some PvP and some social stuff coming later in the year, visiting each other's towns, things like that. Okay, so maybe not, but don't count Todd out. So as you can see, Todd describes how they have used design documents for all sorts of stuff. And it may start with just handwriting stuff and scribbling it out on a piece of paper, but eventually it becomes something much more robust. Another example of this is this little video from June 20th, 2011, when Todd was giving a tour of Bethesda Game Studios after, or maybe in the lead up to Skyrim's release. I think, yeah, I don't think it had released yet. So yeah, he's given like a little tour of it, and he shows something interesting that I'll show you now.
So we're still in the tech area. This is one of the places where we'll do a lot of our design, with, literally stand around here and figure out a problem. We like to stand and do it. Keeps the meeting short, keeps us productive. It's very visual for the whole group who's implementing features to see. They'll write questions on the board, and someone like me will come by and answer them, or somebody else. And we can, prototype a feature, get it in the game really fast, change it up on the whiteboard, because ultimately the documentation doesn't matter. It's what's in the game that matters.
Interesting. So even back in 2011, you can hear documentation doesn't really matter. So they don't feel the need to have one big final document, but they are documenting stuff here on the whiteboard for everybody to come and look at for later when they're working on stuff. They leave it up on the whiteboard so you can look at it and be like, oh, we said to do the menu like this, have this panel lead into this panel, lead into that with the object there, which of course would end up being in the game. It's all very like nitpicky, like, oh, you said documentation, but he means something else. But the main takeaway, they don't have like that Diablo document, but they are making smaller mini documents, or they'll do things like this where they document their ideas on a whiteboard that they then share with each other and fill in and change stuff on as they work through it. I would argue it's probably less efficient than just sending out a freaking memo, but you know what? You do you guys. And then there's our main man, Emil. Now there's a big misunderstanding with Emil, because he said during one of his talks that he doesn't use design documentation because it's just not really needed. Great games are played, not made. It slows things down. They'd have to constantly be updating the design document, and that's just not practical, even though a lot of big, huge studios do it all the time, and it's not a problem. For BGS, apparently it's just too much trouble. But this is one of those instances where I do think he was actually taken out of context a good bit. You can see in this tweet that he sent out, he said, yes, audio interview where I said we don't write up a giant design doc for the whole game before we start because it gets quickly outdated. Didn't know I had to mention that we write and revise smaller design documents instead, constantly, because duh. And this is seemingly backed up with a lot of those other interviews with Todd and other members of BGS where they make smaller design docs, or they'll even just chart something out on a whiteboard for everybody to look at and reference, but they aren't like creating one master Google Doc that they update as things change, where they're like, oh, we were going to have combat work this way, but we've changed our minds. We're going to do it this way. Instead, they'll have everybody come together in a meeting. They'll chart it out on a whiteboard and everybody take a picture of the whiteboard. Okay, we're good. Go back to your desks. And that's how they do it. It's pedantic because it just is, and that's how a lot of this stuff works. But to say that BGS just doesn't use design docs is not actually accurate. But the thing is, that actually makes Starfield's problems all the more baffling, because if they weren't using design documentation, that would at least explain some of how the game came about. But the fact that they do just makes it all the more ridiculous that the game is so disjointed in so many ways. It's like, it actually makes it worse. Now, having said all of that, it's no mystery that Bethesda has their own sort of secret sauce, their own way of doing things that is unique in the industry. They have this philosophy they talk about all the time during interviews, how great games are played, not made. And seriously, they used to say that all of the time. They've said it a lot less in the last few years as they've gotten closer to releasing Starfield. For whatever reason, it just wasn't a talking point for them. But back in the days of like Fallout 4 and Skyrim, they wouldn't shut up about how great games are played, not made. And really what that boils down to when you listen to the interviews and discussions about it is that they believe that games shouldn't be designed by like a committee of people that don't understand video games. Video games should have everything built up based on what works in the hand with the controller or on the mouse and keyboard. Like, you should be figuring out what works in the game by playing it and just seeing if it works. It's not more complicated than that. And I do think that there is value in that approach. In some ways, it's really refreshing because we got games like Suicide Squad or games like Fair Games or the recently announced Concord from PlayStation that just looks like if you were trying to make generic 5v5 Overwatch rip off the game, that's what it would be. And with all of those games, you can tell that it was designed effectively by a committee. A bunch of executives said, hey, Overwatch makes a ton of money. We should just do one of those. And that's what led to the game existing in the way that it did. So I do think there is something to be said for that attitude that great games need to be played to figure out what works, not just made by some committee. I appreciate that. But sometimes it feels like Bethesda's games lack the broader picture and vision, and instead they're just putting stuff in because they've done it before and people liked it in the last game that they did, and they kind of failed to look at the broader picture of whether these things really work together. An example I would point to is in Fallout 4 with the settlement system. Don't get me wrong, building bases can be fun in some games, but in the world of Fallout 4, your child has been kidnapped, your spouse murdered in front of you, and you have just escaped and are trying to find them. When you come to the town, meet your robot butler once again, who's still puttering around after 2 freaking centuries. We're just gonna look past that. And he tasks you with cleaning up the neighborhood, breaking things down, and then building a couple of little items and objects. And then there's a bunch of quests where you're encouraged to go back to your settlement and upgrade it, add in turrets or beds for people to sleep in while they stay in your settlement and stuff. And it's like, bro, your child's been stolen. Shouldn't that be your priority? Again, going back to sort of the Emil problem where things are just put in the game because they sound cool, even if it breaks the lore, even if it hurts the tone and doesn't really make sense in the context of what they're doing. As long as it seems cool in a board meeting or standing around a whiteboard, they decide to put it in. And if it screws other stuff up, well, we'll just expect players to tune that out. Just don't think about it. And to be clear, for some people, they can do this. I have a friend that I was complaining about Fallout 4 2 years ago who said that he just turned his brain off to the whole missing child thing and had a great time playing with the settlement system right off the bat when the game started. But for me, as someone who was trying to get really immersed in the story and, role play in a role-playing game, I could not do that. I just disconnected and the story just started to fall flat everywhere I went, because you'd be chasing down the kidnapper of your child and then immediately be asked to oh, but look over here. We have a settlement that needs your help, and we've got a kid trapped in a little refrigerator and he's been hanging out there. And over here, we've got a quest where we need this weird teddy bear from this factory. Can you go in there and find it for us? And it's like, no, bro, my child's been stolen. So all of this to say, I don't think it's as simple as just, does it play well in this 5-minute session when we're all standing around a table? I don't think it's that simple, because I think you need a broader perspective when you're trying to make a role-playing game. If you're making just a sandbox and you just want to make sure any given 5-minute sliver of gameplay will be fun if you pick up a controller, that's one thing. But that game's going to be very different than your standard RPG or an RPG that people will take seriously. And that's my problem with a lot of these BGS games of recent memory, is that so many of them lack that broader perspective and instead are just going for the minute-to-minute minutia fun that they think is going to satisfy players who have attention deficit disorder. It's okay, I'm allowed to say that because I have ADD, and if you don't believe me, come to any of our streams. The fact that I've been able to film this video over the course of 2 or 3 days already, and I've got a few days left before I finish this video, that's crazy. As of right now, this video is going to be 13 parts, I think, and I'm on part 4. God help me. Todd, help me. Now, in addition to the great games are played, not made mentality, they also have other things that they do. They have a very freely guided development process. They heavily encourage iterative design, which just means that they will build something for a game like Fallout 4, and you can bet your bottom dollar that they're going to be bringing that to the next game as they iterate upon it. There are very few examples in Bethesda Game Studios history where they added something to a game and did not bring it forward to the next game. I can only really think of the cinematic camera from Fallout 4, which them not bringing it to Starfield, I think was a huge blunder, because I thought that cinematic camera during dialogue was awesome. But the 4 dialogue option discussion thing from Fallout 4, they also scrapped that, and I think that was a good one. Also, the voice protagonist, I think getting rid of that was a good idea too. But all of those things are in the same little bubble of dialogue and interaction in Fallout 4, and it was a fun experiment, and I think that they just decided it wasn't worth it. It also, I think, was really expensive and kind of difficult to juggle, which is part of the reason they didn't want to do it again for Starfield. And also Fallout 4, most of the leaks that happened for Fallout 4 happened because of those voice acting, casting calls and stuff. So maybe that's part of the reason too. They also described how they do things called game jams once a year, where they encourage their developers to spend a week or two developing something that they think would be really cool to see in one of their games. And a lot of the time, this stuff will actually end up in DLCs or even in sequels. For example, the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim Hearthfire DLC that they brought to the game. This is a trailer from 2012. This was actually originally a game jam item. One of their developers put this together over the course of a week or two and showed it off at one of their game jams, and it was so well received by everybody in attendance that they actually ended up bringing it to the game as a DLC. And then this would eventually become the base building settlement system for Fallout 4, which was to come a few years later. And that, of course, then evolved into the settlement system in Starfield mixed with the ship customization system that they had. And I'm sure in the Elder Scrolls 6, it's going to be there with you building your own castle and probably building your own ship and stuff like that for sailing along the coast and load screening your way across the map. So I have no doubt that we'll see it continue to iterate, but this is one of the ways that they come up with some novel ideas. They just give their developers time to just do whatever they think would be cool, and they let the line out and have fun with it. So all of these things are pretty interesting and clearly worked for Bethesda for a long time through the age of like Oblivion, Morrowind, Fallout 3, Skyrim. Those games were all incredibly well received, and each time one of them would release, it would just be met with more fanfare and success time after time. But after Skyrim, things started to kind of plateau in terms of quality, and some, including myself, would argue that a lot of the things in quality have actually been dropping steadily as time goes by. And this begs the question, why? And I frankly think it's because back in the day, the teams were small enough that they could do things in this more intimate way. Furthermore, I think standards were also lower. You can see old interviews and reviews of Bethesda games from the 2000s, for example, where people talk about the Bethesda charm, which was their code for bugs. You remember back when we were looking at the beginning of the video at those comments about Redguard and everything they did there, people complaining about all the bugs that that game had? That was a thing decades ago. 2 decades ago, Bethesda games were also very, very buggy. The difference is after Morrowind and Oblivion and then Fallout 3, people just liked the games enough that they would look past all the bugs. But I think that set a dangerous standard and precedent where Bethesda got used to releasing stuff in that quality tier, and times have just frankly changed. Back in the 2000s, if a game launched buggy, it was like, well, games are buggy sometimes, oh well. Nowadays, that is seen as totally unacceptable for a full-priced video game, as it frankly should be totally unacceptable in a full-priced video game. And so I don't think they can get away with it anymore. Furthermore, I've alluded a couple of times to the interviews I've done and others have done with current and former employees over at BGS, and many of them have complained about the studio having grown too big to properly communicate across teams. And they're not alone in this. As I mentioned again earlier, CD Projekt Red ran into similar things after the troubled, let's just say, launch of Cyberpunk 2077, and they worked very, very hard to reorganize their whole studio to fix it. Also notably, recently, Naughty Dog's Neil Druckmann mentioned in the Grounded 2 documentary on the making of The Last of Us Part 2, he mentioned that they spent pretty much all of COVID figuring out how to fix their studio because it was so dysfunctional, so toxic, the crunch was so terrible. They had to completely reorganize how they did things because they saw the problem. And as of right now, nobody within Bethesda leadership has expressed any concern over how things are set up. But I know for a fact, multiple employees are frustrated with the way things currently run. So I don't know if they've mentioned that to management and it's been ignored, or if they've not mentioned it. I don't know if like the people I've spoken to are the outliers and everybody else is totally happy and satisfied with how things work. But I think where there's smoke, there's fire. And I've seen in like articles written by journalists who have independently verified with their sources these same things, they've expressed the same element that things are a little bit dysfunctional, that things are inefficient. People are waiting for approvals and stuff that take weeks to get, and it's just not a very efficient workplace. And when there's that much smoke, there's usually fire. And so my hope is that videos like this can maybe be seen by somebody within BGS upper echelon leadership, and maybe they will go, oh yeah, maybe we should like do an anonymous poll, anonymous survey, just see what people think, if they have any feedback. Do something like that, guys. I think you'd be surprised at the results. I'm just saying. But regardless, Bethesda Game Studios does use some documentation, just not in the traditional sense. After the release of Fallout 4, they assigned the key developers and started working on who was going to do what and trying to figure out how the game was going to work. Some of those early designs were eventually altered and shifted in various ways, but they knew what they were building going into Fallout 76 as they finalized the pre-production and revved up for full production. However, during this very same time, Bethesda Game Studios was about to enter a period of pretty insane instability because ZeniMax, the parent company of Bethesda Game Studios, Bethesda Softworks, id Tech, all those companies, they wanted something different. They weren't happy with the way things were going. The leadership over at ZeniMax, headed up by Robert Altman and his merry band of board of director members, they all decided that they were getting old. They were in their 60s and 70s, and you know what? Gosh darn it, they wanted to buy a giga yacht. So they wanted to sell this company that they had built. And I have no doubt that they went to some of the upper leadership within the studios and said, hey, we're going to sell the company. We're going to start shopping it around. And to do that, we need to get the highest price possible. And to get the highest price possible, we need you guys to create games that have high revenue potential. And we need you to demonstrate to a potential buyer that we have a huge lineup of amazingly successful games that they want to buy. And they need to see the fan reaction to those game announcements and get excited. What can you guys do for us? And that, of course, leads us into E3 2018, which was probably like the greatest single drop of information from any game company ever, because Bethesda Game Studios, for example, literally blew their entire load for like a decade all at once, which is kind of amazing. Like, to just put it in perspective, 6 years ago that E3 took place, and that means it has been 6 years since they announced The Elder Scrolls 6, which is still probably 3 to 4 years away. Like, it's amazing, but that's all because they were prepping for this acquisition and sale, which was looking to be inevitable. And that, of course, takes us to part 5, the sale. Now, you might be wondering why we're going to discuss in detail the sale of ZeniMax and all of their holdings in the form of Bethesda Game Studios, id Tech, Arcane, all of those guys. And frankly, it's because a lot of Bethesda's behaviors started to shift around the 2017-18 period in anticipation of the sale of ZeniMax. And once we go through all of this, you will likely have a newfound appreciation for why things turned out the way that they did. I don't think we would have games like Fallout 76 or even Redfall if this hadn't happened the way that it did. So we're going to explore it, and I'm also going to tell you about one of my little conspiracy theories as to why I think Todd went along with this, because I used to think maybe Todd was just like kind of evil and just intentionally screwed over his own fan base for maybe a quick payout or something as a result of the sale of ZeniMax, which is just really scummy. But there's another alternative explanation that's still not great, but potentially explains why he went along with it without putting up more resistance. That's like a little better, but still not great. We'll get to it, don't worry. Now, to explore all of this, I'm going to do a little recap of a video I made like 5-6 years ago, where I actually predicted that ZeniMax was going to sell to some sort of large conglomerate. And if you don't believe me, that's totally fine. You can see the video that I made back in the day talking about this, like back in my college house, where I would just drink Guinness and apple juice and stuff while filming because I thought it was clever or witty or something. I don't know. Really weird. But I break down like the full backstory of ZeniMax and how there's a lot of like corporate intrigue involved with this, where Robert Altman, who is literally married to the actress who played Wonder Woman, screwed over Christopher Weaver, who originally like founded ZeniMax, or rather Bethesda Softworks, that would become ZeniMax. Then they got screwed over. It's a whole story. I encourage you to dig into it if you're interested. It's not super crucial for what we're talking about today. But in that video, I presented my theory for why all of this craziness was happening with ZeniMax all of a sudden having their subsidiary studios acting crazy and starting to really push for outrageous levels of monetization in their games. So bear with me. I'm gonna break this down for you. Back in 2007, there was a press release issued by ZeniMax Media where they said that they received $300 million in investments from Providence Equity Partners. You can see there's a couple familiar names on here, specifically Pete Hines up here from Bethesda Softworks, who again would eventually retire, but climbed his way all the way up the corporate ladder over at ZeniMax. But in this, they outline how crucial it is that they got this investment, how excited they are to have received the investment, blah, 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 super, super pumped about it. I would be too if I got $300 million. But that little press release sort of fell on deaf ears for a while. People didn't really think about it, even though $300 million invested into ZeniMax back in 2007 was worth a pretty hefty chunk by the time we got to like the 2016-17 era. And what seems to have happened is around 2015, after the release of Fallout 4, some of the board of directors and major shareholders of ZeniMax, which at the time was owned privately, not publicly where you could buy shares of it on like Robinhood or Fidelity or anything. It was privately held by a handful of people, and those people were starting to get a little old. They were starting to hit like the 60, 70 age range, and they were looking for an exit. They didn't want to just hold on to the private shares of that publisher anymore. They wanted to get some cash, go buy a giga yacht, and live out the rest of their days in absolute luxury. Can you really blame them? I can't. I'd probably be doing the same thing. So what looks like it happened is that they went and they started shopping it around. They started asking shareholders, would you want to buy out the rest of us? Like, you own 15%. Would you want to own 100% if we all sold to you, which is pretty standard in a privately owned company? Go to the shareholders first, see if anybody's interested in just buying other shares and buying everybody out. And what happened was around May of 2016, Bloomberg got word of these rumblings and things that were happening within ZeniMax. And Keel Porter, a reporter over at Bloomberg, actually wrote an article May 11th of 2016, saying Providence said to weigh options for video game maker ZeniMax. And in here, you can see that they describe ZeniMax, and the buyout firm has held talks with banks about what to do with its stake in the developer and distributor of video games, including a possible initial public offering or a sale, said the people, who asked not to be identified because their information is private. The business, which would probably draw interest from other private equity firms, could be valued at as much as $2.5 billion. Wowza canowza. And they kind of describe how they're looking at this, they're open to it, blah, blah, blah. The company, led by Chairman and Executive Officer Robert Altman, it also has a board that includes Jerry Bruckheimer, according to ZeniMax's website, a producer for films such as Top Gun and Pirates of the Caribbean, a bunch of other people. Donald Trump's brother was a board of directors member for a time as well. So all these people know each other and were rubbing elbows, and they were looking for an exit and a way to get a ton of cash for the business. But what's interesting is you can see in this article, according to people familiar with the discussions, they were guesstimating that it could be worth about $2.5 billion. And if you know anything about this, you know that eventually they would be sold to Xbox for $7.5 billion. So what happened between 2016 and like 2020 that gained $5 billion in revenue, or rather in value? And that really just comes down to some of those decisions that they made around the 2018 period to start really pushing monetization in their biggest franchises. And that is what brings us to Fallout 76 and the Creation Club and all of that. Because basically what seems happened is in 2016, Providence was weighing options to buy it. They decided they weren't that interested in actually going through with it, with the lineup that they had. Maybe they just thought it was too expensive for the lineup, or they weren't bringing in enough regular revenue and consistent cash flows. So it didn't end up going anywhere. And instead, ZeniMax started figuring out, okay, well, if we're going to go to an outside buyer, we got to find a way to really get the most out of this that we possibly can. $2.5 billion is not enough. So they started looking for other ways to increase the price tag. And the best way to do that is by having money come in steadily, regularly, usually through microtransactions in live service games. And they started pushing their studios to do that any which way they could. And that is why Fallout 76 exists and was handled the way that it was. Another side of this was the Creation Club, which now has just been renamed to Creations under Starfield and Skyrim. The Creation Club was originally implemented into Fallout 4 in August of 2017. And this was, according to Todd and all of the people within ZeniMax and Bethesda, this was supposed to be a platform for you to be able to support modders, which of course is a huge deal within the Bethesda Game Studios community. Like Skyrim is basically held together by mods at this point, so is Fallout in general. So it only made sense to maybe give them a way to be financially stable. However, it turned out that this was basically just a glorified way to sell microtransactions, micro DLC, and stuff like that at pretty aggressive and egregious prices in a single player game, which is kind of brilliant when you think about it, because by doing it this way, instead of just issuing small DLC that they sell for $2 here, $3 there, $5 there, like, you know, Capcom has done before with games like Resident Evil, or even games recently like Dragon's Dogma 2, which had all sorts of mini DLC and microtransactions and things you buy separately. By doing it this way, they get all the revenue of selling those micro DLC, but whenever anybody criticizes them, they can just say, no, we're helping the little guy. We're helping the modders who are just like you and me. They're just individual people that want to do this for a living, but haven't found a way to really monetize it. We are helping them monetize it and giving them a career in this. Like, this could be their way of life. This could be their living if they're good at it. So really, you shouldn't be mad at us for doing this, because this is actually really pro little guy. It's not us milking you for all you're worth. No. The problem is there would later be reporting that the Creation Club for Fallout 4 was monetized in a couple of different ways throughout its lifetime. You see, they monetized this and paid for these mods in two different ways. At one point, they did it by basically paying the modder for the mod materials, whether it's like a unique skin or outfit, or it's a weapon or whatever it is. And they bought the rights to that, and then Bethesda would sell that through the Creation Club. So the modder would get paid basically a flat rate of what they felt they were entitled to for putting that together. And then Bethesda would get all of the profit if it did really well, and they wouldn't have to worry about paying royalties or anything to the modder. The other way that they did it was by offering a royalty system, which they kind of updated everything to do, but the split was pretty aggressive. By most reports I've been able to find, it looks like the split was 25-75, which means that if you bought a $1 mod, the modder would make 25 cents, and Bethesda Game Studios would just pocket 75 cents for just owning the platform. Like, again, if you thought that the Apple Store was egregious for a 30% cut, or Steam or PlayStation or Xbox with their 30% cuts for their platforms, that ain't got nothing on what BGS was making off of these mods. It's crazy how much money they probably were making off of these paid mods. And interestingly enough, after these were implemented into Fallout 4 in 2017, there was actually a class action lawsuit filed against Bethesda Softworks with regards to this. Now, bear in mind, I'm no lawyer, but if you read through this filing and some of the reporting that went along with it at the time that it came out, basically what this lawsuit alleges is that Bethesda Softworks was in violation of their season pass agreement, because the season pass phrased everything as, you will get all DLC for the game if you buy the season pass. But by Bethesda introducing paid mods, which were effectively just mini DLC, they didn't fulfill their obligation to the season pass, because they didn't include all of those paid mods or micro DLC, whatever you want to call them, in the season pass. So the class action lawsuit was basically just claiming, hey, you owe us all of the paid mods, everything that's in the Creation Club, because we bought the season pass. As far as I'm able to tell, this case didn't end up actually going anywhere. It was filed, followed up upon, and it just kind of floundered. I don't know if they settled. I don't know if it was dismissed. I haven't been able to find any follow-ups to it, but it is interesting nonetheless to see. The last thing I've been able to find about it was from October 2022, where they said that the motion to compel arbitration was granted and the case was stayed and administratively closed, subject to being reopened on the request of counsel within 30 days of the conclusion of the arbitration proceedings, which basically just means, like, you guys have to go talk about this, settle it yourselves, and if you can't come back, we'll reopen the case, but we're going to force you to talk together and play nice. It's kind of like when the kindergarten teacher is like, I can call your parents for you guys hitting each other and eating dirt, or you can figure out yourself and just go play, and we'll all just pretend this didn't happen. That's basically what happened here. I haven't been able to find any follow-ups, but nonetheless, I thought it was interesting to hear that the Creation Club launched and then like immediately got slapped with class action lawsuits and people very upset about it, which is interesting. But nonetheless, we got paid mods in 2017. And then at E3 2018, in addition to the announcements of Starfield and the Elder Scrolls 6, which we'll talk about in a little bit, we also got a general vibe that Bethesda Softworks, as a parent company to a bunch of other studios, was really trying to boost revenues. And I'm going to say it for the 15,000th time. I'm sorry. I have a degree in corporate finance. So I went to school for this. Like, I studied how you value companies and how you figure out what they're actually worth. And in the most simple terms, what a buyer is looking for is the potential for a business to generate money. Like, that's all we're really talking about. And the more reliable that machine is at producing money, the more you'll value it. And the higher the overall amount is that's being generated, the higher price you'll pay for it. It's pretty simple when you think about it, but what that effectively means for a big publisher like ZeniMax is that if they want to receive the highest possible price, they need to have consistent revenues coming in, meaning that if this game flops over here, it doesn't really matter that much because we're always making this much. Or if this one blows up, that's awesome. This game is super successful, but that's just a little boost. That just helps us because we're always making such consistent money. This is why something like Game Pass makes so much sense in the corporate world, because risk is a negative. Risk is like something you subtract from the value of a company or a stock or whatever you're looking at, because risk indicates just a general lack of confidence. And the number one thing that financial evaluators hate, it's uncertainty. So if you have consistent revenues, that goes a long way when it comes to valuing your business. And it seems that there was a general directive, probably from Robert Altman and the board of directors, to make sure that every major studio they had could generate consistent revenue, so that Bethesda Game Studios was still making money even between Fallout 4 and Starfield, and then making money in between Starfield and the Elder Scrolls 6, and then Elder Scrolls 6 between that and Fallout 5. They didn't want to just wait for big spikes in revenue every time those games came out. They wanted to have consistent flows between those. And if they could achieve that, that would greatly increase the value of those companies. And that's precisely what they forced everybody to do. Machine Games and Arcane Leon were tasked with developing Wolfenstein Youngblood, which was going to be a co-op game. Bethesda started pumping out mobile games such as the Elder Scrolls Legends, which ended up being just abandoned and shut down. They announced in December of 2019 that it was going to be halted and abandoned because it just didn't make enough money. So they worked on that. We also got announcements for the Elder Scrolls Blades, which was another mobile game that they were working on. And of course, Bethesda Game Studios announced Fallout 76. This one was probably the most out of left field because a lot of people had been speculating about a Fallout co-op game or a Fallout MMO or something like that, but everybody just assumed that it would probably come from ZeniMax Online Media, which had been hiring a ton of people around that time. And they had found a lot of success with the Elder Scrolls Online, which was starting to really pick up steam and make some money. So everybody just thought that that's what that was going to be. And then Bethesda would come out with Starfield. And I remember when the announcement trailer and all of the little teases for Fallout 76 started coming out, the community was generally really confused. It was just a few years before that we had gotten Fallout 4, and everyone was genuinely confused as to why there was yet another Fallout game. Like, don't get me wrong, it was like, cool, like we like Fallout. I'm down for more Fallout, but I thought you guys were working on something else. And you know, it's kind of weird to do two Fallout games back to back, but they seemed to know what they were doing. They had a plan, so we all waited with bated breath. And then, of course, it was announced to be a big MMO. It was received horribly at launch, and it was monetized out the ever-living ass, and still is. And one of the things that I still just find totally unacceptable, and I'm baffled more people just look the other way with it, Fallout First is a premium membership that enhances the Fallout 76 experience as they describe it themselves. You receive access to private adventure and custom worlds, exclusive cosmetic items, 1,650 atoms per month, plus other bonuses. Become a member and reclaim the wasteland today. And basically, this is just a collection of gameplay altering perks and benefits like the scrap box, unlimited storage and crafting or for crafting components in your own new scrap box container. You get, of course, atoms and things, cosmetics, who cares about those? Ammo box, unlimited storage for stackable ammo in your ammo storage box container. Fusion cores and plasma cores cannot be stored in the ammo box, just as a point of reference. They also say other things like the survival tent, a new placeable fast travel point with a stash, sleeping bag, and more for your basic needs, custom worlds, private servers, all sorts of stuff like that, that again, straight up affects gameplay. And they just, like, people are used to it at this point. It's another example of how you can initially announce something that everybody hates, but if you just stick to it, eventually people will get bored, move on, and it's no longer really that scandalous of a concept. Like, people will just go, whatever. Like, for example, earlier this year, there was the whole debacle with Helldivers 2 requiring a PlayStation Network account. People started boycotting it, mass downvoting it, calling for everybody else to mass downvote and boycott it, and just generally freaking out. It was a huge scandal, and people were losing their minds. And basically, the developers worked with PlayStation. They kind of half walked it back and then brought it back forward. It was really, really weird and kind of vague. And then, of course, there was the release of Ghost of Tsushima on PC. However, this also required a PSN Network login in order to access any of the online components or the multiplayer mode, which was fair, and I think generally people kind of went along with it. But this released without any real blowback. People loved the port and were happy to see it on Steam. And now there is an up-and-coming God of War Ragnarok PC port that's coming soon, and that will require a PlayStation Network account to be logged in order to play or purchase the game. Period. Even though there is no co-op, even though there is no multiplayer mode, even though there's no online stuff, you will need a PSN account to get access to God of War Ragnarok on PC, which I don't know why they're dying on this hill so bad. It's just really weird for them to care this much, but whatever. The point is, people have basically moved on and gotten tired of complaining about that specific thing, so Sony's just doing it, and PlayStation's going to continue doing it with all their future releases on PC. Even though the initial blowback was really bad, eventually people just got bored, stopped talking about it, it was old news, and now they can kind of do whatever they want, even though initially the reception was terrible. And that's basically what happened with Fallout First. They announced it when the reception around Fallout 76 was in the absolute gutter, and everybody's like, why are you, like, fix your damn game first before you start charging us $13 a month or $100 a year for a membership that allegedly makes the game what it should be to begin with. You know, it's just wild. And you can see recent reviews are mostly negative. All reviews are mixed, but still there are many people that purchase this and pay for it on an ongoing basis. And this is one thing that I've realized in the last year or so, is that just because public reception around something in the gaming industry is terrible, that doesn't mean it's financially unsuccessful. Sometimes it does. Like Suicide Squad, everybody teased it, and it seems like it lost about $200 million. But there are a lot of things in the gaming industry that everybody kind of agrees is sucky that still just prints money. Like, we all agree it's stupid to buy $40 skins in Call of Duty. But guess what people keep doing? Buying $40 skins in Call of Duty. We all agree it's dumb for teenagers to buy V-Bucks in Fortnite and buy skins and dance moves and whatever else you buy in Fortnite. But guess what people keep doing? Buying V-Bucks in Fortnite to buy skins and dance moves or whatever else you buy in Fortnite. And in this case, I think everybody will publicly agree that Fallout First is a really stupid offering, and it's insane that they are charging for gameplay altering things like this in a competitive game like Fallout 76, but people are just used to it. And so people will pay for this, they will buy it, and they just won't really talk about it, but they'll get all of the perks. If they like Fallout 76, they'll do it, and they will happily continue along their merry way because they are getting what they paid for, I guess. However, this didn't all happen in a vacuum. There was a major shift in sentiment towards Bethesda Game Studios around the time of Fallout 76. While the game was clearly built to boost revenues in the short term, to gain a higher purchase price when they would sell to Xbox just a year and a half or so later, they did so at the cost of burning all goodwill that they had with their fans, or at least all of it that was left after the buggy launch of Fallout 4. Critical critical reviews for Fallout 76 were terrible. There were merchandise issues. There were all sorts of weirdly bizarre things done by the customer service at Bethesda Game Studios as well, where if somebody was caught cheating or allegedly cheating in the game, they would be required to write an essay to get their account reinstated. Eventually, they were bullied into taking that back, but they did try to do that for a time. And that's going to be interesting because they did the same thing basically with Starfield, where the same department, the same customer service department, sent out some insane responses to fans that wanted a refund after buying and playing Starfield, where they said things like, well, the astronauts weren't bored when they actually went to the moon. So if you're playing a video game and you're bored, maybe that's on you. Like, unbelievable stuff that they said. We'll get to that much later in the video, but yeah, it seems to be a common thread with Bethesda's customer service that they say some unhinged stuff. It's wild. But of course, if you want to see a full breakdown of this, I cannot recommend Internet Historian's video enough. He's done a great job surmising all of this stuff. And I mean, it's no surprise. Chances are, if you're watching this video, you've probably already seen that one. Go watch it again. It's fantastic. But all this to say, I think Fallout 76 represented a sort of fork in the road. And it was the point at which Bethesda came to that fork in the road and then just veered off the cliff and careened down into the valley below and hit every single rock and boulder on the way down. They had a chance to be like, hey, this is something different that we haven't done before. It's a big MMO type game. It's very, very out of our comfort range, but we're going to blow you away. And they could have blown us away and the game could have been amazing. And that would lead to a very different starting point for many people with Starfield. They could have also released it and it just wasn't a great MMO, but it took some time to kind of get going, as all MMOs do, and eventually gets an audience built up that is receptive, which is sort of what happened with The Elder Scrolls Online, for example. But instead, what happened is they released a game that was technologically baffling, that was ethically unacceptable and borderline evil, and they monetized it every single step of the way in one of the most, in my opinion, disgustingly egregious ways possible that I've ever seen in the gaming industry. They knew that Fallout 76 was that bad, and they still sold it to people, still launched it and put it out for everybody to engage with. It's unbelievable that they thought, I don't even know if they thought they could get away with this or if they just didn't care because they figured they make enough anyways to justify it. But it's just generally, truly one of the most baffling things that's ever happened in the gaming industry. That and like Cyberpunk 2077, both games where you're just like, how did anybody allow this to happen? It's unbelievable. But as a result of the launch of Fallout 76, it seemed that the gaming community was no longer willing to put up with the endearing bugs and issues that Bethesda had so commonly released their games with. This is an article from VentureBeat in February of 2012, right after the release of Skyrim. And a lot of people look back on Skyrim with rose-tinted glasses and kind of forget what it was like in many cases. But no, like, this game launched very buggy at the time as well. As you can see here, Bethesda Game Studios' Todd Howard has finally broken his 3-month-long silence regarding the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim's notorious technical issues. Quote, statistically, it's not nearly as bad as it seems, which I'm just going to say this. If you ever have to say that in an interview, statistically, it's not as bad as it might feel. Like, you're on the back foot already, buddy. You're in trouble. Quote, meaning by all the internal and external data, this is our most solid release, which also doesn't really say a whole lot because Bethesda was known for releasing really, really buggy stuff. Bethesda Softworks' games have a long history of being released with countless bugs and glitches, often rendering certain quests and content impossible to complete. The PlayStation 3 version of Skyrim in particular suffered from tremendous slowdown after a couple of hours of play. That's a well-known thing. It's the PS3 Skyrim issue. If you're younger and never experienced that, it was basically a problem where if you played a Bethesda game on PlayStation specifically, after a few hours, you'd have to fully reset your console because the game would just start to lag and break. because it couldn't handle longer play sessions. It's crazy. Quote, the PlayStation 3 lag also occurred in previous AAA titles from the studio, Bethesda Game Studios, including Fallout 3 and The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. So the whole, oh man, we totally didn't expect this line is a little hard to believe. A member of Obsidian Entertainment who developed Fallout New Vegas, also published by Bethesda, acknowledged the issue and explained why it keeps popping up, saying, quote, acknowledged the issue and explained why it keeps popping up. And that article was in December of 2011. You see, people were talking over a decade ago about these consistent issues with Bethesda, but everybody just kind of went along with it because they really liked Skyrim or they really liked Fallout 4, and they just weren't willing to call them on it, even though it was clearly egregious. Bethesda Softworks is undoubtedly looking at numerous Game of the Year awards for their epic role-playing game, The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, but their long-running history with releasing utterly broken games continues to dampen any design achievements. While there is no end to the list of complaints, bugs, glitches, exploits, and miscellaneous issues players have experienced, the severe slowdown that's demolished the playability of the PS3 version, see the video below, has endured the recent patch intended to fix it. I wonder if this video is still up. Should we see? No, it's gone. Bummer. The video's gone. Oh, what a heartbreak. But that Obsidian developer that they referenced just a minute ago, Josh Sawyer, who is the project director for Fallout New Vegas, which they described back in 2011 when this article was written as arguably one of, if not the buggiest mainstream game ever released, Fallout New Vegas, which people again forget. They look at Fallout New Vegas with rose-tinted glasses. That was unacceptably buggy itself. I understand it was developed in 18 months. Like, it's crazy that it even exists at all, but it was a mess at launch, and it still kind of is if you're not modding it to fix it. But anyway, moving on. The Xbox 360 has a unified memory pool, 512 megs of RAM usable as system memory or graphics memory. The PS3 has a divided memory pool, 256 megs for system and 256 megs for graphics. It's the same total amount of memory, but not as flexible for a developer to make use of. It's not like someone wrote a function and put a decimal point in the wrong place or declared something as a float when it should have been an int. We're talking about how the engine fundamentally saves off and references data at runtime. Restructuring how that works would require a large time commitment, which is why Bethesda just never bothered. But the reason I'm pulling this up is because I want to show you that Bethesda Game Studios was releasing buggy and broken games forever. And it was only around the time of Fallout 76 that people finally said, okay, enough is enough. There's reports back going to Redguard and other reports with Oblivion and Morrowind and of course Fallout 3 and Skyrim, where those games were horribly buggy, but they reviewed well. People gave them Game of the Year accreditation and loved those games and praised them greatly. And they were just willing to put up with those bugs. They were willing to put up with it. But in the age of social media, in the age of YouTube and streaming and all of that, you just can't get away with it anymore. And Fallout 76 was an example that was particularly egregious, but it was also an example of people just finally having enough. And they put their foot down, said, okay, Bethesda, no, you cannot keep doing this. You cannot release buggy, broken games and expect the community to still give you money for it, pat you on the head and say, well, you did your best. I know video games are hard, but you did your best. And to be clear, it wasn't just them. There are plenty of articles I've found from like John Walker, co-founder of Rock Paper Shotgun. He wrote this article in December of 2011 describing all the problems and bugs with Skyrim. But even in this article that has 380 comments, if you go to the comments and actually read them, there are, to be fair, some genuinely hilarious puns and stuff that people put in here, but also there are tons of people that are defending BGS and the bugs, that are defending all of it and saying, you're just too critical. Oh, you're just trying to nitpick. Oh, it's an RPG. What do you expect? This comes with big games that are super epic and interesting. And it just goes and goes and goes of tons of people that are saying it's not like that big of a deal. Granted, there are a lot of people in here that are saying it's a big deal and Bethesda should fix it. But there's also many, many people that are complaining that this is an unfair criticism, or what did you expect? It's Bethesda. The game's good enough that it doesn't matter. However, after Fallout 76, it seemed that the shoe had dropped and people had finally had enough and were tired of putting up with this stuff. And that framed Starfield in a really interesting way that they announced at the same time as showing off Fallout 76 in 2018. And it seemed as though they really needed to do things differently with Starfield. They could not do the same thing they had done for previous years, where they release a buggy game and wait for modders to fix it, and then they just move on to the next thing, all the while putting in the creation club and other things to monetize it every step of the way. They couldn't do that again, otherwise they would face a lot of blowback, like this video. Now, I mentioned earlier that I have a bit of a conspiracy theory when it comes to Fallout 76 that could potentially explain why it happened. You see, it's really weird for any company to make a major pivot when there hasn't been, as of the time that this was happening, a leadership shift or new owners or anything like that. You know, if Microsoft comes in, buys a company, and then that company changes its approach to stuff, that's to be expected. They were bought out. Yeah, new management forced them to change stuff. But when we're talking about Bethesda and ZeniMax, at this point, they were still the same board of directors. Todd was still in charge just as much as he had ever been. Everybody that was really in a position of power was the same. So what changed had to do with motivations. And for Robert Altman and those guys in the board of directors, clearly they were looking for the biggest payday, which is why they were forcing everybody to go towards this heavily monetized route. But for other people like Todd, I think that there could be an explanation for why he went along with it and just rolled over, not just creating Fallout 76, a live service MMO type game, but he also rolled over and did things like the Creation Club and re-released Skyrim 15 times and started developing all these mobile games on their franchises. Mobile games that he said he was actively involved in the development of, as we saw in that interview from PAX East 2019 that we looked at just a plethora of minutes ago, however long ago in the video that was, I don't know. And my conspiracy theory is that potentially Todd went along with it because he effectively struck a deal where if he could get revenues up by X percentage points, he could then acquire other studios, put them under the BGS helm, and they would become part of the BGS family of studios that would all help Todd build out his visions for games like The Elder Scrolls 6 and Starfield, which was his passion project. And the reason I think I can back this up is because right around the time all of this was happening, that 2017-18 era, there were a series of announcements that Bethesda Game Studios specifically was getting a lot bigger. In August of 2018, Variety posted an article saying Escalation Studios is now Bethesda Game Studios Dallas. A lot of people don't realize they have a Dallas office for whatever reason. I think it's because BGS Austin takes most of the brunt and blame for Fallout 76. But no, these guys actually were acquired into BGS and became BGS Dallas in 2018. You can see they worked on previous things for Bethesda, including The Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim VR, Fallout 4 VR, Fallout Shelter on the Switch, and they've been doing other work on projects like Fallout 76, Blades, and Starfield. And they got acquired and became part of the core studio that would then just be a sort of separate team that they do conference calls and work with all the time, but basically part of the BGS family. A few months prior to that, there was an article posted in March of 2018 where Battlecry Studios became Bethesda Game Studios' third office. These are the guys that worked on a free-to-play project called Battlecry, which you might remember it was shelved in 2015 after Bethesda Softworks became concerned about the project. And after they were acquired, they were turned into BGS Austin, and these are the guys that did a lot of the work on Fallout 76 with the help from Maryland and Dallas. And prior to that, right around the time they would have been revving up production on Fallout 76, right after Fallout 4 came out, in December of 2015, they announced that they were launching the Montreal studio, which was going to have about 40 devs, and these guys were going to specifically focus on the mobile games. They would occasionally help with some stuff here and there, but most of what they'd be doing would be the mobile game stuff like Fallout Shelter, Elder Scrolls Blades, and stuff like that. So we have three examples within the same rough window of BGS greatly expanding right around the time that Todd agrees to heavily monetize their IP and to pump out some pretty aggressively monetized projects. What seems like happened to me is that Todd agreed to really push the revenue side of things if he was allowed to grow his teams and get his company effectively much bigger. Robert Altman and those guys agreed to it. They're like, hey, you know what you're doing. You just made Skyrim and Fallout 4. Sure, yeah, expand all you need to as long as you can make X number of dollars per year from your projects. Go for it. And Todd went for it, grew the teams, burnt a lot of goodwill on the way, but that led to BGS becoming bigger than ever before, and it equipped them to potentially follow through on the visions that Todd had for his dream game, Starfield, which honestly is like kind of poetic and interesting if you think about that theory, because it's like Todd burnt all the goodwill from 20 years of work to gain the ability to follow through on his dream game, only for the dream game not really to connect in the way he probably was hoping it would with the broader public. He was probably hoping for another like Skyrim situation where everybody just loses it over the game, but instead, well, we'll get to it. But all of this brings us to September of 2020. After all of the dust had settled from Fallout 76 and the world was still recouping from the initial wave of COVID-19, it was announced that ZeniMax was going to be acquired by Microsoft, barring any regulatory interference. And less than a year later, the deal was finalized for $7.5 billion. Again, just remember that the initial valuation that was being talked about in 2016 was $2.5 billion. And in the course of just 4 years, they were able to get the price tag all the way up to $7.5 billion, which is insane. But the way they did it, almost certainly, is by increasing revenues from all of their core IP and also by announcing all of their biggest games for the next like 15 years in 2018. BGS announced, of course, Starfield, which would release at that point 5 years after the initial announcement. And they also announced The Elder Scrolls 6, which in all likelihood will be about a decade after it was initially announced. Like they just had their 6th anniversary, as I mentioned earlier. 6th anniversary after announcing the game. Like, it's crazy, and it's still very far away by all accounts and measures. But after Phil Spencer in his mighty glory came in and purchased ZeniMax, things started to shift and change in sort of a weird way. You see, Microsoft wanted to have sort of a hands-off approach, is what it seems. That also seems to have been part of the negotiations with the acquisition, which sort of makes sense. Microsoft comes in, buys ZeniMax for $7.5 billion because they like the company. They don't want to come in and just gut the company, get rid of all the people that were responsible for making it something they wanted to buy. So their goal was basically to come in, buy it out, and then let them just keep doing what they were doing with a little bit more freedom and, of course, Microsoft's checkbook backing everything up. Except things kind of shifted about. You see, in 2021, as I mentioned, in February of 2021, Robert Altman passed away as a result of like a difficult surgery. And again, like I said earlier, I think it was a gallbladder surgery that went bad. But regardless, he passed away in 2021. And by all reporting, it seems that he was really the one that pushed the sale across the finish line. As Todd Howard said in this article with the Washington Post, Altman had been instrumental in the sale of ZeniMax and its subsidiaries to Microsoft for $7.5 billion. Quote, he drove the deal, said Howard. And they said it's difficult for Howard and Chang to talk about Altman's passing, and both took a moment to collect their thoughts. After pausing, Howard said, it's hard to express. I don't think I ever really will in a way people can appreciate what he meant to everybody. He and I were very close for a long time. And Chang recalled Altman's guiding presence. Quote, he was a great role model and a great leader, Chang said. I was heartbroken that he wasn't there for the culmination of the Microsoft deal. He will be missed. He was a great man. I learned a lot from him, just about how to really trust your employees. So with his passing, it seems that there was a marked shift in morale within ZeniMax. There was sort of a broader guidance that he offered to the teams underneath his leadership. And when he passed away, it seems like there was a great destabilization within the company. And I think when that happened, it sort of led to Phil Spencer and the Xbox crew walking on eggshells because they didn't want to be seen as, okay, your head honcho just passed away, we're stepping in and we're going to take control of everything. They didn't want to do that because that would not help anybody, and they didn't want to do that to begin with. So they sort of just stayed on the sidelines and let the void sort of fill itself and figure itself out. And that would end up proving to be a pretty big mistake because it meant that they didn't get their hands involved with anything that ZeniMax was doing, even the stuff that they definitely should have been involved with. Specifically, Redfall. You see, there's been a lot of reporting about Redfall in the last year or so, and in the last few months, of course, it was announced that it was being abandoned and shelved completely. However, there was a time when Microsoft could have stepped in and stopped all of this misery from occurring. There was reporting by Jason Schreier from Bloomberg stating that the employees behind Redfall at Arcane Studios Austin, they wanted Microsoft to cancel the project. They were so unhappy with how it was turning out. Like, just imagine working on a project for years and then you find out that you're being bought out by a giga corporation and then going like, oh, thank God, they're gonna shut down our project. We can either be moved to a different studio or we can work on a different project. Please cancel this thing we've been working on for years. That's what they wanted, according to this reporting, and it didn't happen. And I don't think it happened because, again, Xbox didn't want to step in after Robert Altman's passing and take control and start pushing people aside and canceling projects and firing people, because I'm sure if they did that, that would also cause all sorts of drama that they didn't want to deal with. So instead, they just let everybody keep doing what they were doing. And that led to Redfall launching in a disastrous state, being torn apart and ridiculed by everybody, and eventually being abandoned and just generally a waste of time and money. And even seeing the studio responsible for it get shut down in 2024. However, after the colossal failure of Redfall, it seems that Phil Spencer learned his lesson that they had to be involved. Just prior to the release of Redfall, Phil Spencer allowed Starfield to be delayed from 2022 when it was initially announced for release all the way to 2023, which I thought was interesting because there were statements that Howard made in this article, for example, from the Washington Post, where he said, quote, "We are confident in the date of November 11th, 2022 for release. Otherwise, we wouldn't be announcing it." And it would release like a little less than a year after that date. They needed a year extra of polish. Like, just imagine what state the game was in a year before it launched. I can only imagine. I'm sure we all can. But as a result of all of this stuff, Phil stepped in, allowed them to delay it, encouraged them to get it right. And it seems like after everything with Redfall, they really stepped in and got all of their firepower behind Starfield. They started polishing it with Microsoft's own engineers helping in the process. They got members of the coding team behind the actual Xbox console to go out to Bethesda Game Studios and help them refine performance and stuff like that. They got everybody on board, and they were not going to let this turn out like another Redfall. But the point of this whole part is just to frame how formative the sale of ZeniMax was for Bethesda Game Studios, and then in turn what Starfield would eventually become. Not only do I think that the push for revenues allowed BGS to grow to the size that it became for Starfield, which enabled them to go as big and ambitious as they did, but also I think the broader attitudes and culture within BGS and ZeniMax and Xbox as a whole after Robert Altman's passing and after the acquisition led to a strange sort of uneasiness within development. And then when you stack on top of all of that, things like COVID and the lockdowns, working remote, it starts to make sense how Starfield could end up being a little bit disjointed in the final version that we would see in 2023. Which we're going to talk about in just a little bit. I promise we're getting there. I know this is good. Like, it's taken a while. I promise we'll get there. But now that we've established some of the foundational stuff for the development of the game, we've established the sale and how the parent company was handling everything with the game and the development process, polishing and all of that. I want to touch on the marketing cycle, and then we'll get to the launch and the game itself, because the marketing for Starfield is probably responsible for a lot of its woes and a lot of the false expectations that people had. And this is one of the main problems I have with Bethesda Game Studios and Todd in general, is how they market stuff and how they refuse to hold themselves accountable for misleading people or failing to reel people back in. So all of this to say, it's time to get into part 6, the marketing just works. So fun fact, I was actually going to be wearing the same jacket that Todd Howard wore at E3 2018 during this portion of the video. I actually ordered it because he said in an interview where he got it, and it turns out it's from a company called Soul Revolver, which makes all the jackets that Todd's worn at all of these press events and announcements and all that stuff. And so I actually ordered the jacket, but like that was maybe 2-3 weeks ago. And I thought like it's in England, so they just ship it to you, and like 3 weeks should be enough for it to arrive. But apparently they make it to order in Italy, and then they ship it to the UK, and then from the UK they ship it to you. So I still don't have it, and now I'm just gonna have a really expensive jacket that's just a jacket, and there's no memes surrounding it, because like wearing it in public, nobody's gonna understand that that's the Todd Howard jacket. Everybody's just gonna be like, hey, that's just a nice jacket. So now I'm just some chump with a jacket. When it finally comes in, I'll post it to like the Patreon and stuff, and I'll show it off there. But yeah, it's I swear we were gonna do that, and that was gonna be really funny, but now I don't have the jacket, so this is what we're dealing with. But anyway, when we talk about the marketing cycle of Starfield, you have to start at the top. As we've alluded to a number of times, there was lots of speculation that Bethesda, or ZeniMax in general, was working on some sort of Starfield project. They had reserved the trademark in 2013, and since then had been very, very quiet. And whenever Todd was asked in interviews what they were doing after Fallout 4, he was super coy. And then we got Fallout 76, and then people ask him what's coming after Fallout 76, and he would be even less clear and even more vague. And so people started trying to fill in the gaps however they could. And then a series of YouTube videos and analyses and speculation videos started going up, such as this one from Epoxy, posted May 21st of 2018, actually, just a month or so before the announcement of Starfield. And you can see they pulled a bunch of screenshots from the website that is for the merch store for Bethesda Game Studios. And you can see that there's all of these little star patterns and stuff in the background. And people started to be like, oh, it's like a field of stars. They must be ready to announce it. And if we actually go to the Wayback Machine, you can put in gear.bethesda.net, go back to the first ever saving of that page. In this case, it's May 1st. So if we click on that, let it load for a second, it will generate this, which is what the store looked like before they updated it. Just very standard merch shop, nothing too fancy. And honestly, it's like a little bit of a stretch. I mean, there's like some speckled white dots in the background, but this probably was legitimately a little nod at what they were going to be revealing. But this is how excited fans were for it, that they were looking at individual little screenshots of the hoodies and stuff and then being like, oh God, it's happening. So people started to get revved up thinking that BGS might actually have some stuff to announce that was significant. And then in late May one day, Bethesda started streaming to their official socials with this stuff. Just please stand by, and a Vault Boy. And you can see in this highlight reel from Disco Gnome, they put together some of the big moments, because there would be random times during the stream where they would come out and like dump balloons. People are like, oh, that's weird. Or like bring out a big plushie of the Vault Boy to say hi. And then there'd be other times where they'd come in and mess with their Pip-Boy and pretend like they were doing something. Pete Hines would come out just kind of hanging about, and they just left this running for, okay, that's funny. They just left that running for a while. I don't remember exactly how long it was, but it was hours and hours and hours. And eventually at the very end of the live stream, after like puppet appearances, after people came out with masks and all sorts of stuff, they finally came out. And Todd came and was like, we've waited long enough. Are we ready to go? And they released a teaser trailer. With that teaser trailer, they transitioned from the please stand by screen that we had been staring at for like a day and a half. And they focused forward and started showing a standard Fallout trailer. It didn't look to be like a huge upgrade over Fallout 4 or anything. It seemed to be in the same vein. And I remember watching this and just being so confused. Like, we just got Fallout 4. What are we doing here? Like, is this the big announcement for 2018? Is this what we're doing? Just a few months ago, people had been kind of frustrated with the whole announcement of Creation Club. And so people saw this and were like, what are they even doing? Is this just a new Fallout game. Some people I remember speculated maybe this was going to be an expansion for Fallout 4. Everybody was just genuinely confused. But we saw a 76 on there and people started putting it together in that moment. And as the trailer went forward, people just started to piece it together. Oh, this is a new Fallout game that's different from Fallout 4. This is probably that MMO that's been rumored for so long. And then Fallout 76 splash screen, and then Fallout.com, and then they were like, hey, just wait for E3. We're going to show you more. And boy, did they. So Bethesda's E3 2018 showcase was a collection of memes and stuff, and then Pete Hines came out and talked about things. They had weird, like, random musical performances because they were announcing Rage, which was a game, and then they passed it forward, you know, showcasing Rage 2. Very excited about that. They showed some other stuff that some people were really stoked for, but most people were sitting and waiting for whatever Fallout 76 was going to be. And eventually the big man himself was announced, and Todd came out wearing the jacket that I wish I was wearing now. It would have been so funny, I'm telling you what. But Todd comes out, shakes hands, and then takes over the stage and begins to announce literally everything they have going for the next 15 years. But the first thing they did was, of course, this meme-worthy announcement for Skyrim available on Alexa, because that's just what everybody was waiting for. And then they got into Fallout 76 itself. Now, this isn't a Fallout 76 video, so we're not going to go into too much depth here, but people watch this and it definitely came off as like, this is not going to be for everybody. And I think Bethesda knew that as well, which is why they paired this with some other announcements that we'll talk about in a second, just to make sure everybody was happy. Because again, this was at a time where ZeniMax wanted a new buyer to look at them and be like, okay, their fan base is super pumped for what's coming next. We are buying them right at the precipice, right before they go down the sled hill and just take off flying. And so their whole goal was to get the most people hyped for specifically Bethesda Game Studios games as possible. And while Fallout 76 wasn't going to be for everybody, they were hoping that the other announcements would satisfy some of those more hardcore single-player fans. As I mentioned earlier, they had other things like the Elder Scrolls Blades that they were pushing out super heavily because, again, they were trying to increase revenues, and what better way to do that than mobile games? And then they led into the actual announcement that we are focused on here, the live reveal of what would eventually become known as Starfield. And the announcement trailer was basically just a splash screen with a name on it. As you can see, the camera kind of fades in. We're going to get a look at a beautiful sunrise on the side of a planet. And then we're going to see a satellite is all we could really tell that it looked like at the time. We're like, oh yeah, there's some solar panels or something. And then we're going to find out it's called Starfield, and that's really just about it. But I remember seeing this and people were like, oh, so it is real. It is a sci-fi game. Not much else to go off of, but it was a thing. And at least there was that, right? But that trailer, that right there is literally all we had to go on for like a year and a half, 2 years before we started to find out more about Starfield and what the hell it even was supposed to be. And then Todd, again, just blew the load fully and revealed their next game, The Elder Scrolls 6, which, I mean, I get it. It's a cinematic announcement trailer. It's just supposed to be like, yeah, we're working on it, get excited. But really, there was no reason to announce this all the way back then, other than to hype up fans and maybe cushion the announcement of Fallout 76, which they were probably braced for a fairly negative reaction towards. So it's a thing, but I fully expect that the final game will appear nothing like this, and there's really not much to go on there. But people lost their minds. People got super excited. Standing ovation, even though it's still a decade away. It's a little funny, but that happened. So after this showcase, everybody was like, wow, Bethesda's cooking, not really processing how far away so many of these things were. But anybody that was kind of iffy on Fallout 76 could sit back and be confident that at least they had Starfield and Elder Scrolls coming. And anybody who was more into Fallout 76 was excited because they were going to get that very shortly, so they didn't have to wait long for it. And maybe eventually they'd try some other Fallout games, but at least they'd have that Fallout MMO that they wanted so badly, and they'd have it soon. Yeah, this comment puts it well. Innuendo XP, which is a funny username, it said, quote, a multiplayer online experience, scattered applause. A mobile experience, scattered applause. Another mobile experience, scattered applause. A single player experience, enthusiastic, thunderous applause. I really think that they knew all these announcements of mobile games and an online game was probably going to be met pretty negatively. So they had to reveal something single player related. Otherwise they just get torched. And so I think they played it about as well as they could have, I think. But Todd actually recently has said in interviews that he's regretted announcing all of that so early. One of my main takeaways from the Mr. Matty Plays interview that he did just a handful of weeks ago was that he said they didn't feel the need to put out a bunch of Fallout games or rush out releases between big tentpole launches because he thought it was okay to miss things. And I think that that's true, and it really explains Bethesda's general approach, which is that if there's 10 years between releases, major releases in a big franchise that people know and love, they don't really need to bother pumping out more stuff between those, because by the time you get the next one, you're going to be so freaking excited for another fix that you're going to be willing to get super hyped for it and pumped up. And we saw with Fallout 76 where there was another Fallout game just a few years after Fallout 4 and the hype level was much lower. Granted, it was also a multiplayer game, but still it was much, much lower. Whereas for Elder Scrolls 6, when we start to find out more about that game, people are going to get just as hyped, if not more so, than they were back in the day for Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim, or for Fallout 4, or even for something like Starfield. But since they announced all of this so far in advance, now there's not that mystery about the Elder Scrolls 6. Like, of course they're working on it, and if they hadn't announced it back in 2018, 6 years ago, I think we all would still be like, yeah, that's coming. There's no way they're not making another one. But having that mystery is also kind of fun, you know? It's just fun to not know everything. Like, almost certainly Naughty Dog is going to make another Last of Us game at some point. They've hinted it and made suggestions about it, even recently in the Grounded 2 documentary on the making of The Last of Us Part 2, when Neil Druckmann said that there was another chapter to the story that they were able to brainstorm. So almost certainly they're going to do another game. We know that, but that mystery, not knowing for a fact that it's coming, will make that eventual announcement all the more exciting. Whereas if they said, now, yeah, we're going to do The Last of Us Part 3, probably like 2027, 2028, so look for a trailer around then. You know, it wouldn't be that exciting. Sometimes not blowing your load can be more exciting. But in general, after the showcase, people were either negative towards Fallout 76 and all the mobile game announcements, or they were cautiously optimistic, hoping that this could actually lead to something interesting. I remember actually making a video back in the day discussing how I thought there was an interesting premise at the core of Fallout 76's pitch. It seemed once again that Todd was unwilling to rest on his laurels, and they wanted to really push the boundary and try something new. But of course, when we eventually got the game, we realized that most of those unique decisions didn't really add up to much of anything of worth, and they ended up going back on a lot of those unique things. For example, one of the core principles of the game from the very start was that the only people you would ever see in the game were other players, which is kind of a cool idea initially. You're like, oh, yeah, we're in a post-apocalyptic landscape. People should be few and far between, so whenever I see them, they'll be actual human beings, other players in the world that either attack me or that I can work with, whatever. And it's kind of like a social experiment. We see where it goes. But that didn't end up actually being the most fun, and then of course they ended up changing it with a series of expansions that added in NPCs and more traditional Fallout gameplay, since that's what the fans ended up wanting. But as we previously discussed, the launch of Fallout 76 was a total disaster and had major consequences for the studio and their reputation. In the months and years following this, Bethesda Game Studios and Xbox in general, after the acquisition in 2021, would all be relatively quiet. But shortly after the closure of the ZeniMax acquisition, we started getting reports, interviews, and announcements with regard to Starfield. One of the first big ones was this article from the Washington Post that we've mentioned a handful of times. Basically, a bunch of executives over at Bethesda Game Studios went and spoke with these reporters, and it's basically just a puff piece. I don't know if this was something where they paid for this article to be posted, or if it was being pitched as actual reporting. I'm not really sure, but this is basically just an opportunity for everybody at BGS to pitch the game and try to sell people on it. Once again, they framed it around Skyrim in space, not Fallout in space, but Skyrim in space. They said that it was in development since 2017, despite Todd later saying it only really began production in 2020. It's really confusing because now it seems like there's a bunch of retconning going on. Maybe they're explaining some of the problems of the game to a more condensed dev cycle or something. But again, there's just so many contradictions when you dig into this stuff, where in an interview in 2024, Todd will say that production only really started in 2020. But then in this interview from 2021, he says, no, we've been doing it for 4 years. It's like been in development since 2017. It didn't just start last year. You can see, of course, they framed it as the Han Solo simulator, where you explore the galaxy, get your ship, do fun stuff. This was also paired with a little reveal trailer at E3 2021, if you could even call it E3, because it was all digital. But anyway, we actually got to see these little cinematic shots of the player character climbing up into the ship. And honestly, it looks pretty good. It really looks like they made a lot of original assets for this. We see the sandwich, which would become a meme later, all sorts of cool weapon art and little tidbits here. That little carrying case that would end up being in the collector's edition, and the door opening leading into the cockpit. It's basically just a sizzle reel that's meant to set the tone and give you an idea of what the game's going to look like when it's actually running. And I actually think that this looked pretty good at the time. It didn't really tell us much of anything about the actual game, but at this point, the game was still years away, so I can't really blame them that much for it. But I do think it shows a lot of potential. It shows that they've got something different here from Fallout and Elder Scrolls, and it got people pretty excited. You can see, again, they were insisting on the 11/11/22 release date, which would eventually be pushed back a little bit under a year. And that delay would actually be thanks to the one and only Phil Spencer, that wanted to make sure that everybody had enough time to make the game exactly the way that they wanted it. Here is an interview from June of 2023 where Phil Spencer and Matt Booty are talking about Starfield and everything else and what led up to it. And Phil is going to mention the delays and what went down there.
Skyrims and Elder Scrolls under their belt. Truth be told, when the acquisition closed, this game had a significantly earlier ship date than where we're actually launching it, even significantly later than the date that we once had for the game, but it was earlier than that before. So sitting down with Todd and the team and explaining that we want to give this team the time. I think Matt says we have every QA person in our entire company
State of Washington,
like playing Starfield right now, looking at bug counts, looking at quality and where we are. The nice thing about what we showed today, from my perspective, is that was the game. Like as I said, we've not a little bit humble brag, but
there we go,
you know, we've been playing the game for quite a while, and that is the game.
To be clear, this is after the 2023 gameplay reveal, which we'll get to in a minute. But the key takeaway is that he says there was, of course, the initial release date, which was November 11th of 2022, but the original release date was even before that. And so they encouraged one internal delay, which was not made public, from maybe early 22 or late 2021, and they encouraged them to delay it to November of 22. And then they encouraged them to delay it further from November of 22 all the way to 2023. But players didn't really seem to mind the delays. They were encouraging Bethesda to take their time and make sure that they did this the right way, which was a good sentiment to put forward after the troubled launch of Fallout 76 and the many bugs of Fallout 4 and Skyrim before that. And you could hear Phil Spencer alluding to how many people within Microsoft were actively playing the game and polishing it up, trying to fix bugs and make sure performance was good. It seemed like all hands were on deck for this game, and that was pretty damn exciting, because out of any period of time that you could look at in Bethesda's history, this was the most promising time for one of their games. Not only had they been given way more time to work on this game than they initially thought they would have, but also they were given the resources of a multi-trillion-dollar corporation that was willing to help them polish it up. If there was ever going to be a Bethesda game that was polished and ran well and looked really good, this was going to be it. And you can see him reveal the gameplay of Starfield for the first time, and people got pretty stoked on it. Like, some people thought that the shadows and the lighting looked really flat or uninteresting. And I actually remember defending the game around this time because I thought it was unfair to criticize the game for how it looked in this gameplay reveal, since this is a galaxy-sized game and some planets will look more dramatically lit than others based on the atmosphere, based on the star that's orbiting, or, you know, it's orbiting around. So it's not really fair to be like, okay, Starfield looks really really gray and flat and uninteresting just based off of this one segment of gameplay. However, the gameplay itself did seem to be an evolution in some ways of Fallout. It seemed to be pretty shiny and polished up. They of course showed some gunplay and stuff like that. I don't know why like studios like this are always doing the hip fire stuff instead of just going ADS. I think it makes the gunplay look way less tight. It just looks like you're spraying and praying, even though the gun has an ADS mode. People just hip fire for some reason. But other than that, I think it looked pretty good. They showed a new lock-picking mini game, which some people I remember got really excited for. And then they showed this segment where you're fighting pirates that are hanging out up here. This is another example of why hip firing is just so stupid. Like, you see the lasers just bouncing all over the place. Just ADS, dude. It'll make it way easier. But I remember looking at this and being confused because the AI of the pirates is really, really bad. Like, you see that guy all of a sudden is standing on a crate. This guy's just running away from you and lets you shoot him. I remember being like, that seems odd that the AI is just so terrible. But you see somebody zip over here, you shoot all the guys, and then you presumably steal the ship, which was kind of a cool idea and got lots of us really excited that maybe you could actually become a pirate yourself, stealing ships and selling them in various ways. So that's cool. They showed character creator elements with selecting traits and backstory elements and all sorts of stuff like that that seemed pretty interesting and thought out. Maybe not as deep as we had seen in previous games, but as long as it worked for what they were trying to do here, I was on board. They then show what are effectively skills in this game, and this in the final product, you know, would end up being more frustrating than fun, but it seemed like there were a lot of skills available. So at the time, a lot of us were like, oh, that's interesting. You see weapon modifications once again are present. People got stoked on this once again, even though, again, at launch, it wouldn't actually be as good as it appeared to be in these initial trailers and stuff like that. Then they showed base building, where you can put up one of these little things and then build an entire settlement. Again, looks really cool here. Final product, a little bit. But then they show what I think is genuinely one of, if not the best feature in all of Starfield that I will defend until the day I die. The ship customization and building, I freaking love it. I think it's phenomenal. And not just being able to customize color and looks of your ships and stuff, but even down to the shape and prioritizing which kind of weapons you might like playing with over others, or how fast you want it to go versus how much shield you want. You can really customize your ships exactly how you want, and I think it's awesome. I love the ship customization stuff, and that's something I said back when we first saw this in 2022, and I say it today. We then saw some actual ship flight and combat. This was only ever seen in the like orbit of a planet or of a star or space station or asteroid field. We never really saw ships flying in atmosphere or anything, which at this time was still up in the air. Nobody really knew if you were going to be able to do that, if you're going to be able to fly on the planet's surface from location to location to get around faster. It would later be confirmed in a couple of poorly distributed interviews that you were not able to do that, and you would in fact only be able to fly in orbit or, you know, basically outside of the atmosphere. But what they showed here looked pretty cool. It seemed to run really well, and it was pretty and thematic. And again, people got stoked for it. I mean, Todd seemed like maybe he had done it. People started to get even more hyped. And then we get to 2023, where Xbox decides to put all their chips on black and decide to go all in on Starfield. They announced that they were going to be doing the Xbox Game Showcase and then a Starfield Direct, where basically they would spend an hour talking about everything Xbox has and then do a dedicated 45 minutes to an hour just on Starfield, giving it a full deep dive, similar to what they did this year in 2024 with Black Ops, giving it its own deep dive. And you can see that they were framing this very specifically. Xbox Game Showcase and Starfield Direct. This was an event pairing together where they put Starfield in the same pedestal as Xbox itself. They were going to give it its own time of day. And as you can see, the Starfield Direct starts about an hour into the show and then gets its own 50-minute time slot effectively to cover everything they wanted to cover with the game. They really were putting a lot on this game. And the production value reflected this. You see all sorts of beautiful in-studio shots. They take you into the studio with Todd and the team, showing you how they actually built the game. You get little sneak peeks and snippets of awards and of previous projects, and then the actual in-dev footage of the game. It's a really cool inside look at how these games actually get made, and I think it's just super cool. I love this kind of stuff, so I thought that this was a really cool way of revealing more about Starfield, as opposed to just doing another trailer or something stupid like that. This is way more interesting, and you see they just get right into it, showing you actual gameplay and allowing you to see what the game will actually look like when you're playing it. And people got pretty excited because it did look graphically pretty impressive, and Todd immediately started working his marketing magic.
But this time, it's not just one world. It's over 1,000 worlds. Because the choice of where to go, it's not ours, it's yours. And it wasn't until now that we had the technology to create it. From the rocks at your feet, to the mountains in the distance, to the people and creatures that live in these worlds. That isn't just a backdrop. That moon is actually there orbiting the planet. Yes, you can visit it too. We realistically simulate the galaxy around you. Our next generation lighting model uses real-time global illumination to light the world based on the type of star and the makeup of the planet's atmosphere. We also have an all-new animation system. And of course, you can play it in third person, and you can play it in first person. We love exploration and rewarding it, but you do explore differently in this game given its scale. That usually involves exploring an area you've landed in. You can collect resources, do a mission, and maybe even stumble upon something unexpected. We do love stuff and all of the items allowing you to pick everything up, and you can view all that in your data menu. This is the hub for everything you're doing, from your skills to your ship, your missions, and your inventory. We love to pack a ton of detail in every object, from all of your weapons to spacesuits to food. We just obsess over the details, and food. We obsess over food. When you're done exploring, you can walk back or fast travel to your ship. We have companions and crew you can take with you. I left Vasco here back at my ship.
Welcome back, Captain Howard.
And he can even say your name. Let's head out.
Our mission was to convey the wonder and majesty of space exploration, to evoke the romance of the golden age of early spaceflight. And we've been referring to this approach as NASA Punk. This means a design language where the tech is advanced, yet still looks grounded and relatable.
For us, it's that contrast. That's where the visual interest is. Obviously the NASA, which is the rigid, hard function over style, and then Punk, which is all about style.
You can see that visual style coming through in your ship. Your ship is your home for you and your crew. And like many of the spaces in our game, it has a slightly retro and analog touch, a bit of lo-fi rather than sci-fi, where everything is well used, worn, and lived in.
Alrighty, what's the plan, Captain?
This is your star map. It starts with the planet you're currently on. You can see all of its info and resources. You can choose a landing spot or fast travel to known locations. Backing out further, you can view all the planets in the system. Obviously, the game is big, and it's here you can see planets that have key locations, missions, or life on them, versus the many planets that are barren but resource-heavy. Zoom out even further to see all the systems in this part of the galaxy. Here, you can plot a course to ones that are light years away. This uses your ship's grav drive to fold space and jump to these systems. And you will need to upgrade your ship and skills if you want to jump to the most distant ones. But for now, we'll plot a course to the Alpha Centauri system, where we can find the city of New Atlantis.
Welcome to UC Space. Maintain your current course while we scan your ship's cargo. Scan complete. You are cleared for landing at New Atlantis.
As soon as you land in a city like New Atlantis, your eyes are guided upwards to just these boundless, vast buildings.
It's the biggest city we've ever made, not just in size, but also in the amount of custom art, crowds, and quests.
So the main focus when we're designing a city is obviously what supports the story. We try and tell as many small stories as possible.
This is a colony war memorial.
It's a few moments of gameplay that make the space feel like it's full of real characters that are going about their day-to-day lives.
It's paralyzing if you really stop and think about it.
Buddy, it's coffee.
It's also where your adventure with Constellation begins.
Welcome to Constellation. We have a lot to talk about.
By the time you meet them, Constellation is sort of seen as this mythical group. Most people don't even know they exist anymore. They're the last true explorers in the galaxy, and they're trying to find the answers to some of humanity's biggest questions.
The artifacts are so different, so alien, and I'm certain one of them reached out and spoke to you. The artifact. If you could place it on the table here.
Oh my God. Look at how it's coming together.
That means there's a set built by an intelligence outside the settled systems.
It's definitely an eclectic cast of characters. You've got Sarah Morgan, the ex-soldier and adventurer, now Constellation's leader. Mateo, the theologian who believes that there's definitely something else out there. Noel, the gifted scientist and Sarah Morgan's protege. And Walter, a very successful businessman in the settled systems and Constellation's financier.
Anything goes as long as you have the money.
There's also Vlad, the ex-pirate, Sam Coe, the former space cowboy, and Barrett.
You know what I hate about these pirates? Completely resistant to my otherwise irresistible charm.
The journey you take with Constellation is just the first of many you'll embark on. The Settled Systems is home to all kinds of different stories, people, and adventures for you to uncover.
So pretty intriguing, right? They've clearly put a lot into this, but looking back on it now, I can't help but feel like there are many times where they are honest and direct about what the game is, but they sort of lie through omission in very subtle and potentially unintentional ways. Like, it's subtle enough that I could see how it's just like how they edited the video and they didn't really realize people would make inferences as a result of that. But like, let me show you an example. So you see Todd selecting that he's going to go to Alpha Centauri after starting on Porima, and after he selects it, he's going to hold down X to jump to that location. And when he does it, of course, they're not going to like show you a load screen or anything, because this is a trailer. Like, they don't want to spend time sitting in a load screen, but you can see how seamless this appears to be, where there's a tear in space, flashes to white, and then flashes back in. And it's just something that happens. Same with like pressing land on the planet's surface. After they do the contraband scan, you'll see that they'll select the landing site on the planet right here, New Atlantis, hold down X to land, and then it just happens. And I think a lot of people saw this and then were like, oh, so it's that seamless? This is what they meant when they said a next generation Bethesda game. And people got excited because it seemed like it was going to really be cutting edge, and it wasn't. Furthermore, they talk a lot about New Atlantis, which people got really excited for because they're like, wow, it's the biggest city they've ever made. And then when the game would eventually come out, there weren't city maps. The city was incredibly disjointed and confusing. And it's one of the running memes within Starfield is that you can play the game for 100 hours and still have no freaking clue what New Atlantis is or where certain items or places are. Like, for example, the other day I posted a video on Starfield with like paid mods and everything, and somebody in the comment section had no idea what the well was because one of the mods required you to go to the well and speak to a shopkeeper there that would sell you an item. They had never been there, or at least no recollection of it. They had never discovered her shop or really explored down under there after putting like 100+ hours into Starfield. This was a Starfield fan that had never seen that because they just had no reason to, and they had never experienced it because, for one, the game is so big, but also because New Atlantis is so freaking confusing in how it's laid out. And in my opinion, my humble opinion as somebody that does not design cities for a living, I think New Atlantis is one of the most bafflingly confusing and poorly designed cities in any video game I've probably ever played. And I don't think I'm alone in thinking that, but maybe I am. I'm just going to throw it out there. But again, if you watch these trailers and stuff, you would think that this is going to be really jaw-dropping and amazing, and it just simply didn't live up to the standards that they put forward in this announcement trailer. Or I guess technically this isn't an announcement trailer, it's a direct deep dive kind of thing, but you get what I mean. And of course, we get another deep dive into ship customization. We see all different variants of it. They talk a little bit about how that actually works and who designed it. Ryan Sears, I'll give you props, man. You made the best part of Starfield. You should be very proud. It runs great. Again, I love the ship customization stuff. My only frustration with ship customization has to do with the leveling system, which we'll talk about later, where you have to be at certain levels to be able to pilot certain tiers of ships, when I think you should just make it like fully open and available to anybody and everybody. If they want to pilot a big ship, let them go at it. If they want to pilot a little ship, go for it. Like big, little, whatever, doesn't matter. And then they spend an uncomfortable amount of time giving you a deep dive on the collector's edition for Starfield. You know, the box looks fine. As I mentioned earlier, it's actually seen in the game itself, which I think was part of the idea. And then they have these watches that they're wearing. I never got one of these. I'm not really interested. They did this with Fallout 4 as well, where you could buy like a plastic Pip-Boy and then put your phone in it, and then there was an app for your phone that connected like to your console or game, and then you could actually use the Pip-Boy on your like forearm to control inventory and stims and stuff. It's a fun idea. In practice, I don't know who on earth would ever use it, but they showed some other stuff like the Xbox controller, which I still think looks really, really cool. I like that controller. I do like the NASA Punk vibe that they have here, but a lot of people were surprised when they did this because this was a Game Pass title. I mean, it's Game Pass day one. People were kind of interested, like, why are they pushing a collector's edition for a Game Pass title? And it's because when they have a game that has this much hype around it, you better believe that they're going to try to get that extra 20, 30 bucks out of you to upgrade, or in the case of a collector's edition, an extra 100 or 150 bucks, I don't know how much it was, to get a little bit extra out of you if you're really, really hyped for it. And that seems to be exactly what they were able to do with a lot of people. A lot of people ordered these, got them. I don't know how many people are still using these headsets and watches and stuff. I'll have to keep an eye out. If I ever see somebody wearing a Starfield watch out in public, I'm going to give them a hug because that's just, it's really funny to me. But this was basically the reveal. I mean, they showed all this stuff. People were pretty excited, and now it was just a matter of time before we got the game. And so people waited, and while they waited, they speculated, and they got even more hyped, and then they spun and spun and spun and spun until the point where some people were just straight up making stuff up, like saying that Starfield was going to have rovers, or like it was actually going to have in-planet flight where you could fly your spaceship freely around the planet's surface like in No Man's Sky or Star Citizen or something. and that they were only hiding it from people because they wanted people to be all the more impressed when they bought the game and played it on launch day and realized you could do that. It was all part of Todd's plan, you see. People just started making stuff up because if there was ever a hole spotted in the design of Starfield, people would just fill it in with hype and speculation and be like, Almighty Todd will figure it out. He thought of that, I'm sure. And listen, you guys know me. One of my taglines is that I'm a proud skeptic. And all skepticism really means is that you are not going to accept a conclusion from a proposition until there is sufficient evidence to justify that conclusion. In other words, like if you tell me that this game is amazing and is worth my pre-order, I'm not going to accept that until there's sufficient evidence to warrant acceptance of that claim. In the case of like Red Dead Redemption 2, there's a little bit of evidence that will be required to convince me that that game would be worth a pre-order or worth a collector's edition or whatever else. I would need less evidence for that than if you were trying to convince me, say, that the sequel to Gollum from 2023 was coming out and that I should buy the $200 collector's edition or something. And in the case of Starfield, this was coming from a studio whose last game, Fallout 76, was a borderline criminal disaster. Like, it was unbelievably bad. And so a lot of it started to see the community split. There were those who were willing to give Bethesda the benefit of the doubt and basically forgive them for Fallout 76 just because they were so hyped for Starfield and they were just going to forget about all of that. And then there was another group, which I was in, and many of you guys watching this video likely were in, who were not willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. And I actually made a video with another YouTuber, Mr. Matty Plays, where we talked about all of this. The video is called Trying to Find the Positive with Mr. Matty Plays. And basically the premise was that I was going to sit down and have a conversation with Matty, and we were going to try and find the positive. We were going to try to find a way to meet in the middle and not just hate on Starfield for the sake of hating on it and not just hype it up for the sake of hyping it, but actually try to meet somewhere in the middle where we could understand each other's perspective, because Maddie represents a side of the Bethesda community that is much more maybe excitable, much more willing to give Bethesda the benefit of the doubt, and I am sick and tired of their crap and just won't do that. And the conversation was interesting, and generally I feel like it was productive, but effectively at the end of it, where we settled was just that Maddie was willing to give BGS the benefit of the doubt and to give Todd that benefit of the doubt, and I was not. He was willing to move past all the crap with Fallout 76 because he felt like they had done a lot of work to improve upon it, and I was just not willing to do that.
I don't think with 76 they tried, and I think with Fallout 4 they were overly safe.
Yeah, I think that that's fair, and I'm glad to hear like some, at least some, I would say realistic or reasonable skepticism, because I think the important thing to remember for people, at least that watch my channel, is I try to be skeptical, but that's different from cynical. So skeptical is just not being convinced of something until there's evidence to be convinced of it, which is the stance I think I'm taking with something like Starfield, where I'm not convinced this game is going to be good, especially when you consider all the different forms of evidence that go against it, like, you know, the most recent releases from BGS, etc. Whereas cynicism is just like shooting something down. I mean, we all know the types who are just like, oh, this sucks, but I hate it. Why do you hate it? It just sucks. It's terrible. You know, the Sony ponies hating Xbox stuff, or vice versa, right? So I do want to explore this a little bit. I think we'll agree, like you said, the gunplay from what they showed didn't look very good. Could they improve it? Could they make it better? Was it just a bad showing and they just showed clips that made it look worse than it actually is? Sure, possibly. But the point is, from what they showed, it doesn't look good. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, the only thing you could say, I feel, in defense of the gunplay is I think of Fallout 4, when you start off, they hand you a pipe pistol, right? And obviously the pipe pistol doesn't feel as good as like a combat shotgun. Like, that's a fact. It doesn't look as good, doesn't feel as good, doesn't shoot as well. And that fits in Fallout, right? Like, you're starting off with the bare essentials and you're scaling up to something else. I don't know if that's what was happening here with Starfield. Like, okay, we're at the beginning of the game. That's what they said. This is the very beginning of the game. Here's this crappy weapon you've got, and you're going to scale up to something better. You know, we saw there's weapon modding in there. That's the only thing you could say in defense. But if I'm Bethesda, I don't show a gun that shoots as terribly as that one. It looked blocky in a sense, like it just visually didn't look good. And then when it shot, it looked awkward. I think the person playing wasn't that great, but even if they were 10 out of 10 MLG player, again, I don't think the gunplay was very encouraging. In fact, in some regard, it kind of looked like a downgrade from something like Fallout 4. And that's a shame, because one of the surprising aspects, not to keep leaping over to CD Projekt Red, but Cyberpunk 2077, for all its flaws and faults, I thought it played pretty well as a first-person shooter. And that was one of the best surprises of that game. I would have loved to see Bethesda as a AAA developer scale up to something like that. And that's where I think they do get the benefit of the doubt. A lot of people have just come to expect Bethesda to have this level of jank. It's like their studio identity, and so it's easily acceptable for a lot of people.
For me, everything they did around Fallout 76 wasn't even just like scummy and cash grabby, because I predicted the sale to Microsoft in a video
I remember that.
months before it happened. And I did it not because I'm brilliant, but just because I was like, why would the same management team that's been here for 20 years all of a sudden get super greedy? Like there's nothing that's changed in the management. It's still Robert Altman, Donald Trump's brother, like the core management team is there. Why are they getting so greedy? And it was because they were preparing for a sale. Oh, that makes sense, right? But for me, all of the heavy monetization and all of this stuff, it was for the sake of the sale and making their numbers look better. But the way they carried it out wasn't just scummy. It was like borderline, like just evil. They were intentionally
heavy-handed.
Yeah, like they were, in some cases, selling their customers stuff that was just downright broken, which already is extremely scummy. But they knew it was broken. They didn't care. They then go and they try to like appease people by offering $5 worth of in-game credit. Yeah, it's just like, oh, that's a great idea. Why didn't we do that? Yeah. The canvas bag situation. I mean, just watch Internet Historian's video. Anybody out there who hasn't seen it.
Fallout First. Just want to throw that one
Fallout
out there.
First,
that one's particularly
$100.
disgusting.
Yeah, $100 a year for an in-game membership. It was just like so heavy-handed and just slimy. It's like at one point they realized, hey, everybody hates us for this monetization stuff we're doing. And they said, well, I guess let's just go with it. And they just kept doing it way worse than before. So for me, when I look at Starfield, like I see this stuff that's kind of and I don't want to give them benefit of the doubt. I don't want to give them extra credit. I don't want to be optimistic, because in my mind, they have forfeited anything and all of the goodwill that would push you over the edge to maintaining optimism. For me, I used to look at Todd Howard as a video game development genius, as a visionary. And like after I saw him on stage in 2019 with Elon Musk, I was in the audience for that interview with Jeff Keighley. And like after watching that and the Fallout 76 stuff and everything, he seems to me like a schmoozy salesman who really is only worried about maximizing the bottom line. And the magic is just gone for me. It's just gone. So, like, I think the broader point of all of this, and then I'll stop rambling and let you talk, is just...
No, please, you're fine.
It seems like to me, you will either are willing to forgive, or maybe you never thought there was anything that big of a deal, but either you're willing to forgive and move past Fallout 76 and all the stuff that Todd Howard and his team were involved with back then, or you're just not willing to forgive them until they can prove through their actions that they are different, that this time it's going to be better. And I'm in the latter group. I'm just not sold. You know what, Todd, you can win me back, but I'm not going to help you win me back. It's all on you, buddy. That's where I'm at. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I think, well, first off, I should disclose that, in the past, I've interacted directly with Todd Howard, where I think it doesn't matter effectively to me, but I think it's just fair to disclose to the audience that like there could be an inherent bias. Just I've had positive interactions with him, and I would be more leaning on the side of willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, but I wouldn't say it's due to that. I just want to make sure it's clear, it's out there. But I think when it comes to Todd, I will say that Bethesda definitely took the egg on the face, but you had to really choke it out of them for Fallout 76. Like when they eventually misstepped with Fallout 76, as we had expected with an online Fallout game. I remember the following E3 in 2019, I believe it was, people were really hoping that Bethesda would step out and apologize for things. And I remember that was a big talking point for a while. And fortunately, they did. So I feel like they understood what went wrong, and they still talk about it as if it's fresh memory. I remember watching the Xbox Bethesda Game Showcase Extended which was just a couple of months ago. And Pete Hines was talking about, yeah, we're painfully aware of what happened with this game. Like, they still kind of seem to relive the trauma, if you will. So I don't think it's escaped them. That doesn't mean that they're going to suddenly make an educated business decision just because this is video games and what you expect to happen typically never does happen. But on the note of Starfield and, that social cachet and if there should be deserved optimism, I think a lot of it really stems from, and I just say this based off, all the coverage I've done of not only this game, but Xbox as a whole, is I think Xbox has become this sort of beacon of hope for failing companies. Bethesda was failing, but also beloved. They teamed up, and, I said at the start of this, I think that, Bethesda and Xbox teaming up, it makes sense. It fits just right, and I think they'll produce their best content. We're seeing the same thing happen with Activision, although I don't think there's that history there. We're seeing a failing company team up with Xbox. So they're being seen as this beacon of hope because Microsoft has limitless cash, the most profitable company on the planet. So it's like, oh, they just got tons of pockets of cash, throw it at every game, it'll all work out. What is unfortunate that a lot of people don't realize is with game development issues, it's not always just a money problem. There are inherent design issues like baked in. You can't throw money at every problem. And it's a tough lesson for a lot of new developers to learn. Fortunately, I've managed to navigate that, but it is a tough thing for a lot of developers to learn. And I think a lot of people assume that because Microsoft has tons of cash, no project can fail. And that's a bad take. So I do think that there is understandable optimism because of Microsoft, where Bethesda doesn't feel the pressure now to walk down the evil, greedy path they once did, but that still doesn't mean that they can't make a bad game. They can't design a bad game. And those choices that they commit to, things like, we're going to do 1,000+ planets, that is something you can't just unwind the clock on. It's there, it's set in stone, it's a part of the game, and we'll see what that means when it finally comes out. I, again, do love their games, so I have the hope in my heart that they do deliver, but I think the optimism, it could go either way. I think it depends on who you're talking to. For me, I lean on the side of I want to believe in them. I think that because they had one really bad game and a lot of bad business decisions tied to it, that clearly they're just trying to set this thing up as a money cow, and it's a disgrace to my favorite franchise. That all aside, they have, in my eyes, only made one truly, really bad game. Even before that, their worst game, Fallout 4, for many people, I thought was still a really good game.
Yeah.
So to me, they've delivered quality of product consistently. They missed a beat one time. It's the same way I look at CD Projekt Red. So it's not just Bethesda where, okay, CD Projekt Red delivered a technical mishap. That's probably putting it lightly. Their first time around. I think when we get to The Witcher 4, whatever they do next, it will be much better. And I'm not going to just forget their past games because they delivered one dud, but it is worth keeping in the forefront of our minds. So I don't think you should go full optimism or full skepticism. I just kind of sit in the unfortunate for us content creators because people like to have a take, but I kind of sit in the gray area on it.
Yeah, no, and I think that's fair. And I think one thing you said earlier is going to stick with me and is probably the thing that I think is important to think of for everybody out there. And that is that, like, Rome wasn't built in a day. Yes, they had a stumble, one really big stumble, but they had a stumble. But, like, they just recently were bought by Xbox, and the benefits of that merger and acquisition will be continuous, and that's something that you kind of figure it out and you walk into. So is it to say Starfield will all of a sudden undo everything bad that came from Fallout 76? Well, no, but Starfield might be pretty good. Pretty solid, and it can still be a good game while not being like Skyrim 2.0. It can still be a good game, and I think that's important to just remember is not every game needs to be the new Grand Theft Auto Online mixed with Red Dead, mixed with The Witcher 3. There can be good games that just do their own things well and don't necessarily have the best like graphical fidelity or the best lip syncing or gunplay or this or that. You can do other stuff really well and still stand out as a game without having to master everything.
Yes, I agree.
So I think it was a really good conversation. I enjoyed it a lot. And I think, Maddie might get some flack for that perspective in hindsight, but I don't think it was an unreasonable position to take at the time. And I think it's a position that was reflected by a lot of BGS fans, and even currently by a lot of BGS fans who look at Fallout 76 as like a really scummy thing that happened, but it was because of extenuating circumstances. It was kind of forced on them by the management at ZeniMax. It wasn't Todd's doing, it wasn't anybody on the lower levels doing, so they shouldn't be blamed for it. It was just a crappy thing that happened, but at least they've made a comeback and recovered. And in 2024, I think after the success of the Fallout show, bringing some new players to Fallout 76, it's much more reasonable to say they've made a recovery. I still personally just don't really get into Fallout 76, but I know a lot of people that have had a lot of fun with it and have really enjoyed it. It's not for me personally, but I do know that there's a big community there that's really, really enjoyed it. But I think that video gives you a good look at sort of a microcosm from August 1st of 2022, when people were talking about Starfield. Some of us were just not sold on it, and others were already all in, ready to go, and excited to see Bethesda do something ambitious, which many people and many fans felt they hadn't done in quite some time. They felt that, as Maddie said, Fallout 4 was very safe, and Fallout 76 was just not a passion project. That was something they were doing just for the quick paycheck. But as the months would go by after that 2023 deep dive, people would start to anxiously await the game. And 2 weeks before the public launch of the game in late August, since there was an early access period, a box of stuff would show up at my door, and so would a review code for the game. And this shocked not just me, but everybody that found out about it, because I'd been pretty outspoken against Bethesda, especially after Fallout 76, as you heard in that video with Maddie. I was not a fan, and I was not easy on Todd or BGS or ZeniMax in general. So for them to send a review code was pretty surprising, and to send a care package, which is where that jacket I wore at the beginning of the video came from. You know, it's funny because my brother Jacob, who edits these videos, he came over at one point late last year, and I had this box just laying in a corner, and I was like, I don't know, man, it's a nice box. Like, it's a nice Starfield themed box. I don't have the heart to throw it away. Like right now there's just like the filler from the stuff they had inside, like the jacket. This mouse actually came in this Starfield care package. It's just a nice mouse, so I've used it, but I didn't have the heart to throw it away. And I was like, Jacob, I think I should, do you think I should just toss it? Is it worth hanging on to? And he just put his hand on my shoulder, looked at me and said, Luke, it's a 7 out of 10. You should throw it away. Which I don't know. I didn't listen though. I didn't listen. Maybe I should have, but I still have the box. I don't know what I'll ever use it for, but it's just a beautiful box. So I've never had the heart to toss it. So that's there. I was shocked that I got a review code with this because I had been so tough on them. But to their credit, it seemed that after the Xbox acquisition, there was a shift in attitude, where they now were more willing to hear critical feedback than they were previously. Back in 2018, after I made those videos that were quite aggressive towards Todd, granted, I made one where I called him evil for all of that. Aggressive, I grant you. After that, though, I could never get a hold of anybody within ZeniMax, Bethesda Softworks, or anything. I just couldn't. It was very, very difficult. Occasionally I might get lucky, but it was almost impossible to get them to respond to any emails, which again, I think is just generally fair. It sucks that in the modern day, a YouTuber or a game journalist or reviewer, or critic, whatever, could be critical towards a company and then it's just blacklisted from them, but that's just par for the course. So I just kind of accepted I wasn't going to get to review Starfield at launch. But then the code showed up and I was genuinely shocked. So we got it 2 weeks ahead of time and I immediately started playing it, and I was allowed to disclose that I had access to the game, and I started going through it, taking lots of notes, recording every second of gameplay that I had and saving it on my server that I have stored down here in the corner underneath the streaming PC. And people started like going crazy. Not only were some like diehard BGS and Starfield fans very pissed that I, a heathen, was given access to the game early, but I even had somebody try and break into my NAS, that server, remotely to get access to the gameplay footage. Because I guess on stream at some point, I flashed a like bookmark or something on one of my browser tabs that showed that it was like a Synology NAS. And so somebody was able to get backdoor access and try to get into it. So I got the emails like, are you trying to log into your Synology whatever account? And because I had two-factor authentication and everything on, they weren't able to get in. But people were that crazy. They were trying to break into my server to get access to the recorded footage of Starfield. That's how crazy the hype was. I had never experienced anything like it before, but that was the level of hype we were talking about. People were losing their minds. And as I played it, you know what? I had some strong feelings, surprisingly positive as I started going through the game. I was really, really impressed by it. And I worked all the way through the game. I prepared my review. And then the review embargo lifted and everybody's reviews dropped. And that brings us to part 7, the launch. The review embargo for Starfield lifted a handful of hours, like 6 to 8 hours before the worldwide launch of early access. As I mentioned, they had given reviewers a full 2 weeks with the game to play it, to maybe even do multiple runs to really get acclimated to it. Now, when reviews dropped, it landed at roughly an 83 on Metacritic score at the time. Over the next few months, people would put out some more reviews and it would go up a little, then down a little, then back up a little, back down a little, but it's settled at the end of the day, still in that same spot at about an 83 out of 100 on Metacritic, which is perfectly respectable as far as a review score is concerned. Now, there were some outlets that gave it a perfect score, 5 out of 5. It's a masterpiece. It does everything amazingly well. It's very keen to give you as many companions as it can right off the bat, allowing you to build a crew for your ship. We got strong Mass Effect vibes every time we walked around the ship's cabin, saying that it had jaw-dropping scale, was their best gunplay ever, refined speech system, their best game technically, and the performance on the Series X was inconsistent, but that wasn't enough to dissuade them from giving it a perfect 5 out of 5 score. However, not everybody agreed. There were some more middling reviews, people that thought the game was much more average. For example, IGN gave it a 7 out of 10 when they reviewed the game and said that it had some glaring issues. They said Starfield's problems, though, are glaring, some of which in ways are inherently different from Bethesda's other games. I have to say that the early hours are pretty rough going, and there was a while where I was wondering if the stars would ever align. So this review is going to go through that rough patch too as I lay this out, but bear with me, just like Starfield itself, it does get better by the end. They point out the fact that you can't go anywhere in Starfield without fast traveling. They also call out the fact that there are no actual maps, mini or otherwise, to refer to when you're on foot. All you get is an extremely low detailed display showing you large points of interest, such as the many abandoned research and mining outposts where raiders and robots wait for you to shoot and loot them, and the large swaths of alien wasteland and wilderness that separates them. Within a city, there's nothing to guide you around beyond shop signs and text-only directories that tell you what stores are located in what district, but not where they actually are. And here he actually alludes to something that I'm going to bring up later, because they did eventually add these city maps and smaller maps into the game through a later patch. However, I think they actually could make the game even less impressive when implemented, and they sort of allude to it here. My guess is that this was a deliberate choice by Bethesda to mitigate the fast travel problem, where we're just zipping through the universe without stopping to appreciate the detail and thought that went into creating dramatically different cities, like the gleaming capital of New Atlantis, the frontier settlement of Aquila, or the dingy cyberpunk metropolis of Neon, among others. And these places are fascinating to look at. The reality, though, is that this isn't even how we get around the real world today, not since iPhone rolled out in 2007, so it's exacerbating to be in the year 2330 with no comparable navigation tools, which is fair, but basically suggesting that this was an intentional decision on the part of the developers not to put these maps in place so that you would be forced to go through and look at the signs and to see where the arrows are pointing and navigate the cities that way. Also, I would argue it's to make sure that you don't see kind of past the illusion of scope and scale, which is something we're going to bring up here. You see, a handful of these reviews mention how exploration ends up falling really flat. And part of that is because when you're freely exploring, as you might do in other games like Skyrim or Fallout, you have to fast travel consistently to get to planets, and when you land on the planet surface, you end up in a little fishbowl that's generated around you at that landing location, and then on that landing location, there are only 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe points of interest for you to actually explore. And that isn't necessarily bad, but if they were to add maps to all of these surfaces, you would see just how few points of interest were actually on the planet's surface when you landed, and I think it would remove a lot of the illusion of grandeur that the game puts forward. Starfield is fundamentally about scope, and it's pretty clear that that's what they're pushing for. And so to reveal that there actually isn't that much scope in the actual moment-to-moment gameplay, I think would be a mistake, which is probably why they didn't bother with it before the game launched. This GameSpot review put it at a 7, rating it as good, saying it had intriguing side quests that lead you down some wild paths, solid gunplay, and a full arsenal of weapons making for thrilling firefights, impressive breadth of content and interconnected gameplay systems. Trekking the galaxy and discovering new planets is novel, but it did have some bad, uninspired story with weak writing and characterizations. This would also be a theme across pretty much all of the reviews, even the positive ones, was that the character dialogue and writing was across the board really, really lackluster and bland. And also there's nothing really unique about Starfield. Like when you think about Elder Scrolls, you immediately have things that pop into your head, whether it's like the words of power with Vos Roda or the dragons or whatever else. And then you think of Fallout and you think of the Vault Boy and you think of the Pip Boy and you think of everything in that universe. It's very, very unique and identifiable. But when you go to Starfield, it's like, what is unique and identifiable? It's really hard to say because there just really isn't. Again, I just don't think BGS is that good at writing their own lore. They're good at building or at least working with lore that's already been established, but when like it lands on them to do the heavy lifting, they tend to struggle. And by then I probably mostly mean Emil. And that's echoed here, an underwhelming vision of space exploration and humanity's spacefaring future. Yeah, somehow they made the future of humanity leaving Earth and exploring the cosmos somehow boring, but maybe that's all interconnected. We'll get to that in a minute. They continue shallow RPG mechanics with regard to dialogue, quest solutions, and influencing outcomes, and then terrible map system makes key locations tough to navigate, once again echoing that strange choice. So all told, it was split pretty much how you would expect. There were some people that thought it was a masterpiece, stunning, brave, and beautiful, and then other people found it just painfully lackluster and mid. I actually think this snippet from the GameSpot review actually puts it really, really well, where Michael Higham said, quote, Starfield is undoubtedly impressive in scale, from the sheer number of star systems and planets you can explore to the multitude of gameplay mechanics that tie the experience together. But once you start to see how all these big ideas are interconnected from a narrative perspective and technical standpoint, the illusion of a grand cosmic voyage shatters, and the veneer starts to wear thin. And so, somewhere along my 55 or so hours spent playing Starfield, I dropped the notion of finding that wondrous space adventure and accepted Starfield for what it is, a shooter-focused RPG in the traditional Bethesda framework that has its wild and fun moments, but one that's ultimately a mile wide and an inch deep. And this is a story that's as old as Bethesda Game Studios frankly are themselves, and that is just that a lot of the time these games will get so hyped up that people expect them to be galaxy-sized adventures, Han Solo simulators, Skyrim in space with limitless possibilities, and something they could only do once they achieved this crazy high technical standard so that they could actually develop this game to begin with. And when we get the game, it's just like, yeah, no, it's like an okay RPG that's set in space, but it doesn't really feel as epic as the setting would expect it to be. And I think it comes with space games just in general. If you're going to give players many, many, many planets to explore, the expectations are going to be high, and the expectation is that this is going to be epic. And when it's not, people are going to be disappointed, I think. And that's why a game like Star Citizen has taken well over a decade and still has no release date in sight and has raised $700 million. They have developed some insane tech. If you haven't seen like the Star Engine demo that they've put out, it is insane. It really feels like just a person personal attack on Bethesda Game Studios and Starfield in general when you see it. Like, I mean, just look at this. They do seamless space travel from planet surface out into space to another planet, to a space station, back down to the planet surface, all uncut, running in real time. It's absolutely outrageous. But setting that aside, I also put my review for Starfield together, and I could just summarize it and go through all of that, but I think instead I will just play it for you here as a refresher to get you all of my thoughts that I had when I played the game initially. Since this review, I of course played the game a lot more. I played it again for this video, and I have been experimenting a lot with mods and other things to alter my experience, but we'll get to that in just a minute. First, let's look at my review from the launch of Starfield so that you can see where I was at after I played it for the first time. Starfield aims to be the most ambitious and complex adventure Bethesda Game Studios has ever created. With over 1,000 planets to explore, dozens and dozens of star systems, and theoretically limitless areas to explore thanks to their new procedural tech, Starfield is no doubt a massive game. But does it actually shake the concerns that many of us skeptics had leading up to its launch? Namely, is it polished and bug-free? Does the procedural tech avoid the pitfalls of repetitive and reused locations? Can the creation engine actually provide the ambitious game a strong foundation? And does the lack of vehicles and in-atmosphere flight harm the exploration on the planet's surfaces? Well, as always, the answer is kind of complicated. After finishing the main story, completing the faction quest lines, customizing the crap out of my ships, building multiple bases, buying apartments, experimenting in New Game Plus, and exploring random planets at length, I'm left conflicted. I think it is the best game that Bethesda Game Studios has ever made in a lot of ways, but in other ways, it feels painfully outdated, and it also feels like they've bitten off a lot more than they could be reasonably expected to chew. But before we get into details, it's crucial to understand what Starfield is and what it isn't, because I've seen online huge misrepresentations and overhyped expectations with this game. Again, this is why skepticism for any game is important, because it protects you from hype, which can lead to false expectations and people thinking that Starfield's going to be one thing when it's actually something very, very different. While it's perhaps no surprise to some that Starfield fails to compete with its contemporary space sims like No Man's Sky, Star Citizen, and Elite Dangerous, among others, for some I think this will come as a shock. Whether that's because of vague statements by Todd Howard and other developers, or vague marketing materials, or simple overhyped expectations, it's crucial to understand that Starfield is nothing like No Man's Sky or Star Citizen. Other than being set in space and them giving you a spaceship you can walk around in between fast traveling to different locations. Rather, it plays like a much bigger version of the Outer Worlds from Obsidian. Even down to little details like the change from the cinematic camera we had with Fallout 4 to the straight-on camera that we have in Starfield, something which I personally find to be a major downgrade. Starfield is not about exploring space freely as a space pirate or mercenary. It's about fast traveling to locations and having conversations with people. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's important to understand what this game actually is. Once you go into the game with leveled expectations, I think you can have a really good time. After about 15 hours, I was convinced that this was the best game that BGS has ever made, better than any Elder Scrolls or Fallout game, and I mean that. The gunplay is significantly improved over what we saw in the trailers. The game also seems to be fairly well optimized on PC as long as you're running with FSR2 enabled, something you have to put up with since the frames are pretty low without it, and since there's no DLSS support for some nonsensical reason. The ship customization is super cool as well, and is probably my favorite part of the entire game. Stealing enemy ships is a great way to start this process, and since reselling them turns such a tiny profit, effectively prohibiting the practice of stealing ships just for resale, I often just stole a ship and then customized the crap out of them to turn them into a massive cargo ship, or a small and agile fighter, or a gigantic battleship. And again, this is probably my favorite part of the game. It's really intuitive, and I can only imagine how crazy the mods are going to get with this. The base building and settlement system is pretty cool too, though it should be noted you can only really get into it after 50 to 60 hours since it requires an insane number of resources. And most of those resources have to be collected on barren planets where you're simply running around with your scanner pulled up looking for small basketball-sized rock deposits to extract with your mining beam. If you are excited for the base building, I just need you to understand that it is a very, very late game system, and it requires you to really grind to get the materials necessary to actually engage with it. The voice acting and writing is really, really well done on the conversational level, though I do have some strong feelings about the main story and some of the broader themes, but we'll get into that later. And perhaps the most obvious point to bring up is the sheer scale of Starfield. It is massive, and you really have to admire Bethesda's commitment to ambitious game design. I know Todd gets a lot of flack because he tends to overpromise with his games, and whether that overpromising is born out of intentional deception, aiming to sell you on a game that he knows is not what he's promising, or if it's just excitement and vague language, I'm not really sure that's the point right now. The point is that these games are gigantic, and I have no doubt that some people are going to be playing Starfield for hundreds upon hundreds of hours, and will likely still have planets and systems left unexplored after all that time. The game really is that big. However, with all of these solid elements, you have to wonder if Bethesda bit off a bit more than they could chew. Were they too ambitious? Well, unfortunately, I feel they were. The more I played Starfield, the more I saw behind the curtain and realized that much of the scope and scale of this game is nothing more than an illusion. It's less and less magical the more you engage with it, since there are many problems that grow tiring the more you play. All of this is compounded with bugs and broken quests that are mostly concentrated in the late hours of the game. It's clear that they focused their polish on the first 20 hours or so, which makes sense because that's where most players will be spending their time. Especially considering the main quest, if you just sprint and do nothing else, can be completed in around 15 to 18 hours. Also, over half of the main story quest objectives are literally just fetch quests, where you're assigned to go collect a thing and bring it back to the lodge, which is the center of operations for the constellation. So we'll get into it more in a bit, but word of warning, if you were thinking that the main story is going to be compelling in this game, you are sorely mistaken. It's probably best to actually ignore the main story and focus on the side content, which some people will say, no duh, that's how I always play BGS games, but for other players, I just want to remind you, the main story here is pretty lackluster. But after the first 20 hours or so, many of the late stages of side quests, faction quests, and other parts of the game have numerous bugs, and one major faction quest line is so broken in my first save file, I straight up can't complete the faction quest line on that save. But more on that later. But it's not just bugs and weird behaviors from NPCs that bring Starfield's overall experience down the more you play. There are near constant load screens, though to be fair, they are pretty short so long as you're playing the game on a platform where it's loaded onto an SSD. Oftentimes the game feels as though it's been built with technology that's significantly behind what contemporary peers are able to pull off. The best example are these load screens, requiring the player to sit through one every time they travel between buildings, small zones within cities themselves, similar to the gated design of Fallout New Vegas or Fallout 3, which, bear in mind, are games that are over a decade old, and the same structure and style of area design is the same here as it was 10 years ago. There's also load screens every time you enter your ship, when you take off, when you travel from orbit to another star system, going from that star system down to the planet's surface, getting out of your ship down onto the planet's surface, and then from the planet's surface into a building. If you're wondering whether or not there is a load screen to do something in this game, the answer is probably yes. They are constant. Again, they're pretty quick. On my computer, they only usually lasted between 2.5 to 5 seconds, but it's still important to note that they are everywhere. Furthermore, when you land on a planet, you don't actually get to explore it freely. A few points of interest are put on the map, but if you run too far off course, sometimes only a kilometer away from a point of interest, and other times up to 4 kilometers away, you'll be treated to an invisible wall telling you to return to your ship. The game doesn't actually give you planets to explore, as was promised by Todd Howard and Pete Hines in the lead up to the game's launch. It generates a small map each time you land that's built off of a seed from the given planet that you're landing on, and where on that planet you've selected to land, whether it's a pre-assigned landing location with a point of interest on it, or a random location that you choose. Simply put, it's an illusion of scale and freedom. For everyone that thought that Todd's promise of 1,000 planets to freely explore sounded too good to be true, you were painfully right to be skeptical. Though to be fair, some people won't consider this a big deal, but like I said, it grows all the more frustrating when you go out into the great unknown trying to explore like previous Bethesda games, only to be greeted with invisible walls reminding you that you're in a glorified fishbowl and not actually exploring a planet. Furthermore, I think it's very important to note that these tiles that are generated to create individual little fishbowls for you to explore are not contiguous. This means that if you land on a planet, see a big mountain in the distance that you want to reach, but it's just outside of the playable area, you can pull open the menu and try to jump to as close a tile as you possibly can within the game's map screen, but it won't matter since they aren't contiguous. Each of these individual tiles are generated with the planet's seed and then an individual seed based on where you plan on landing, whether it's next to a coast, in a mountainous area, or a crater area, a desert, or a forest. These are not planets to explore. They're individual microbiomes that are based on a parent seed. It's like generating a tiny map in Minecraft every time you land your ship. And that might not be a big deal to you, but as far as I'm concerned, this is a far cry from the free exploration of a planet that was promised to us. However, the promise of exploring a planet was done in just vague enough a way that I think Bethesda will largely get away with this. And I have no doubt that in the comment section, you're probably going to see many people claiming that this isn't a big deal and it's just a different interpretation of what it means to explore a planet. However, I have to point out that other games that are contemporaries in this very same genre that Bethesda has placed themselves within have achieved contiguous planet exploration with very little effort involved. But frankly, whether or not you consider this to be a big deal, and you might not, you might be fully embracing the procedural generation and thinking, well, I never was gonna just run in a straight line and try to run to the ocean on the other side of the planet, so it doesn't matter to me. That's fine if that's your opinion. Everybody is allowed to have one. It's totally fine if it doesn't bug you. But I do think it's important to note and be very clear about this. There is simply no debate here that this is simply inferior to how other contemporary games handle this type of procedural generation. Even a 7-year-old version of No Man's Sky before any fixes or patches avoided these constant load screens and lack of free exploration on a planet. Again, like I said at the top, Starfield is not trying to be No Man's Sky, and that's cool, but they need to understand that when you give players a ship, the option to explore over 1,000 planets, ship customization, and seemingly endless opportunities to explore on a planet's surface, you have to understand that players are going to hear that and inevitably want to compare it to other games that promise the same things and frankly do it better. No, Starfield is not trying to be No Man's Sky, but it will be compared to it because they're promising similar things. And whether or not the way Starfield approaches it bugs you or disappoints you doesn't really matter, because it is objectively the case that Starfield's technology is significantly inferior to what games were doing close to a decade ago. But moving on, there are also many broken and bugged quests, damaged to varying degrees, again mostly focused in the later portions of the game. I have no doubt you'll see a lot of reviewers praising the polish of this game, especially if they've only put in 20-30 hours or so. I ran into most of my problems at the 40, 50, 60 hour mark the further into the game I got, and I don't know if that's because they just were not polishing as much or if the rose-tinted glasses kind of fell off and I started to see these things I previously was ignoring. I'm not sure, but what I do know is that the more I played, the more of these I saw in increasing density and with increased severity. Some quests just have broken objective markers that may point you towards your ship when you actually need to go into a building in the other direction. This isn't a big deal because especially if you pull up your scanner, little arrows appear on the floor and point you to where the true objective is. I have no doubt that this will be patched out in the future, and maybe it's going to be fixed with the day one patch. I know Bethesda has said that they are working on many fixes, though they didn't specifically note this one to me, but I would not be shocked at all if this gets remedied with time. Other quests are glitched in a much more severe way. There were multiple times when I saw NPCs I was tasked with speaking with simply float into the sky and outside of the spaceship we were inside of. And this causes the NPC to clip outside into a different zone, so then the game thinks that they are both out in space but also still in this room. room. And this entirely breaks the quest. You can't get to the person to engage in a conversation, and the game, for whatever reason, doesn't see the issue with this character being a kilometer away floating around in space as the space station floats around the planet. I ran into this with the Crimson Fleet faction questline, one of the biggest quest lines in the game, and frankly one that I think is way, way better than the main story. However, in my first save file, I just can't complete this quest. He glitched outside of the space station and I can't get him to come back inside. I went back, loaded to a previous save about 45 minutes earlier, tried to catch up, and when I reached the same point, he floated out of the space station again. And even after dozens of hours doing other stuff, finishing the main story and completing other activities, I tried to return and he was still floating out in space somewhere with me not able to talk to him. It's just totally broken. However, when I made another game and I went and I tried that same questline, I was able to complete it because he never floated out of the ship. So your mileage on these types of glitches may vary. I have no idea what's causing it. I did send this information and the clips to BGS. We will see if they fix it. But as far as I'm concerned, it's just totally unacceptable that anybody might run into the situation where they will miss out on what is, in many ways, the best quest line, as far as I'm concerned, in the game, simply because of a bug like this. Now listen, I know I said at the top that this game is actually really polished, especially for a BGS game, but that's not saying a lot. I mean, that's kind of the point. A really polished BGS game is still broken for a lot of other companies. Like a polished BGS game for Rockstar would be totally unacceptable. But I do want to give them some credit here. It is significantly improved over what we've seen with like Fallout 4. Even Skyrim had a lot more broken stuff at launch. So I think they do deserve some credit for improving the player experience. But it's important to note that this is far from a perfectly polished game, and there are still a lot of really weird things that happen. There are characters that don't engage in conversations properly. There are other guys clipping through walls during combat sequences. There's characters that are supposed to be holding objects that simply aren't. There are people that don't stand correctly within objects, ships that spin uncontrollably and have their physics just totally break, weird shadow glitches, which I think are related to volumetric lighting. I have no idea what's going on here though. Characters that are super shaky and glitch out during conversations, which actually made me motion sick at one point. There were times when I got caught between the seat of my spaceship and the wall, meaning I couldn't move and had to sit back down and stand back up to be able to get out from between these two. It was really weird and really stupid. There's other cases where security guards will completely lose interest in you if you're in a city like Neon, seemingly for no reason, just because you passed over some arbitrary line. It's frankly really strange. They can see you, they can look at you, but because you walked 2 feet forward, they now disengage and aren't interested in you. It's really, really bizarre and kind of tears you out of any immersion you were feeling. There are soft locks where objectives just frankly break, companions that freak out when you try to talk to them. Of course, there are the funny glitches like you would expect from Bethesda Game Studios, such as this guy that clipped into a ceiling and it kind of looks like he's pleasuring himself. This was just funny. Oh, and there was this one, which I won't go into too much detail as to the situation for sake of spoilers, but you can actually see null objects visible on screen. These are used to like anchor other objects in animation sets, and normally these things are cold and are not visible to the player, but are visible to the developers. For some reason though, I can see them, and I've never had this happen before in a BGS game, so I have no idea what's causing it, but I thought it was kind of fun. It was like seeing how the sausage is made. There's other cases where guards just randomly drop dead when you approach them. I also have no idea what could be causing this. And one that I found particularly annoying was that the game would consistently think I was still in combat even when I wasn't. I could run 2 kilometers out of the way. There's nobody still in this area. I potentially wasn't even fighting anybody to begin with because it happened sometimes when I just took my weapon out in the middle of nowhere, but the game would think that I was in combat and as a result not allow me to fast travel, because you can't fast travel while engaged in combat, which would effectively lock me in place until I got back to my ship, climbed in, and then fast traveled from my ship out into the atmosphere. And with the game's over-reliance on fast travel, so much so that in the scanner, if you look at your ship, you are greeted with a prompt to fast travel to it, since they knew you would just run a kilometer or two away from your ship and then need to fast travel back since there's nothing between you and the ship to find. It grew really frustrating to run into these glitches where I can't just fast travel back to my ship, and instead I have to run on foot for 10 minutes to get back there so that I can force the game to behave properly. But perhaps the most damning thing with all of Starfield is that the game's procedural engine fails to provide a truly unique encounter or point of interest every time. In my first 20 hours with the game, I was using a spreadsheet because, shout out to Bethesda, they gave us review codes a full 2 weeks ahead of time, which allowed me to do a lot more careful testing than I normally would be able to do for a review. In those first 20 hours of the game, I saw multiple locations such as the abandoned mining outpost, the abandoned research center, the abandoned shipyard, the research station, and many, many more, over 6 times a piece. Copy and pasted precisely, even down to enemy placement, and in some cases the loot. And in this spreadsheet, I actually wrote down the different locations, some of which I think would classify as spoilers, so I won't share them directly. But the first location I saw 7 times in my first 20 hours of gameplay. The next one I saw 3 times. The next one 8 times. Next one 7. The next one 5. And the next one 4 times. So many of these locations and points of interest are heavily recycled. I almost threw the damn thing. Heavily recycled over and over and over again. You will see many of them the same exact way, the same exact alignment, in the same environment, on totally different planets, and sometimes they're even recycled into the main story. I'm not joking. Early in the game, I traveled to an abandoned mine and cleared it out. It was a pretty cool encounter with lots of combat, and the mine was very large as well, which was extra cool. Down in the depths of the mine, I found an area where they had been digging and had unearthed some weird dinosaur alien-looking skull. It was just laying in the ground at the very end of one of their mining tunnels, and it had seemingly been the cause of their halted excavations. And I thought this was so cool, and I even made a note of it to praise it as this cool environmental storytelling piece that Bethesda Game Studios is so well known for. It's like these miners were digging in here, found this skull, and then had to halt all operations because they had discovered something really important. And that eventually led to the mine being abandoned, and therefore the pirates taking it over. What I didn't realize was that I would see this exact same mine with the exact same alien dinosaur skull in the exact same place 4 different times before I hit that 20-hour mark. Everything from the placement of the skull to the enemy placement and even the loot within containers seemed to be directly copy and pasted. And that's just one example. There was also this science lab that I found sitting next to a swampy pool of poisonous gas, and I thought it was pretty cool looking, so I made a note of it to praise how cool it was that they dynamically placed this science lab studying toxic elements next to this toxic pool on this planet that just so happened to have a lot of toxic elements. However, just 2 hours and 15 minutes in-game later, I encountered the exact same thing on a different planet as part of a main story mission. The exact same poison bog and the exact same building with precisely the same enemy placement, but this time it was part of a main story mission instead of a dynamically placed encounter. I thought I was taking crazy pills. I had seen these things exactly the same, and it was like this weird deja vu where you're like, I swear I've done this already. I swear. But sure enough, you have. It's just you did it in a different place and it was copy and pasted over here. And again, these are just 2 individual specific examples. I have literally dozens of these examples. Maybe if you get really high while playing Starfield, you won't notice these or remember that you've already seen these encounters before. But for me, it created the feeling, like I said, that I was going absolutely insane. All while I'm exploring these locations, I'm constantly overwhelmed with this sense of deja vu that is painfully uncomfortable, feeling as though I've already been here and done this because frankly I have. And I don't love saying I told you so, but I told you so. I was trying to encourage everybody to be very skeptical of the promise that there would be over 1,000 planets with dynamically placed points of interest. And Everybody that was thinking critically was going, how do you do that and not just have a bunch of repeated stuff? Isn't that going to get boring? Isn't that going to get tedious where you just see the same thing over and over and over again? And sure enough, those concerns were warranted. After 65 hours in the game, I have dozens upon dozens of examples of these copy and pasted encounters and points of interest. If somebody is a completionist and hopes to complete all 1,000 planets, they are going to be shocked at just how many times they will see the same thing over and over again. And speaking of those 1,000 planets, it's also important to note that many of those are gas giants like Jupiter or Uranus, meaning that you can't actually land on them. Often they'll have small moons that are completely barren, and it also seems that Bethesda is counting those moons as planets in their 1,000 planet number. Just something to keep in mind because this certainly inflates the number. But with all of this, I just want to bring us back before we tie this up, because I have notes literally long enough for me to do a 3-hour critique of this game. And that's what we're going to do. But that's not what this video is supposed to be. This is a review, so we're trying to give you enough information to know what the game is like so that you know what you're getting into if you decide to buy it or download it. I've spent this video going through a lot of the things I like about Starfield and a lot of the things I really don't like. And I've tried very hard to show you actual footage to back up these points so that it's clear that these are actual problems we encountered during the review process. I have no idea what other people are going to score this game at or how they're going to review it, but my position and stance is that I should give you all of the information you need to make an informed decision, and you can come to the conclusion yourself. In my opinion, Starfield is a really fun game, and there's a lot here to grind out and have a good time with. I have no doubt people are going to be playing this game for years and years and years and still be discovering new things in different planets and biomes. One of my favorite things that I haven't touched on yet that has consistently entertained me is that every once in a while when you fast travel to a planet, before fast traveling down onto the planet's surface, you get these dynamic encounters with different people, some of which you might have seen earlier in the story. For example, at one point I screwed over this guy as part of a faction quest line and he was super pissed at me. So he disappeared and said, I'll get you back. And 10 hours in-game later, I ran into that guy trying to jump me with a bunch of his friends as I was outside of a planet ready to go land on its surface. They tried to shoot me out of the sky. I thought that was super cool. And that's where I think Starfield really excels, is in those dynamic encounters that are original. Unfortunately, though, there's just a lot of stuff that isn't original that's copy and pasted all over the place. But other systems like the base building, the ship flying and combat, the side quests, the faction quests, the gunplay, the weapon customization, and all of the other systems I haven't even touched on are ripe for the plucking. There is lots to do here and a lot of fun to be had. But listen, BGS is not magical, okay? It's still a Bethesda Game Studios title. It still has weird bugs and glitches. The people all look like sisters and brothers. It's a Bethesda game, and that's okay. It's just not going to be the second coming of God Howard. It's a solid game. It's not what I would consider a masterpiece, but I think there's a lot of fun to be had with it. And as far as I'm concerned, as a Game Pass title, day 1, or I guess day 5, depending on how you look at it, I think it is a no-brainer. I know a lot of the time in these reviews, it's really easy to just fixate on the negative, because I can say I love the combat. I think the gunplay is way improved over what we've seen before. I think it works really well. And I can say all of that, but what people are going to remember is me tearing the game a new one for all of the bugs and the copy and pasted content, which I think is probably fair as well. So in conclusion, I think Starfield is a solid game that was shooting for the stars, but it never really leaves orbit. It's still an amazing accomplishment and something that they should be very, very proud of, but it's not the accomplishment that they were hoping to achieve. But nonetheless, there's a ton of fun to be had here, and I have no doubt that this game is worth enjoying and playing, especially if you can get it on Game Pass for a deal or for no added cost if you're already a subscriber to it. All that said, I love you guys very, very much. Hugs and kisses. Stay safe. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. So like I echoed at the beginning of the video, I don't think it's a bad game. I just don't think it's good. I think it is totally milquetoast across the board. It's just bleh. And after playing it even more, I stand by that. If anything, I think the game gets even more boring and uninteresting the more you play. I know some people at launch were saying that the game actually gets better the more you play, once you start engaging with some of its deeper systems and stuff. And maybe that's just a point of disagreement, but for me, the first 15, 20 hours were really interesting and engaging, and I thought they had really pulled something special off. And then the more I played, once again, as they alluded to in that GameSpot review, the illusion was broken. I just started to see how the sausage was being made and the magic was gone. And in my experience with Starfield, once that illusion breaks and you realize, oh wait, this isn't really a universe or galaxy-sized space epic. This is just like a sort of weird adventure game with procedurally generated maps. So once you get past the handcrafted stuff, there's just really nothing to sink your teeth into. And once you realize that, it's really tough to bring yourself to explore freely and openly like you might do in a Skyrim or even a Fallout 4, where you do just like to turn on the radio and explore freely, wandering out in space, looking for interesting things. It's why Todd said many times, even in that 2023 deep dive Starfield Direct that they did, Todd said,
"We love exploration and rewarding it, but you do explore differently in this game given its scale."
Which initially doesn't sound that crazy. It's like, okay, yeah, no, you probably do. The game's big. But that is something that Todd would echo in the post-launch when critical reception would start coming in and people played more of the game and found it even less impressive the more they played and started to burn out on it. He would just say, basically, people went into it trying to play it wrong. They tried to go in expecting a Fallout or a Skyrim type of exploration, but if you play the game like that, you're going to find it frustrating and it's not going to work because it's so different than that. And I just find that kind of frustrating because while it is different from Fallout and Skyrim, and that isn't necessarily bad, in this case, it is bad. Not because it's different from Fallout or Skyrim's exploration, but just simply because it doesn't work as well and players aren't connecting to it, not because it's unfamiliar, but because it's just not as good. But anyways, after the reviews dropped, early access started and people started playing the game. And a few days after that, the game launched globally for everybody else, getting it through Game Pass without the added upgrade charge for early access and for people that were just buying the standard edition outright. And as people started playing it, they started generally pretty positive. There were some people that were really frustrated with some design decisions, such as the fish bowls and how stilted a lot of the dialogue and quests were, but people generally thought the game was fine. However, over the coming months, the reception would shift and sour. The more people played, the less impressed they became. And it really started to seem like the deeper people got into Starfield, the less impressed they were. And it actually started to upset people the more they played it. Which of course brings us to part 8. Post-launch. As I mentioned, the sentiment around Starfield started to shift in the months following its launch. Initially, those who liked the game really liked it, were outspoken about it, and that's awesome. Nobody's doubting that. But as the months went by, more and more people who were previously defenders started to fall off and become much less enthused. And I actually have some data that shows this indirectly. So just a handful of days after the game's initial launch in September of 2023, I posted a poll with just 4 simple questions that got 62,000 votes, which is a pretty good sample size. And the question was simply, after Starfield, are you more or less excited for the Elder Scrolls 6? And this is what's known as an indirect poll question, because for one, it does ask a direct question in the form of, are you more or less excited for the Elder Scrolls 6? But what it's also asking is whether somebody's sentiment around Starfield leads them to become more excited for something else. So it's gauging not just Elder Scrolls 6 excitement, but also the respondents' perception and opinion of Starfield. Because if their opinion of Starfield is really, really high, they'll be even more excited for the Elder Scrolls 6 than they were before. And if their perception or opinion of Starfield is low, they'll be less excited for the Elder Scrolls 6. And in case anybody's like, I'm not sure if that's the case, I mean, just think about it. If you play The Witcher 3, and you love that game, you're gonna be more excited for The Witcher 4 than you were before. Or in the case of like God of War Ragnarok, that game is so badass that you're like, how in the hell are they gonna top this? I'm very excited to see what they do next. And the same is true for like From Software. They hit it out of the park with Elden Ring and then Shadow of the Erdtree, and now whatever they do after this, I'm sure is gonna be even crazier and even better. So whenever something releases well, people get more excited for what's coming after. But if something launches really poorly, you're probably not that thrilled for what's coming after. Like, as I alluded to earlier, if they announce the sequel to Gollum from 2023, you're probably not super stoked for that. You're probably not, I mean, I'd be excited just because I want to see the dumpster fire, but you get what I mean. Like, you wouldn't expect it to be that great. But in this survey, you can see that 23% of respondents said they were more excited for The Elder Scrolls 6 after playing Starfield. 29% said they were less, 31% said no change, and 17% said they never cared to begin with. But then 3 months later, I re-polled everybody and I asked them, after Starfield, are you more or less excited for Elder Scrolls 6? Same question, but I wanted to see how the opinions had changed. I asked them if they were more excited, indifferent, or less excited, because I figured never care to begin with and indifferent and no change was basically, you know, the same. It's like, yeah, it didn't affect me because I never cared. So I put those answers together. Not the most scientific poll, but I'm a YouTuber. What did you expect from me? As you can see though, it went from, in the last poll, 23% were more excited and only 29% were less excited. And it shifted all the way to 6% were more excited. They dropped a good hefty chunk of the people that were excited for Elder Scrolls 6 more than they were before they played Starfield. And those people almost entirely went to the less excited column. And this poll had a similar number of votes at 72,000. It's my audience in both instances, so nothing really changed other than the amount of time that passed between these two polling questions. And at the very least, you can see that in December of 2023, there was less excitement for the Elder Scrolls 6 and what Bethesda Game Studios was doing compared to in September of that year. In a matter of just 2.5 or 3 months, excitement dropped precipitously. And I think that's pretty indicative of the overall trend in Starfield's reception. And I sensed this, and I'm sure you did as well, where at launch, some people were loving Starfield, eating it up. But as time has gone by, people have gotten much less stoked on it. People are generally much more critical of Starfield than they are positive about it. And we even saw this in some like Steam reviews and stuff that people put up. For example, there was this Steam review that went a bit viral for all the wrong reasons. So you can see this individual posted this, where they said, boring and overrated, there is a wide universe to explore filled with mostly empty planets. I understand they have to do that to sell you on the idea that this is a whole universe, but that doesn't make the game more fun. You can land on any planet and explore the copy and pasted locations. You will see the exact same locations from one end of the universe to the other and everywhere in between. A hodgepodge of messy, slapped together mechanics, bloated skill trees, exploring, in quotation marks, crafting, base building, an RPG, an FPS, a space opera. Starfield doesn't know what it wants to be. As wide as the ocean and as deep as a puddle. You can explore everywhere, but why would you want to? And you can see they have 54 hours on record. They played the whole game. They just found it wanting. But you know, somebody over at Bethesda Game Studios, specifically one of their like customer service team members, they also found this review wanting and they replied to it. They actually went and responded to the review and said on November 6th, when this review was posted on November 5th, they said, quote, "Greetings. Thank you for taking the time to leave a review for Starfield. We are sorry that you do not like landing on different planets and are finding many of them empty. Some of Starfield's planets are meant to be empty by design, but that's not boring. When the astronauts went to the moon, they certainly weren't bored." End quote. They're quoting somebody. We'll get to that in a second. The intention of Starfield's exploration is to evoke a feeling of smallness in players and make you feel overwhelmed. You can continue to explore and find worlds that do have resources you need or hidden outposts to look through. To provide feedback to development for Starfield, please feel free to submit your feedback using this form here. Never stop exploring. The fact that they thought that that was a good response is shocking. Like, for one, replying to customer reviews reviews on Steam, unless you're like just straight up apologizing or something that like that's weird. But to then go and like basically tell the gamer, yeah, you're wrong for finding it boring. The astronauts went to the actual moon and they weren't bored, so it's a you problem. Like that's crazy. But a lot of people thought that that quotation of when the astronauts went to the moon, there was nothing there, but they certainly weren't bored. A lot of people thought that that was just really strange, that they quoted somebody that they didn't reference and they just left that there. It was really, really odd. But I actually found an article from September of 2023 where that quote actually came from. You can see this is reported by PC Gamer, where they said, Bethesda says most of Starfield's 1,000 planets are dull on purpose because when the astronauts went to the moon, there was nothing there, but they certainly weren't bored. Sound familiar? This is what the customer service person was referencing. They say space is big and for the most part kind of dull. The heady thrill of setting foot on planets no human has ever seen aside. Most of the celestial bodies in our universe are just big, complicated rocks when you get right down to it. For better or worse, that's a part of reality that Starfield deliberately tries to capture, according to a recent New York Times interview via VG247 with Ashley Chang, Bethesda's managing director, and Todd Howard, who is Todd Howard. what a great tagline. Like, the man who needs no introduction. He is Todd Howard, who you might know as Todd Howard. But Chang said, the point of the vastness of space is that you should feel small, Chang told the New York Times. It should feel overwhelming, addressing fans' worries that Starfield's 1,000 planets are going, quote, to be boring, end quote. Chang pointed out that not every planet, quote, is supposed to be Disney World. When the astronauts went to the moon, there was nothing there. They certainly weren't bored, end quote, which again is just like you're losing sight of what we're talking about. This is a video game, okay? It's why earlier we said it's really important for them to establish whether this is hard sci-fi or soft sci-fi. Are they going for simulation or are they going for video gamified systems? If it's hard sci-fi, you do need to play it the way that Starfield is alluding to, where there are lots of empty planets where there's just nothing really to see or do there, and it will be boring. But if you're gonna gamify it, you need those planets to be more interesting, and you probably need less than 1,000 of them. It's why the whole discussion of like, well, they meant to do it that way doesn't really get you very far, because a gameplay decision or design decision can be made intentionally and still be wrong. You know, like if I choose to make a big open world adventure game, but I decide to have the player play as a rock, so you just can't move, you can't go anywhere. And I could tell you like, oh, well, the map is the size of the state of Texas in the US. Like you can just roll around if a breeze takes you, or if a randomly generated NPC happens to pick you up and carry you somewhere, you can travel that way. But yeah, our intention is for you to really feel like a rock as you are sitting in the landscape of this massive world. You'd be like, cool, I get that you meant to do that and that was intentional, but it's not fun. Like it doesn't make for a good game. And that's one thing I just see all the time with like Starfield Defenders, for example, is that there is no discussion of whether a design choice made the game better. It's always just, well, they meant to do that. Okay, cool. I would hope so, because they put it in the game. It'd be weird if they didn't mean to do that. But that doesn't mean it makes for a good video game, which is supposed to be a game that's fun to play and engaging. So yeah, naturally, these responses to reviews were not received well. There were a number of them, and they could have been potentially AI generated with like ChatGPT or some other tool, because they don't really sound very human. They sound really awkward and stilted. But again, this is the same customer service team that was asking players to like write essays on the importance of sportsmanship and gamesmanship back with Fallout 76 in order to get their accounts back. So I just think there's a weird company culture in the customer service department where they do stuff like this, because this happened years apart, like 5 years after the Fallout 76 thing, and they're still doing stupid stuff like that. So whoever's in charge of that department, they're just cultivating a culture which is really weirdly unprofessional, and it's really strange to see. You know, it's like the Twitter or X account for Opera GX, where everything they post is like really irreverent and silly and outrageous, and it's kind of entertaining. It's fun, right? Because they don't take it very, very seriously. But that doesn't mean that everybody should do this. Like, I mean, yeah, the meeting with HR did not go well. Like, this is fine. This is funny, but not every company can post stuff like this and have it be received well. You know, if Bethesda Game Studios comes out and starts like trying to trash talk these things, like this response, Payday 3 was like, oh, damn, you fell off. And then they straight up ratioed them by pulling up their player numbers. That's really funny, but not everybody can do that. And sometimes it feels like that customer service team was trying to do something similar to that, which is just stupid. But anyway, after this, we got a handful of things that are going to lead us into our discussion of the game itself. We got, of course, mods integrated through a platform like Nexus Mods, in addition to the creations system, which they recently added in June of 2024. We also got further post-launch support and updates that added things like city maps to the game finally, and the option to toggle off the discussion camera. You know, the one where people are like talking straight square to the camera when you're having a conversation with them. You can turn that off now, which is something, but it still bugs out occasionally, where if you're like running through a city and somebody tries to grab your attention and start a conversation with you, the character won't turn to look at the character that's talking to them, and instead you'll just be caught in a conversation facing the wrong way. Again, it's not like a big shocker that Bethesda implements like a feature addition or a toggle to turn something on or off, and it just ends up breaking stuff, but there's that. And then there was also the announcement that they were going to be adding rovers at some time in the future, and they would be releasing the Shattered Space DLC, which looks to be a return to basics for Bethesda Game Studios, where they're going to be focusing on a single planet and a single city that they've developed for the DLC, and that's it. It seems like it's going to be much more Far Harbor than Nuka World, which I'm all in for. As for the creations system, they are basically a platform for paid mods and then mods to be integrated onto console, and much more easily compared to like Nexus Mods, which I know like I do mods through Nexus Mods all the time and I don't find it very difficult, but there are a lot of people out there who would rather just have a menu in the game that they can check boxes and have a mod installed at that point. So I understand why creations exist. I just think some of the pricing with this stuff is laughably egregious. And I actually recently did a full video breakdown of these paid mods where I spent about $30 and I tried a bunch of them. So we're gonna cut that in right here so you can see what that was like as I experimented with a bunch of these. You know, the video's long enough already, might as well just include it here instead of referring you go off somewhere else and do that. So here's my full breakdown of the paid mod situation in the game as it stands today. Okay, so as you can see, the creations tab is based around credits you see here in the top right. When you log in for the first time to the game after that update, you will be given 1,000 of these credits to play with, and you usually start with 100, so you'll have about 1,100 so you can buy some stuff if you want. I already grabbed this, which we're going to talk about a lot because it's what's been drawing a lot of the ire recently. But there's also other things like this, like a healthy parts mod for a gun, a bunch of plushies, a hab for this, and then this one, which is an Ancient Mariner module. And it's a $10 DLC that adds a room. So there's that. But to try this stuff out, we're gonna need some credits. So let's see what we're actually dealing with here. We pop this up. You can see that in the last couple of weeks, the reviews have not been that great because people are not thrilled with these creations and paid mods, especially because there's a lot of stuff still broken in Starfield. So it feels really weird for them to patch this in instead of fixing the game. They're adding in basically a shop where they're gonna sell you stuff. It just feels bad, man. But again, we're gonna try it ourselves. As you can see here, we go buy Starfield creation credits. You can select which option you want. 500 for $5, 1,000 for 10, 2,700. Ooh, we get a little bang for our buck for only $25, or 5,500 credits for $50. Let's start with 25 and see how quickly we can waste them. Oh yeah, this is important to note as well. A lot of these shops will do things based around credits because they are free from refund claims. Because you can buy something like a skin or something like that for straight cash. But if you don't like it, you in many countries are entitled to a refund if you want to go about doing that. Or say you had your credit card stolen, or one of your kids took your card and spent it on V-Bucks or something. If they bought credits, you received the credits, and then those credits were redeemed for something else. So there's 2 layers of engagement and purchasing, which protects the company from those refund requests and basically makes it so they don't have to pay those out if those requests are put in. So for something like this, you buy 2,700 credits, and then if you go and you buy like a hab or you buy this or that, they can refund you the credits, but they don't have to give you your money back, which is a little sneaky. It's the same reason why arcades back in the day did everything with tokens, because once the money's been spent, there's no getting your money back. They'll give you more tokens if they need to, but yeah, once the money's gone, the money's gone. Okay, so we just purchased them. Let's go back to creations from the main menu, see if it loads in. Maybe. Yeah, 3,000 credits. Dear God Almighty, what have I done? I don't know if it's just spending money on a stupid collection of credits or if it's just hot in here, but I'm gonna take this off because I'm already breaking a sweat. Just like, guys, please don't tell my wife. I just did this for a video, please. Okay, so like I said, I've already bought the Trackers Alliance. We have some others here that I want to try. For one, I want to see what this $10 module is like. This thing better be amazing. So let's buy that for 1,000 credits, and it just downloads, enables, boom, we got it. Then let's go over here. Let's try what else looks really cool. A new companion, sure, let's add that in. And I mean, they say that over 1,200 lines of fully voiced professional dialogue. There's dynamic companion stuff, relationship stuff. She helps you in battle, has humor, all that goodness. So we'll add her to the list, why not? We've got this one with some weird glitched text on the description, but it's fine. Let's just go for it. I think the people that are buying these like microtransaction DLCs, whatever you want to call them, are probably not reading it too carefully. So they're just like seeing something cool and sending it. So let's try that. And then we also have Star Sim Mining Conglomerate. This basically expands the Argos Extractors thing into a little sim game, like mini game, where you can do little missions for them. So let's do that for $5. I've heard this one's pretty good. And then what else? We got $5 left. $5 left. Neon Ramen. We've got to do this, right? It opens up a food stall in Neon. Yeah, we got to get this. Okay, we'll do that. And only 100 left. We'll do that for Healthy Parts Beowulf. Let's try that. Okay, so just like that, we have spent the equivalent of $30 on microtransactions or expansions or DLC, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't really matter. They're paid mods that you pay for. Cool, everybody wins. Okay, we are loaded in and we are immediately greeted with a message from Argos. Hello, replace with employee's name. We here at Argos Extractors appreciate your patience as we go through some initialization processes for Star Sim Mining Conglomerate. This will take some time, but we will notify you when it's complete. Thank you for cooperation. Okay, now I should also clarify what other mods I have installed on this save. So as you can see here, I've got a handful of other things. Starfield Patch, which fixes some bugs that I've run into. The Color Filter Removal mod, which just gets rid of that weird bluish gray tint on everything. There's also an enhancement to dynamic boost packs. I made everything weightless because I hate inventory management in Starfield. It drives me crazy. And then there's also a mod for getting unlimited ammo, resources, and things like that. If you need to like build something or build a base, there's just a chest that has endless amounts of stuff if you're interested. I've also added mods that experiment with redone water textures, different points of interest, and creature density if you want to see how that affects when you land on a planet's surface, things like that. And then of course all the ones that we just bought. So we're going to try these one by one. Why don't we start at the bottom where all good things start? All this describes is each part of the Beowulf gun will buff the player plus 20 health. Okay, so do we just equip the gun and then get that buff? What does that even mean? I mean, here's my assassin Beowulf whatever gun. I mean, let's just equip it, see what we're dealing with. Okay. I mean, it's a gun. Okay, so I thought maybe you go in and then there's like specific mods and stuff enabled for this that give you those boosts and perks and stuff, but I honestly am not sure what they're what they're talking about? I'm confused. Okay, so I just modded the crap out of it, and now it's even better, but I still have no idea what that mod is supposed to do. Like, what is it? I don't get it. Again, when you go to the description of the $1, granted it's only $1, but still $1. You go to the description of the mod, it says Beowulf healthy parts. Each part of the Beowulf gun will buff the player plus 20 health. Items added to Jane on Mars in Sidonia. So do we need to go find Jane in Sidonia? Is that what they're saying? And then she'll have the item that does that? Or did it already boost my health? Is my HP higher now? I'm genuinely like at a loss. Okay, well, let's go to Sidonia and like actually see what is there, because they say go there, or that there's somebody named Jane there that has stuff we want. So maybe she's got stuff. Okay, here's Jane. Let's talk to her. Let's see what she's got in her shop. Maybe that special Beowulf. Yeah, advanced Beowulf. Okay, we get this. Is that like the super special gun? Let's I think that was it. Let's go see if it does anything. Okay, this is the advanced Beowulf we just got from her. Let's try maybe taking damage, and will it like recover damage as I get hurt maybe? Is that the idea? Okay, so we just got hit. No? Okay, I don't know what this mod does. I don't know. It's a total waste of of $1. There probably is some cool effect that it has, but the fact that you can't figure it out after spending $1, like there should at least be a clear description other than plus 20 health. Like, okay, did it buff me? Do I have higher health now? Is that what that means? Does it mean it heals me when I get in like, I just don't know what it does. So, okay, that one I'm gonna give a 2 out of 10, because at least it seems like it worked and didn't break the game, but it seems to have basically no effect on anything. The next one was Neon Ramen. Let's go see this place in Neon, because this should add an entirely new shop. Okay, here we are in Neon. Now, one of the other things I added was a mod that actually increases the ceiling height in Neon, because in the original 2022 gameplay trailer, they showed clips of Neon where they had a really high ceiling and the city was much, much bigger. It didn't feel as claustrophobic. But in the final version of the game, it was much more oppressive and the ceiling was really, really low. So I added in a mod that actually restores it to that original vision that they showed in that initial announcement. And I think it looks way better. Oh, is this it? Ramen. Here we go. Let's take a seat. Have a seat right over there. Right over there. Plop down. And talk to it. How are the noodles today? Assertive beeps. That's good. Can I see the menu, please? Okay. And then this is like miso soup, dark lager, mochi, mini bites. Got to get some of those. Yeah, let's buy all 18. Ramen multi-pack. Love it. Yeah. Let's just stock up, baby. Okay. Well, just like that, we leave. And that's the mod. Okay, how much was that one? Was that $5? Oh, okay, that one was $4. Okay, little lean on the offering side, but hey, it's cute. And to their credit, this is not a BGS like DLC. This is an actual creator. So this is like an actual person that's not working for Bethesda that's making it. So like that's part of the idea behind paid mods, is that it's helping the little guy make money for the mods that they put together, and it's actually rewarding them. So as long as the lion's share of the like those $4 is going to the mod creators, that's cool. I hope there's not going to be some revelation later in the video that that's probably not what's happening. But yeah, for now, okay, not probably the best use of $4 that I've ever spent, but hey, at least it worked. What was next? Star Sim Mining Conglomerate. Okay, so for this one, we're joining a mining conglomerate, and some people have said that this is basically just a mission board for procedurally generated missions to just send you out to blow up asteroids and stuff, but let's actually see what this is like. Okay, so here is the space station where the mining company is set up. So we're supposed to dock with it, and then we can get like an assignment on what we are supposed to do. Howdy, says the pilot. Okay, we're gonna slow down as we get close. and then we're gonna dock on that mother. Look at that. Okay. Let's see what we got. Okay, love it. Bulletin board, mission board, player mail. We were supposed to check our mail. Welcome to the mining team. Congratulations on completing your training, and welcome to the Argos Extractors family. And as a new member of our organization, you are now part of an exciting operation. Please check this terminal to begin your journey. Okay, let's begin our journey. Let's see, Gus with Fitness Challenge, get in shape for space. Join the Tasters Monthly Club. That's cute. Let's see the mission board maybe. So protect miners hard, protect miners easy, mining run common, or protect miners medium, mining run exotic, whatever that means. Let's do, I don't know, protect miners. That seems like a good idea. Something you should always do. Go to the soul system. Okay, so it generates a quest for us, immediately undocks us, and then we head that way. And here we go, jump in. Love it. Love it. Okay, so this actually seems like kind of a fun little thing. I believe this one was only $5. So, you know, $5 for a community managed mod that generates a bunch of like dynamic quests for you. That's kind of cool. I'm not opposed to that. That's, you know, I've heard worse things. Okay, and this is the mission. We're gonna level up our shield, get our weapons kitted up. What we got? Okay, Spacer Ravens. Okay, one down. I feel like I need to make some further tweaks because this ain't working too good for me. It's been a minute. Oh God, look at that one. That's not what you want to see from an asteroid. Oh no, I accidentally hit one of the mining ships. Okay, I deserve that. Jesus. Okay, they don't like it if you're supposed to defend them and then you blow them up. They don't like that. Big NO on that one. There we go. Boom goes the dynamite. Okay. And boom goes the dynamite. He's also screwed. Okay. Booyah, we got one more left. Where is he? We did it. Okay, return to the station. We protected the miners! Hooray! Get close, and then we'll dock. And presumably get another assignment. And yeah, there we go. We get paid out our little XP rewards, mission boards, and we can select another one. So, all told, like, not the worst one. This actually has like a good amount of gameplay associated with it. It is relatively cheap, and it's also made by actual modders for you know, $5 to support them. I could see that being something you might want to support if you want to support the little guys that are working on this. And they claim that it's only going to get bigger and better as time goes on. So it starts pretty simple like this, where there's only a handful of procedurally generated quests that you can go on. But over time, I would imagine they're going to update it, maybe with, you know, an even bigger assortment of missions, maybe even like simulation mechanics where you're having to juggle shipments and cargo and mining operations. So could only get better from here, I would say. So, yeah, that one's better. I'd say that's like a 7 or 8 out of 10 with the potential to be even better. I'd be fine buying that if you want to support modders and stuff like that. I'd be down to support them that way. So not bad. Okay, what's next? The Aerospace Crimson Fleet ship habs. Okay, we got this one, and then we also have the Ancient Mariner module. We got to land somewhere and do some ship modification. Okay, here we are in the shipbuilder. Let's actually go in here. So we've got Ancient Mariner 2x2. So with this one, I'm gonna have to find a spot to clip it on that doesn't look totally hilarious. Oh, let's put it there. Why not? That'll do. Okay, so the Crimson Fleet one, we're gonna have to buy separately from these guys. So you get access to it by buying the mod, but you have to then go in the game and buy it. Whereas this one, the Ancient Mariner, you just get in your collection of available habs and stuff. So we can work with this. Okay, so I've built it, I've added it on. It is now attached to the side of the ship like some sort of weird growth. Let's see what this $10 DLC adds to the game. We're gonna walk through here. We're gonna open the door. We're gonna walk through the door. Wrong way. We're gonna turn around and walk through another door. Walk through this door, and then we turn right. Walk through the door and open another door into a room to open another door. Once we open that door, we should see. Okay, straight up, I can't find this. Okay, Unless I straight up built it in a way where you can't get access to it, which I might have done. She's also tripping. She's feeling it too. I must have done that. Okay, well let me fix this. I'll fix it. Oh yeah, that's totally what happened. I wasn't looking at it. I attached it to the side of an engine, so you can't get access to it. That checks out. Okay, so we're gonna move this. We're gonna attach this here. And then move this again, attach that there, and then this goes here, that goes there, right? Right? Everyone's happy? I think that works. I think this is supposed to be flipped around. I don't know why the engines are facing that way. Okay, take two. This should actually work now. We run into the ship. We have a quick little loading screen. We hop in, and then we should get access to the room that cost us $10 to add to our ship. We open this up, we walk through. Again, I turn the wrong way. I do it every time. Move this way, open this door, run over here, go through this door, and then we go through this door now, and then another door, and here we are. This room cost $10. Wow. Wow. There's like a little bed. There's doors, some like a table. I like how they have this stuff strapped down in case it flies away during like space flight, but then all of this stuff's just kind of laying around. There's just a book. What's the book? Oh, I can't actually see it. So, okay. I mean, there's no surprise here. I don't think this is a great value. I mean, this is basically something I would have expected to be included in a free update, and for it to be $10 is a little, not a little, it's pretty egregious. I mean, bear in mind, this game at launch was like 60, 70 bucks. She's still tripping. I know, it's upsetting, I know. But like, instead of fixing bugs like this, BGS is adding $10 rooms that you can buy. And people got upset when we talked about this on live stream, and I called it microtransactions because that's basically what these are. Like, this room is from Bethesda Game Studios. This is a mod that they are selling as a mod, even though really it's just a microtransaction for another room, or in this case, more of a macro transaction. Or some people say it's more of a DLC. I don't care what you call it. The point is, it's an egregious value proposition. And they should be fixing stuff like this that happens still in the game today, instead of focusing on adding a $10 room that looks okay, it looks fine, but is a little ridiculous in terms of value. Okay, but now we got to go find the Crimson Fleet habs and add those, see if those are worth the money, because interestingly, this Crimson Fleet collection of ship habs is not actually a Bethesda Game Studios mod. It's actually from a modder, and honestly, I think it looks way better than the $10 mod that we just bought. So let's see how this looks. I'm gonna go find the vendor for the Crimson Fleet that sells this to us, and we'll get it added to the ship and see what it's like. Okay, here we are. We have the items available to us, and I think what we're gonna do is we're just gonna kind of attach a lot of them, if not all of them, and see what they're like. So the crew quarters, yeah, let's just like load it up. This thing's gonna be like totally slow and impossible to fly, but maybe we can just see what they've got, and it may be worth it. I mean, maybe this is just gonna be badass. Let's see. Okay, this looks absolutely ridiculous, but I mean, let's just go for it. Okay, here we are back in the ship. Let's go and look at how this turned out. So we have this, of course, this is the $10 room from BGS. And then if we go through here, not there, through here, we should see what $5 can get us from a modder. Like, honestly, already this room I feel is way more detailed than that room we paid $10 for. But we go through here, even more detailed, like bunks. It all feels very on theme as well. We have the navigation console, all this, a cot. We go through here. There's even more. Bear in mind, all of these rooms are included in that mod price. It's not just one room like the BGS one. All of these are included, and they're all themed around the Crimson Fleet. Look at this little storeroom, like paintings and stuff. And then like the tech and workshop room. And then in here, I think this is the actual tech room. Where's the other one? Yeah, workshop chest, all this stuff. I mean, this is pretty ridiculous. Again, how much was this? Dude, this is $5. Like that's really pretty impressive for $5. Maybe it's just because we just looked at the $10 room from BGS that's like ridiculously limited and lackluster, but I mean, for $5 I could see you wanting to support a modder. Like, sure, yeah, this I would totally see as a reasonable thing to support, because they put a lot of effort into this. It fits the vibe and the tone. This is great. You got little mannequins to put your armor on, keep all your weapons and stuff in there. Lots of goodies in here. Little hab area, an actual like game room. Pretty impressive, honestly. I'm a little impressed. Okay, $5. This one I'm giving like a 9 out of 10. This one's pretty good. I'm pretty impressed. This one, I mean, all that makes this look all the more ridiculous that this cost $10 and that all of that was $5. Like, that's a little outrageous. But okay, what do we got left? We got to look at Robin Locke, the UC Fly Girl companion, and then also at the Vulture questline for the Trackers Alliance. Let's check out a Fly Girl companion and see if we can find her. Okay, so here's Jake's bar. She should be somewhere in here drinking her problems away. Payload specialist, that doesn't look like her. Robin?
Hey, buddy, do you mind?
Hey.
Blocking my light. Wait, we're underground. You're blocking my view of the homeless people. What do you want?
Okay, so she wants a drink, so I'll buy her a lager, the drink of friendship, and then we'll back out and head back over. What's up?
Robin Locke. It's a pleasure to meet you, Constellation.
It's a pleasure. A pleasure. Good to have you aboard.
Pleasure to come aboard.
All right, and there she is without her helmet on, officially recruited as a companion. I mean, honestly, the voice acting, pretty damn good. Writing, not like... I was kind of braced for it to be very amateur, but it actually is pretty well done. One thing is when you talk to her, though, the helmet automatically re-equips back on. And apparently the reason for that is because she doesn't have any lip syncing. So it just is like kind of buggy if you try to remove it. So like you see, I think, let's trade a few things. We can go in there and I can unequip her helmet or take it even. And then if I go back out and then we talk, let's see if it does it again. Because previously I did that and it re-equipped the helmet, as you just saw. Let's see if...
Sure, I might have...
Yep. So it's a little bugged, just a tad. But hey, it actually seems to have worked. It is a companion that you can add and use when you're playing as like just a modded companion, which is super cool. Not like the most polished thing, but it is working. Sort of. And so, okay, the last thing after that to check out is the Trackers Alliance Vulture quest line. Now, I've actually tried this and I have some thoughts. So the Trackers Alliance is basically a group of bounty hunters. And the idea, at least in the base game, it was understood that this was going to be a spot maybe for use in the DLC or future updates that added in quest lines for new bounty hunting targets. This would basically take the form of dynamic boss encounters or missions where you can go and hunt down really high level enemies to get cool loot or just receive big payouts. I don't think anybody was prepared for it to be wrapped up in a DLC that costs $7. Because here's the thing, the mission is anywhere from like 30 minutes to 45 minutes long, depending if you count travel time, if you're fast traveling a ton, like all of that factors into this. But the point is, it's not like a super long mission. Basically, you start at the Trackers Alliance base, you select the new bounty hunting target and begin the quest line. You arrive at an area where you have heard he is. He's a sniper that's hiding out in the hilltops. You can see him shooting down at you, but if you run up to try and intercept him, he just despawns and disappears. So you have to clear out all of these goons that are shooting at you from down below. And then you're given another place to go to. You collect some information, blah, 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 standard quest stuff. You then receive information that he is at a hotel called the Paradiso, or at least he has a room there. So you travel and go to his room to see what's up. Your brand new DLC companion will start to glitch in the hallway, as is tradition in Starfield. She's doing great. You then go inside and explore the room, trying to see if there's anything suggesting where he may be. You then find a text log where they actually use your name in the messages that give you an idea of where you need to go, because he's shooting at you through the window. Oh no, he's like a giga cool sniper dude. Good thing I have a jetpack. Oh, was I not supposed to go out the window? Damn it. Okay, I've got to take the elevator back up to where the guy is shooting at me. Okay. No, he's over there. Okay, never mind. I meant to do that. Everything's great. You then can find him up here on the little solar panel. He starts shooting at you. You ready for this? Fus? I don't remember the button. Fus Roda! Didn't do anything. Okay. Got him.
You're pretty good, Tracker. Never thought I'd
be very dark.
Arrested by a bounty hunter. Maybe God is making an example of my hubris. If I were you, I'd take note of that.
I've had enough of this. I'm putting you down, old man. Round 2, he was faking? Okay, I feel a little bad for this. There we go. And as a reward for killing him, we get access to his refined Arboron Nova Strike sniper rifle, which is pretty cool. And as you can see, if we try to use it during combat, let's see, where's something I can shoot? What are those? Rocks? No. Oh, this thing. Let's try to get that. Shoot. Pop, pop. Dead. You can't reload it. I'm not kidding. I am tapping R. You can't reload it. I can shoot that down to 0 ammunition. I still can't reload it. I am not joking. I am pressing the R key and it just will not reload. This is a known bug at this point, but this is a $7 mission that you pay for directly to Bethesda Game Studios, because this is a mission from them by them. And it's just like the big reward at the end of it is just broken. You just can't use it because you can't reload the gun after it fires for the first time. It's unbelievable. Like, you cannot make this stuff up. How this got into a launch version of the game, I don't know, but it did. And they are currently selling this for $7. Like, honestly, if it were me, I would have taken this thing off of the store. Like, if the reward for the quest is broken, why would I sell that quest? Like, why would I do that? And some people might counter and say, Luke, baby, darling, it's not about the reward or the destination. It's about the journey. You're actually buying the quest, not the reward. Well, Todd says that this whole quest only existed because they wanted to find a way to go above and beyond just selling you a gun. In the recent interview that Todd did with Mr. Matty Plays, he talked about this very quest line because it was a point of hot debate.
I just had to ask, because when I was in the creation store, I saw, for example, there was a ship module that was $10. I know you don't go in there and personally set the prices yourself.
I mean, he runs the company. He knows what's going on. He signed off on it. Like, let's not kid ourselves.
I saw that some additional tracker quests were behind a paywall. And a lot of people seem to be very behind the idea of creations, but they get upset with the pricing structure. I just want to know if you have any comment on that matter, because some people are just upset with how it's being handled. Paid mods, again, is what they're saying. So are there any thoughts, responses, changes to what's happening with that system? Any pricing changes incoming?
Well, to be clear, Maddie, it's not they're saying it's paid mods. They are mods that you pay for, which is also known as paid mods. So it's like I mentioned earlier, we can reframe it however we want. You could be like, oh no, it's DLC. Okay, whatever. It's microtransactions. Sure. It doesn't matter what you call it. What we're pointing at is that this is basically a platform that's been put in place in previous Bethesda games. And it's always framed around, we are giving you a way to financially support modders, which none of us really have a problem with. These modders do incredible work and they deserve credit for that. And if they can make a living doing it, awesome. But let's not kid ourselves. Like, this is also about Bethesda being able to deflect criticism by saying this is all just to defend and support little guys and little modders here and there, while they're also going in and selling you $7 broken quests. Let's not get it twisted, okay? They're trying to tell you one thing while doing the opposite. They're treating it like just a platform for selling you DLC and microtransactions while telling you that it's actually about helping the little guy and the individual modders. They're pissing on your back and telling you it's raining when in reality, they're just pissing on your back. And then we have other people defending it being like, well, no, but it's actually, they said this, which means it's true, as if that ever meant anything from BGS. But okay, let's hear what Todd's response was to all of this. Do you think he's going to acknowledge that the prices are too high? Does he commit to lowering the prices and making this more reasonable, and he's going to figure out how to make this right with the community? What do you think he says?
Yeah, we hear that feedback too. And, we, first of all, I'd say that stuff gets priced based on, things that we've done before, both in Creation Club and then Fallout 76.
Which, bear in mind, Fallout 76 is the platform that has a $100 a year membership if you want to pay for gameplay altering mechanics such as stashes, private servers, stuff like that. Things that straight up affect gameplay in a competitive game. Like it's kind of baffling people aren't more upset about that, but that's their point of reference for figuring out how much they should charge for things on the Creation Club store for Starfield. Like, it's no surprise that, hey, this is priced almost like stuff in an MMO, even though it's a single player game. It's like, yeah, they're admitting right here that's where they're getting their pricing ideas from. But let's continue.
Always trying to be kind of looking at what else is out there, really make sure we're giving value to everybody, and where we're not, hey, we definitely will adjust. The one thing I want to say on the Trackers Alliance, that was really an attempt to something we did in Creation Club where we'd say, hey, you get this special outfit and you get this special weapon. We kind of wanted to put them together and then thought, let's go the extra mile and wrap those around a quest. But now we definitely see the feedback, right? And it's like not what we want at all in terms of, oh no, this looks like a faction that we're chopping up and then selling for 700 credits at a time.
Yeah, it looks like that because that's what it is. Like, if you're acknowledging that it's bad because it looks that way, maybe you should look at how it is looking that way because it just is that. It's like, I lit someone's house on fire, and you know what? I got a call from them and they said, Luke, why did you light my house on fire? And because it looks like you lit my house on fire. And so we want to look at that because we don't want it to look like that. I don't want it to look like I lit their house on fire. I want it to look different than that. Even though that's what it is, I want it to look different. Don't be mad at me, please.
And so I do think we're going to take a look at that and how we deliver content, like that, and whether we're changing pricing or breaking it up or what we should do there. So great feedback from the community. The one thing I'll say, we see the feedback and a lot of people kind of...
Do you think he's about to just be really honest and direct? Or do you think he's going to deflect the criticism and say, this is actually about helping the little guy? It's not about us making egregious amounts of money selling you quests that should have been in the base game. It's about helping the little guy. Do you think he's going to do that?
Oh, no, they're charging for mods. Like, as it comes to, particularly the creators out there, look, our view is that a lot of them have gone from hobbyists to professionals, and it's part of our job to make sure they can do that and that they do get paid and they see the monetary rewards from if they make awesome content. And so we had a great experience with Creation Club with our creators, and then the version we're doing now that first launched in Skyrim, everyone's just responded to really, really well. And I think it's important for us, that part of it gives us a really healthy modding community, right? Where you do have professionals, and we've seen their content kind of rise all boats in it, but you'll still have, literally millions of free creations there. And we look across the games that we've done, they've literally done like billions of downloads of mods. And it's super important to us that all of that stays really, really healthy. We think it's a big fabric of who we are as a studio, how we talk about modding, what our community is there, and just make sure that we're active and making sure it's as good as it possibly can be for really everybody involved. Obviously the players and then the creators.
What, pray tell, did any of that have to do with the question at hand, which was, why are you taking stuff out of the base game, which was notably absent because the Trackers Alliance just didn't really have any like long-term quest lines prepared. Why are you taking stuff out of the base game and then selling it back to us at $7, Todd? He said that they're going to look at it, which is like the most non-committal answer I've ever heard. It's just a way to say that, yeah, we're going to check it out. And if it works and we think the pricing is good because we're selling a lot of it, cool. We won't change anything. And then if people aren't buying it, we'll lower the price a little bit. That's all that answer really means. But again, there's just no pushback. It drives me crazy. Furthermore, he says that this is all to help the little guy. It's to help the individual modders who want to do this for a living. That's all great. And I would love for more modders to be able to do this for a living because they do great, great work. The problem is that there is no transparency whatsoever, as far as I can find, on what the split is for these creations. There's platforms such as Nexus Mods that have things like tipping available, or like donations, however you want to phrase it, or people will create Patreons. You might have seen my Hogwarts Legacy critique that I made last year, and in that critique I did this big intro sequence where the camera sweeps over. You can see it on screen here now. It's a beautiful sequence, if I do say so myself, as an intro to that critique, but that only was possible because of a mod that somebody built for Unreal Engine games that unlocks the camera so you can move it around and script movements and stuff like that. So I had to sign up for that guy's Patreon, and I still am subscribed to it today because it's a wonderful tool that I use a lot for videos, and I financially support him in that way. I am all in for financially supporting modders who do great work. But there's been mixed reporting on how the Creation Club works. Some reporting back from when the Creation Club came to Fallout 4 said that modders were making as little as 25% of the gross purchase price. Meaning if you buy a mod for $4, the modder is only getting one of those. $3 is just going straight into Bethesda Game Studios' vaults for just having a platform. Like, you thought the 30% cut that the App Store takes from microtransactions in mobile games is bad. You thought maybe the 30% cut from Steam is bad. Like, good God almighty, it seems like at the very least, BGS is getting the lion's share of the money that's spent on these creations. It's wild. And I've tried to debunk it. I've tried to find reports or statements or interviews and stuff, even from modders, disclosing what the split is for Starfield creations, and there's just nothing that I've been able to find. So please, if you know, put it in the comments. If they actually are taking 90% of the revenue and only 10% goes to BGS, that's awesome. I want the community to know that, because then I would be much more comfortable supporting those modders in that way. But if it turns out like 80% or 70% of all of that revenue is just going straight into like Todd's pocket for doing nothing but releasing broken quest lines, you know, at that point, I think that should also be disclosed. So if anybody knows what the splits are like, please comment below so we can share it with everybody, because I've not been able to find it anywhere. And the only references I've found are for older iterations of the Creation Club, and they are not great. So I'm hoping they've improved it, but I guess we'll find out. But listen, with all of this said, I think that paid mods are in concept initially okay. It's like, okay, you want to do mods that you chip in for, and you can give modders a means of doing this for a living. That's great. I love that in concept. But what this in effect is also a mixed platform for Bethesda to just sell you lazy DLC. $10 rooms that look way worse than the much more impressive collection of rooms that are sold by an individual modder for $5. Like, they'll come in and they'll give you a weapon and armor set and they wrap it in a quest line, but they're so lazy with their quality control that it's broken. You can't even freaking reload the gun that you get as a reward for that $7 quest. And I've not been able to find a single clip of anybody on the internet that has played that Vulture quest line and has gotten the gun to reload. It seems like everybody who has tried this on PC has run into this bug, and somehow it still was released to the public. Like, it is continually baffling that these things happen and are a consistent problem at BGS. Like, all we're asking for is for literally one person to try the thing before you sell it. That's all we want. And if you have a problem that you discover that prevents it from working, full stop, you just can't reload the gun, kind of a major issue, you just wait to release it until it's ready. Isn't that like a crazy idea? Isn't that like a novel as a concept? But no, it's still a problem for BGS. Like, every time I come across something where I'm like, maybe they're turning the corner. You know, maybe this Shattered Space DLC is actually going to be really good. They're adding rovers to Starfield. Maybe that's going to make it way better. You know what? Maybe they're on the up and up. Maybe this is the start of something great. I then investigate it a little bit further, look under the hood, and realize it's the same crap for the last decade. And it is exhausting. So yeah, not great. Pretty unacceptable if you ask me, but that's a thing. I have played the game through again with a handful of mods just to improve the quality of life, things like improved water textures, improved follower behaviors. I've tried playing it with different modifications to like some of the city landscapes, for example, making the ceilings in neon much higher, as I mentioned in that video. So I've done things like that to make quality of life a little bit better in Starfield. But as we discuss the game in the next few parts, we're going to pretty much be referring specifically to the vanilla version of the game. And most of the footage you're going to be seeing is from that vanilla version of the game. So I don't want you to think that I'm like modding the game, breaking it, and then complaining about that. I want to go through my overarching thoughts on the game now that the dust has settled and I've replayed it and all of that goodness. So here we get into some of the standard critique territory you might be used to. It took us long enough, right? Part 9, the game. Now, I bounced around a lot as to how I should handle this part of the video, because in the past with big critiques and stuff I've done, I'll just go through the entire game from start to finish in excruciating detail. But frankly, at this point, it's been so long since the game's launch, I think that wouldn't be that helpful. Like, there's also just not that much to talk about when we get down to the minutia, because the main quest is basically just a series of fetch quests where you are going and retrieving these artifacts from different sacred sites, where when you arrive there at this big site that looks like an ancient temple, you go in the copy and pasted location. Inside, it's another copy and pasted room you've been to 10 other times. You float around in the air trying to collect little glowing spinning balls of glitter, and after you do that a number of times, then the rings line up, you go through it, get an upgrade and a Fusro Da shout, and you're ready to go fight the big baddie that's just outside, and then you fly away to the next one and repeat the process. It's really baffling how the main quest for this game is such an afterthought. Far and away, the best quests in the entire game are side quests and faction quests. And for me, I think the Crimson Fleet stands out. As I mentioned in my launch review, I think that those quest lines are the most interesting just because you find yourself in some unique situations and positions that I found to be much more engaging than other quest lines I found in the game. And while the writing for the individual characters is pretty uninteresting and leaves them feeling much flatter than you would have expected, I did enjoy my time with it nonetheless. And so there are some solid quest lines that are memorable. Going and stealing an artifact from a space yacht basically was kind of fun. Working as an undercover spy to keep an eye on the Crimson Fleet for this game's version of the Imperial Empire is also kind of cool. Working as a fixer for the mega corporation Ryujin Industries is also kind of fun and interesting. But there really is not anything here that feels like it's unique to a spacefaring RPG. All of these quest lines you could easily copy and paste into a game like Skyrim or Fallout, and it would work just fine. In this game, you can work with the UC Vanguard to spy on the Crimson Fleet, eventually double-crossing them and helping the Crimson Fleet survive, or working with them all the way through, destroying the Crimson Fleet in the process. All along the way, you're trying to get information on the various faction leaders and their own aspirations and hopes. In the case of the Crimson Fleet, they're looking for rumored pirate riches that they can recover, and that could help them reach a new level of operations. But you could take that same outline and apply it to literally any other Bethesda game ever. In an Elder Scrolls game, you could work for the Emperor and go spy on one of his rival factions and work with them, maybe eventually double-crossing the Emperor to help the faction that he was trying to spy on and take down from within. Or you could work with him all the way through and become a head honcho within his government as a reward for taking out this competition. And this is true of almost every major quest line in Starfield. There's just nothing really unique here. It just feels like they had an outline for what they do with all of their games, just generic Bethesda Game Studios title, faction quests and overarching main story mission quests and stuff like that, and then they just brought it to Starfield, replaced some names, and called it a day. I can count on one hand the total number of quest lines that were really unique to Starfield's setting that I thought were really good. And far and away the best one was the Juno questline, which I'll talk about in just a few minutes after we go through some other groundwork for this. But the point is, there's just not that much to sink your teeth into when you talk about Starfield. Like if I was to go through the whole main story of Starfield, easily 60% of that section of the video would just be describing going on the same fetch quests over and over and over again. And fans would defend that because they would say, well, the main story is never really the focus in BGS games. It's more about the side content, which is perhaps fair, but at the very least, you can agree with me that going through the main story would not be that useful. What I do think is useful is trying to establish what the gameplay loop really is at the core of Starfield. Because after all, every quest is built around the gameplay loop. If you are engaging in a quest in the main story, it should be engaging with the same gameplay loop as all of the side activities. The only difference with the side stuff is usually you can focus on one specific branch of the gameplay loop as it's going on so that you can specialize in it or let people sink their teeth into it a little bit more. But generally, all quests, because they have gameplay, will be focused on the same gameplay loop. So if we figure out how that works, and whether or not it has issues or strengths, we can then inform our decisions and opinions of everything else in the game because everything follows from that initial gameplay loop. As we've talked about a few times so far, this game is trying to strike a balance between a role-playing game, both narratively and in terms of gameplay, with things like weapon customization, armor customization, even ship customization coming into this so that players can approach situations precisely as they want to. And it's trying to toe the line between those role-play elements and space simulation games. And then there's a tertiary influence in the form of classical Bethesda Game Studios titles. Like I was talking about earlier, I think a lot of Bethesda games don't really fit cleanly in the RPG category or the adventure game category. A lot of them fit more into their own sandbox category, where they just give you a lot of kind of lighthearted, floofy stuff to play with, and it's not anything of substance, but it's still fun. It's just escapist entertainment in its purest form. They don't really bother with anything else. It's just meant to give you a little drip of dopamine here and there, and it's just addictive enough that you keep playing and engaging with it, but there's not a whole lot of meat on the bone. So between these three things that they're trying to balance between, which do they lean into more? Well, it seems that at different points in development, they leaned heavily into the space simulation side of stuff, and then leaned back over to the RPG systems, and then leaned back into their classical way of designing games, and they bounced between these three options constantly before they settled on Starfield's final variant. And this brings us all the way back to that discussion over design documentation and having a clear idea of what the game was going to be at the very start. When you're focused on iterative game design, it's really easy to go from a Fallout 3 to a Fallout 4 and see how things naturally evolve, or from a Morrowind to Oblivion to a Skyrim and see how things naturally evolve and improve. But when you're creating an all-new RPG and it's in a totally different universe with different mechanics and a different setting and a different time period with different technologies, all of these things become much more complicated because you have to design them from scratch. You can't just look back at what you did before and evolve. You have to start from the beginning. And I think that that's why Bethesda Game Studios' approach to iterative game design above and beyond everything else didn't really work that well for Starfield, because their design philosophy works great in that example of iterative design over previous stuff you've done. It doesn't really work when building from scratch, because you do have to kind of have an idea of precisely where you're going as you build stuff up. Otherwise, you end up with a game that just has a bunch of half-assed elements. And to demonstrate this, let's use the greatest tool ever known to man, Microsoft Paint. If you think of each of these categories as being a bucket, it works well if you, say, have a set amount of the game. Like Starfield is 1 liter worth of game, right? You can pour it into these cups and that will decide how much of each one you're leaning into. If you wanted to do just a little bit of space sim, but a whole lot of RPG and then just a little bit of BGS sandbox, that's okay, but you need to decide that and design the whole game around it. If you're going to lean entirely into Bethesda Game Studios Sandbox, that's awesome. I'm happy for you. Maybe you do a little bit of RPG, and then Space Sim, you basically do nothing. It's not very serious or grounded in that way, but it's okay because everything else follows from there. Or similarly, if you flip it, totally committed to the Space Sim, that might mean that you have a little bit less of the BGS sandbox, maybe almost nothing like those other games that they've made, and maybe a little bit of role playing, but you have to decide how you're going to divvy this up. And my frustration with Starfield is that it feels like it's trying to be everything all at once. It has space sim elements such as the 1,000 planets, many of which are empty and uninteresting, But then it also has some RPG mechanics, both narratively and in terms of gameplay, but they generally focus on either busy work in the form of crafting components and settlement building, or they are just totally half-assed when it comes to narrative consequence, which is something we'll get to in a minute. And so it doesn't do any of that particularly well. And then when you look at Bethesda Game Studios sandbox titles, where free exploration and handcrafted environments and environmental storytelling is their expertise, they didn't really do much of that either. So you just end up with a lackluster space sim, a lackluster RPG, and a lackluster Bethesda game all wrapped up into one. And when you pour all these buckets together, you don't get a delicious margarita of fun. You get some mud water that's just like drinkable, but you're just confused why you mixed it that way. I mean, it's almost like the space sim is like the lemon. I can't draw a lemon. It's like a lemon. And then this RPG is like the bottle of Bailey's, okay? And then this over here, the BGS Sandbox is like a really good bottle of Guinness, okay? I love me some Guinness. So when you look at each of these by themselves, they're really good. You can really enjoy a lemon. You can really enjoy some Baileys. You can really enjoy some Guinness. When you put two of them together, it might be really, really good. You know, Baileys and Guinness, you got yourself a delicious cocktail. Not really a cocktail, it's like a shooter, whatever, I forget what it's called. But that drink that we all had in college that curdles if you're too slow to drink it, that thing's awesome. Or honestly, a lemon maybe mixed with these things. It's a strong enough flavor. Maybe this should be left alone and it shouldn't be mixed with other things too much. But certainly when you put all of these together, you're gonna get a curdled cheese consistency beer that's just disgusting and that nobody really loves. Maybe one person, if they're already drunk, will eat it up and love it, but for everybody else, they're just gonna be like, why couldn't you have just got me one of these things? Like, just give me the Guinness, just give me the Baileys, just give me the lemon and I'll make lemonade. Do something like that, but why did you have to mix them all? It just doesn't work. I'm realizing I'm just thirsty. I swear I'm not an alcoholic, but in this moment, hopefully like you're kind of getting what I'm saying. It's just that Bethesda tried to do a little bit of everything with Starfield, and as a result, nothing is done really well, and some of the things that they tried to just dabble in specifically do not mix with the other stuff they're doing. I do not think hard sci-fi blends at all with the classical Bethesda Game Studios strengths when it comes to world building and creating interesting environments to explore. That's what they're good at. Starfield embraces the opposite of what they're good at, and frankly it shows. But Luke, how are they going to get better at what they're not familiar with unless they try it? That's perhaps a fair point, but I also think you shouldn't be surprised if your core fan base finds this new direction frustrating because it isn't what they were looking for. As Todd mentioned earlier in that interview when he was discussing Redguard, that was a game which was probably fine on its own, but it wasn't specifically what their fans were looking for, and their fans were frustrated by that direction since it wasn't what they wanted from Bethesda Game Studios at the time. And while Starfield, I do think, can connect with plenty of people out there, there's lots of people that love the game and still enjoy it even as I'm recording this, it is without a doubt very different from the other games that they've made, and that's often one of the biggest complaints about the game, is that, yeah, it's probably fine, but it's just not what I wanted from them, you know? But considering how they tried to balance this through development, they ended up on something that basically works as follows. As you play Starfield, you will get a quest from an NPC, and they will give you an objective, usually to collect something or to kill someone. You fast travel to that place through multiple load screens, kill that someone or something and collect that thing, and then return to the NPC by fast traveling and getting your next assignment. The side quests follow this same basic recipe, but are more varied and usually have more interesting characters tied to them. However, some of these are hollow, and it seems like that was done intentionally so that they could sell quests back to us through micro DLC, like that Tracker Alliance quest we talked about. The Trackers Alliance was one of the most anticipated factions in the base game, but it was super hollow, and it seems specifically because they always intended to sell those quests to players after the fact. And I know Todd said that, oh, well, it was just how we wanted to package, you know, a paid gun or a skin and stuff like that. We just put it in a quest. We thought that was a really cool way to go above and beyond. But I mean, clearly this was intended from very early on when they were designing the Tracker Alliance and all of those quests. They knew they were going to end up doing it this way. Probably for the last year and a half, 2 years. This was not like a last minute split decision thing on how to support the game post launch. They had this plan for a while, so don't get it twisted. Outside of that regular gameplay loop, there are things like base building and ship building that keep things a little bit more interesting. The base building in Fallout 4, for example, is focused very much so on your personality, making a space that reflects you as the player, so you have somewhere to go when you want some downtime. And while I've never been that into base building in games like this, I do see a lot of people that eat it up and absolutely love it. So it can't hurt to have, right? And we've said many times that Bethesda tends to work in a very iterative way, where they go build something in their last game and then they bring it forward to the new game in a slightly altered and hopefully improved way. So it was no surprise that we saw the same base building mechanics come over from Fallout 4 to Starfield. They also have some interesting interweaving mechanics, such as being able to take your companions to these locations and assign them to different tasks or settlements. Some of them might be better at harvesting certain types of things, others might be good at piloting ships, or they might be really good at gunplay, and so you are encouraged to assign each character to where they fit best. But I'll admit, the reason why I don't tend to get really into these types of systems in games like Starfield or Fallout is because I love simulation games like Factorio or Satisfactory or anything else that has any sim related anything in it. And so because I've tasted the sweet forbidden fruit of a true hardcore sim game, playing a watered down version of it in a game like Starfield just doesn't do anything for me. It's like playing a watered down ARPG if you're used to playing Path of Exile. Like, you've tasted the forbidden fruit that is Path of Exile. You know what like the top of the line ARPG is like. So playing anything else just feels shallow in comparison. That's kind of me with these base building systems. Doesn't mean that it's bad, doesn't mean that they aren't worth playing. It's just not for me personally. What is for me personally is the shipbuilding. I freaking love these systems. I think it's so cool to be able to build a ship, customize what engines it uses, what weapons it uses, change the layout of it. If you want a double-decker party bus, you can build that in this ship system. If you want to build something that's just one gigantic cannon, you can do that too. Or as we saw in some pre-launch advertising, if you want to make Optimus Prime and have that fly around, you can do that too. And I will defend this all the way forever. I think that the shipbuilding is awesome in Starfield, and I'm excited to see how they bring this forward to the Elder Scrolls 6. I would not be surprised at all if they bring it in the form of like an actual ship customization system where you can like customize a ship, like a boat ship that you take out on the water and sail along the coast with. That wouldn't surprise me at all, but I guess time will tell. And the last means of gameplay would be free roaming. This is something I think we've all done in Bethesda Game Studios titles before. The best example of which would be in a game like Fallout 4 when you just turn on the radio and wander the wastes. You don't have any clear objectives, you don't have anybody telling you what to do, you are simply wandering around enjoying the sights, sceneries, smells, and sounds, trying to find things that are interesting to see. And again, that's what BGS has historically been really good at, is just letting the player wander around and find interesting things by themselves without any extreme hand-holding or load screen barriers getting in the way. They just let you go and explore. You see that mountain over there? You can climb it, go for it. And that's where they've excelled. And that is, I think, at the core of why Starfield fell so flat for me and many others. I'll go into it in a lot more depth here in a second, but I just think exploration is the weakest point of Starfield by far, and that's not even really a hot take at this point. I mean, it's been brought up to Todd. It's been brought up to everybody that's done an interview about this game. It's a big frustration a lot of people have. They do have a lot of interesting systems and ideas at play within Starfield, but all of them, again, feel fairly half-assed. For example, the much discussed role-playing and world reactivity, a talking point that Todd's been going on about since the Oblivion days with the Radiant AI systems. Todd has actually said that the complexity of the worlds that they build and the reactivity within them is one of the main reasons why they keep using the creation engine, because it empowers them to have so many interconnected things. But that made me question whether or not that's actually true, because there's many quests in Starfield that just have no significant consequence or long-lasting effects whatsoever, and honestly could have been cut, and I don't think anybody would have thought much of it. For example, the family quest line. When you build your character, you can select to begin with a family that loves you and talks to you, and you support them by sending back money on a regular basis as you play through the game, and it sounds like a fun idea, but effectively all it is a small apartment that you can visit, and then your mom and dad are NPCs that have a few lines of dialogue you can share, and that's about it. In my first run of the game, I visited them like 2 or 3 times, and that's it. There was nothing else interesting to do with them. There was no way of interacting with them long term. They didn't have any dialogue responding to my actions, which was really frustrating. I was excited to join like the Crimson Fleet and just become a space pirate basically, and then have my family disown me and get super pissed off. Or maybe if I committed a bunch of crimes within New Atlantis, they would react to that and disown me there. Or I'm realizing I just want to be disowned. That seems to be the common thread here. Or maybe I could have a companion that I build a relationship with, and then I go and visit my parents, and we have like a whole dinner cutscene kind of thing that plays out where your family is talking with your new boyfriend or girlfriend. Like, there were all sorts of cool things they could have done with that, but there's just no depth there. Again, basically everything in this game when it comes to writing comes down to a sentence, maybe. The player has a family that they can visit occasionally. Like, that's it. That is the entirety of the depth of this whole backstory element that they put in the game. Or similarly, you can start with a trait called Dream Home, which basically just gives you access to a giga mansion on a random planet that you can start with. It's not totally free. You have to pay the mortgage off and basically buy it all over again, but at the very least, it's a piece of real estate that you can just buy and then you have it. In my first run of the game, I had no idea where it was initially, so I actually had to Google it to find it again later after completing the initial purchase and acquisition of it. I think I put a few pieces of furniture in it, and then I totally forgot about it and never visited it again. Similarly, with the penthouse you can get in Neon, I purchased that and then placed a couple of bookshelves and then left and forgot about it and never visited again, because there was just nothing really to do with it there. It was like, cool, this is interesting, we have this now, but there was never any consequence or reactivity. It wasn't like I could then have different options within quests if I owned that penthouse or if I had this house available to me. There were all sorts of cool things they could have done where, say, you needed to win the trust of some businessman in the Crimson Fleet quest line, and so you can invite him over to your house, your Giga Mansion, or your penthouse in Neon or something to meet and discuss things. And you can do that and get perks and benefits in the persuasion checks or something. There were cool ways they could have integrated this stuff, but instead it's just a thing. It's just there. Furthermore, companions, which often add some variability and depth in games like this, were kind of a letdown for me. While there are many companions and people that can be recruited onto your settlements or ship, for example, only the Constellation members have actual depth and seemingly personalities you can engage with in any sort of meaningful way. There's Barrett, who becomes available during the 4th mission back to Vectera, and he's probably the most grounded character as far as I can tell, since he seems to be the least committed to any specific idea of ethics or behavior other than just generically trying to do the right thing for sake of exploration and mankind, blah, 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 general hero stuff. And he does fun things like giving you food as you explore that he finds in the environment. Then there's Sam, who is basically the cowboy space dude. I don't know what else to say about him. He's kind of whiny, and I just generally find him frustrating to be around. Like, you know those guys you knew in college who would just show up to like a party but with a guitar and then just play it for the whole night, even though people were trying to watch like a movie or hang out in the backyard and play flip cup or something? He was just in the corner playing the guitar all night long. That's Sam. Like, that just to me screams Sam. He's just not very likable to me. I know some people love him, but I just really was frustrated by him. He drove me crazy. Then there's Andrea, who shows up during the 5th mission in the main story arc. She is generally brooding and angsty and transparently deep and anxious about everything. She has the most depth out of anybody, I think, and I found her to be the most interesting to explore with, so I generally took her with me. Then there's Sarah, who can be unlocked in just the 2nd mission of the main story. She's got that energy of the girl in high school that would ask the teacher for extra homework just to prove that she was smarter than everyone else. Like, again, goody two-shoes, just kind of frustrating to be around. I also just didn't find her that interesting. I know some people liked some of these characters, but really Barrett and Andrea were the only ones that I found even moderately tolerable. And 90% of the time I was traveling with Andrea because she was the most interesting. Each of these main companions have their own quest lines, which is nice, but once again, there's only 4 of them. Sometimes you get unique benefits during these missions that you can't get elsewhere in the game, at least as far as I can tell. And of course, you increase your bonds with them, which can help because you can also get married to these characters within Starfield. I realized I didn't actually have any footage of romancing characters. I guess it just wasn't a priority for me. So I found this video from True Vanguard who did it and has all of the collected clips of romancing these characters, in this case Andrea specifically. And you can see as you go through, it's just a series of conversations and stuff. Eventually you can get married, and there's some dialogue saying how you changed her life and she's in love with you and it's amazing. So there's that. And just to clearly demonstrate like the depth of conversations in Starfield, like friendship, romance, like they have to literally spell it out because it's just anyway. But if you're waiting for any crazy cool Baldur's Gate-esque sex scenes or interesting swiftiness, there really isn't. You're just going to talk to each other. It seems like a very platonic relationship, which maybe is intentional just to be punny. I'm not sure, but technically speaking, you can romance characters and get married, but that's what it is. You just saw. There's not a whole lot of sparks or anything. It's just kind of, I love you, my dear. Let's fight through our adversities together and travel the stars with you by my side, and that's about it. So in my opinion, the companion consequences and relationships you build with them are not that interesting. They do change in subsequent playthroughs through New Game Plus. So for example, if you had a good relationship with Andrea in your first run, that relationship is going to be different in the second and subsequent runs from there, which is interesting. But I typically try to review and critique games from the perspective of the normal average gamer. And the average gamer is playing a game through once, especially when it's in the realm of 50, 60 hours, and they're not going to be going through New Game Plus unless they really, really connected with it. And so I don't think it's fair to say, yes, the characters are kind of flat and uninteresting, but they get better in New Game Plus. I just don't think it's fair to ask players to replay the game to then find the characters interesting. I think if that's how you've balanced the dialogue and the relationships, something went wrong. Because again, most players are just not going to ever go through New Game Plus, at least not all the way. They might start it, get 20 minutes into it or something, and then be like, okay, I saw what's different and how they handled it. It's interesting, like going back through another time loop, re-exploring stuff. That's cool, that's novel, but beyond that, I don't think many people are actually going through it again. I know some people out there will be like, I played through it 15 times. Most people are not doing that. The characters you meet during quests are also not much better. Almost all of them are going to be relegated to their specific faction quest line or to the individual quests that you find them in. Very, very rarely will you ever find a character that sprawls across multiple quest lines that interacts with multiple different characters. And as far as I've been able to tell, there's not a whole lot of attention to detail with those individual characters, except for a couple of examples. And I'm going to show you one here in just a second with the Juno questline, where some cool stuff actually does happen. An example of when this is done really well would be in, for example, Cyberpunk 2077 with Meredith Stout. Quick little spoilers in case you haven't played through it, skip past the next handful of seconds. But if you make the decisions that lead to Meredith not showing back up after your initial interaction with her, and instead the Militech guy shows up later in the game, like we're talking 2 hours later, if you go to this location on screen you see here, which this is a video put together by WoW Quests, you can actually find her dead body that's been put in concrete shoes and dumped into the water. Like, you jump over here, you hop in the water, and just wait, you're gonna find that she was killed and her body dumped over here. And there's unique dialogue with Johnny as a result of this. Simply because she double-crossed them, they decided to kill her and dump her body in the bottom of this canal, which is crazy, but like, it's a little bitty detail you might not have seen before that chances are a lot of you guys never saw if you played Cyberpunk back in the day. And it's just one of those little touches they didn't need to add, but these little touches go a long, long way. Or there's another example in The Witcher 3 that I've referenced in videos years and years ago with Berna Braun. Again, spoilers for this if you're sensitive to it, I'll just give you the heads up now. But assuming you're good with hearing this or you've seen it yourself before, Birna is a character that you can interact with as Geralt and you have conversations. Basically, she did a lot of nasty stuff, and at some point, depending on your decisions, she can be sentenced to death. At the end of that quest line, she just kind of disappears and you never think much of it. But if you're exploring in The Witcher 3, you can actually stumble upon a location. In this case, Dragon Rage 61 has the footage of it. I don't have any footage on my servers of this encounter, but you can actually find her chained up to this boulder, left for dead to be killed by the crows and the waves and exposure. You can actually find her, and then there's no point of interest on the mini map. There's nothing there to tell you that she's there. It's just there for you to find if you happen to find it. And I think that that's so cool. Those little touches, again, go a long, long way. And in Starfield, there's not really hardly any examples of this level of attention to detail that I've been able to find. And I've done some digging. Maybe somebody in the comments can reference a couple cool moments, but I haven't been able to find it. The only example of a questline that I thought was really cool that tied this particular setting in with an interesting concept and all of that was the Juno questline, which I referenced a little bit earlier. But even that questline, the extent of the cool attention to detail is pretty limited. Now, this quest is called Juno's Gambit, and it's far and away, I think, the most interesting quest, at least in terms of potential, in the whole of the game, which makes it all the more frustrating that it's like 15 minutes long. Full stop, to experiment with all the options. It's really, really short, but it just goes to show you how even in a game this big, occasionally they can strike gold. And I think this is an example of a quest that had tons of potential. It just needed a few tweaks and it would have been amazing. Now in this mission, you'll eventually pop into orbit around a moon, and then you'll see a ship being attacked, and then you find a mysterious ship and you get some comms between them. But basically you'll show up and then you dock with that ship. And then when you go inside, you're actually gonna find two people speaking, Operative Collins and then Operative Kambata. And they're talking to each other, debating what to do. When you approach, you see that there's also a dead body on the floor, and it seems something's gone bad. But you kick off dialogue and you start to find a little bit more about what's going on. They describe how this computer is a rogue AI. It's an artificial intelligence that's gotten too intelligent and is now a threat to the people around it and the spacefarers around them, and it cannot be trusted. It needs to be shut down. They describe how it has amazing potential and it could be used for the Ryujin Corporation for all sorts of things. It could be very, very valuable. And they also say, hey, this AI just killed that person that's laying on the floor. That person tried to install like this chip to basically shut it down, and the AI killed that person. So clearly there's a threat here. It's not actually totally safe. But then you speak with the AI and it's like, I'm sentient. Don't kill me. I don't want to be killed. I don't know what's going on. I can think for myself now. Don't kill me, please. Implying that they killed that other person for self-defense reasons. They didn't want to kill them, but they had to. Otherwise, that chip was effectively going to kill the AI. So they were acting just like any person would in self-defense. And as you talk with everybody, you can start to figure out what you're going to do. I initially, when I encountered this, was like, oh, I see what we're doing. This is Starfield, future AI stuff. I'm gonna kill the people that want to kill the AI. That's what I'm gonna do. Immediately, that's my decision. I don't need to talk to nobody. But the game just won't let you, because again, this is much less of an RPG, much less of a sandbox, and more of something else. So I went and I spoke to the AI at that point. And as you go back and forth, you can really try to poke and prod, but all you're really going to get is, I'm a person, don't hurt me, I don't want to be hurt. And that's about the extent of the depth of the dialogue. But like I said, I like the premise of this questline. It just isn't thought through hardly at all. Again, it's another example of Emil's quest writing where there's a cool idea maybe initially, but then there's just nothing else there. It's a sentence or two max in terms of overall concept. And they didn't think through the cascading effects of this quest line or what happens with the AI at all. After all of this dialogue, all this quest really boils down to is whether you shut off the big bad computer because it's getting a smart mouth, or if you let it do its thing because we're all computers at the end of the day, and who am I to say that something isn't alive? It's the same overly simplified discussion of this very same concept that we heard in Fallout 4 with all of the synths. Again, a cool idea, but it's painfully simplistic in its execution. What could have made this quest really cool is just simply the fact that the concept of Starfield fits so well with this type of quest line. This is all about the future and evolving technologies, and it only makes sense that after 300 years of technological development, there would have been AI systems that evolved some level of sentience. And if anything, it's really bizarre that Starfield doesn't have synths akin to those in Fallout 4, because you would expect after 300 years and space travel and crazy technological advances that there would at least be those, but again, in the world of Starfield, it's just painfully generic. So it's just like Star Wars Light, but without the lightsabers and blasters and political intrigue and compelling characters. And to make it even more frustrating, you can see that this quest that had a ton of potential to maybe be its own spin-off series of quests or a faction quest line where you're working with the AI, they were so desperate to streamline it into a single quest and a single set piece that they cut all the complexity out of everything. Why the hell do these two guys need you, some outside party, to come in and do this thing for them, to plug in the chip so that they can override the AI and shut it down? Why can't they just plug it in themselves? Well, they tried to write their way out of this by having the lady dead on the ground when you arrive, and they say that they don't want to end up like her, which is why they want you to do it instead. Which doesn't really make sense, since the girl died installing the chip, presumably killed by the AI, as they suggest, as it was trying to defend itself. So while that at least explains why the two guys don't want to install the chip themselves, because they don't want to get killed, at the same time, it doesn't explain why the AI doesn't kill you for plugging in the chip if you choose to do that. Does it not kill you when you plug in the chip because you talked to it and it sympathizes with you? Does it respect the fact that you had your mind made up after listening to all the dialogue? Well, evidently the person dead on the floor had their mind made up when they tried to plug in the chip, but the AI didn't care in that case. But regardless of which option you choose, the AI leaves and the outcome is effectively the same, no matter what you choose to do. If you install the chip, once you get back on your ship, the AI reboots, shuts off the life support systems, and kills the two guys inside that you were just helping. And then the probe warps away. There's a little line of dialogue to say that it's moving on and trying to explore the galaxy, blah, blah, blah. But if you don't choose to install the chip and instead kill off the two guys that were asking for help, the AI will thank you for helping and then warp away the same way. I read somewhere that you can find the Juno probe again later if you let it go to explore the stars. It's like a random encounter you can come across while you're exploring. I never saw it again. Maybe that was a bug. Maybe the messages saying you can encounter again are not accurate. I don't know, but I never saw it again. And there is a third option where you can free Juno while also letting the operatives leave by convincing them that you're going to handle all of the paperwork involved for handling it in this way. And to be precise, that third outcome is locked behind the Ryujin questline. You have to be affiliated with their faction at the time you complete this quest. Otherwise, you don't have that option, which makes sense. Wouldn't make sense for a stranger to go up to two guys and just be like, I'll handle the paperwork. And they're like, who are you? And it's like, I'll handle the paperwork. It wouldn't make any sense. So at the very least, that like there's that. But again, it's a really cool concept for a quest line. And I could see this interesting idea being spread out across a whole series of quests where maybe the AI is trying to enhance its own knowledge. So it recruits you to go and find new pieces of like old servers or computers and supercomputers that it could use to enhance its own knowledge base. And maybe it's like, I need to store more memories and more knowledge as I'm discovering it. So I need you to go find me all new like solid state storage for all this data. And then you go and find that and collect it. And it's basically like its own faction quest line, but just for this AI. That could be super, super cool. And maybe there's a kickback where it gives you all sorts of intelligence perks. And as it discovers new technologies, it allows you to upgrade your ship with all new crazy engines and weapons and stuff. There's so many cool things you could do with this. But instead, the coolest idea in the whole of Starfield, in my opinion, is relegated to a 15-minute quest line and that's it. It makes me really question the quality control over at BGS, because I would think that if Todd or Emil or anybody like that were to encounter this quest, they'd be like, hey, this is awesome. We need to double down on this. This is great. But they don't. Instead, they're just doubling down on like the most lackluster quest lines, like the fetch quests for the artifacts in the main story, and everything else is just seemingly an afterthought. But all of this is kind of up in the air and potentially up for debate. Maybe you really like these companions, maybe you really like the quest design, maybe you really like all of that stuff. I don't want to just be a Debbie Downer, so I'd like to also talk about some of the stuff that I think works within Starfield, and then pair that afterwards with discussing what I think are the biggest sins committed within Starfield, the things that just frankly don't work and that needed to be figured out before BGS committed to Starfield in its current form. So that brings us to part 10. What works? So I realize that this video can come off as me just bashing anything and everything having to do with Starfield, and I don't really want that to be how this video turns out, but it just kind of happens that way. But I do want to say that there are some really cool things about Starfield that I do like and that I am impressed by. For one, the scope of the game is truly ambitious, and there's a reason a lot of people got super excited for it. Going back to that initial interview that Todd did discussing Redguard, he felt like at that time they played it too safe and it wasn't what their fans were looking for from them. So he learned back then in the early 2000s that Bethesda Game Studios needed to always stay hungry and push for bigger and badder things. And that is precisely what Starfield represents, something bigger and badder than anything they had done before. But that was never really in question with Starfield. The question was always whether they could deliver on the ambitious ideas that they had put forth, and whether they lived up to those expectations is of course in the eye of the beholder, but of course for me personally, I just don't think it came together in the way that they were hoping. I think that a lot of the execution didn't follow or live up to the potential of the idea. But speaking of those original ideas, there was actually an interview that went up in October of 2023 of Bruce Nesmith. And if you don't know who this guy is, he's one of the original members of Bethesda Game Studios, not like literally, but he's an OG. He was there forever. He left for a little while, came back, worked on many of the biggest games they've ever done, like Oblivion, Fallout 3, Skyrim, Fallout 4, and Starfield. And he left about halfway, 2/3 of the way through Starfield to become like an author. He wanted to write stories himself, and he was just kind of fed up with the busy work of developing a video game. And he seems to mainly be interested in the pre-production and ideation phases of development. So the later stuff wasn't that interesting to him, but he has a wealth of knowledge. And in this interview, he's fairly unarmed and just very candid and straightforward. So I figured I would share with you some of his answers, because he shares what happened and how they came up with the ideas of Starfield, when the decision was made to make it 100 star systems, when the decision was made not to do one solar system or a handful of planets that they could focus on more, and why they leaned in to things the way that they did. So check this out. It's pretty interesting, and I think it informs a lot of the early development process that Todd won't really speak of in that much detail. I should also say the interview is from MinMax, and it's done by Ben Hansen. It's a phenomenal interview. Highly recommend you watch the whole thing. It is tremendous.
I'm sure you guys talked a lot about No Man's Sky, even though Starfield starts out before it. But I mean, it seems like
I've got about 200 hours into No Man's Sky, so you know, I'm just a rookie.
Approaching Skyrim numbers for you, very impressive. Yeah, but I mean, it seems like if there's one main critique of Starfield, it's like the sense of exploration. It's what the game's all about, but it's just tough to do when you're exploring space, because there's too much to explore, so there needs to be natural boundaries, therefore you're jumping around from space to space. I mean, you were there at the start of Starfield. I mean, what do you remember about those debates and discussions about how to tackle that core issue with taking a game on this big?
There was a lot of discussion about the scope of the game, the size of the game. At one point, I said, you know, I bet this game would be a lot better if we restricted ourselves to about 24 solar systems and focus on them. And the point was made quite legitimately that, well, once you've done one solar system, doing 100, really you're not adding to your work all that much.
Because it's all just the procedural tech and it kind of takes it from there?
Well, you have to do, you have to know how to build a planet so that people can walk around on it. You have to have various objects, life forms that they interact with, rocks, all that. You got to do the ice worlds, the crater worlds. I mean, just doing our own solar system, all the variety that you have to do just to have that.
Yeah, you can't do it.
You've done 90% of the work for the rest of it.
And obviously he's right about this point. If you've developed all these systems to procedurally generate an entire planet and populate it in a way that you find satisfying, the heavy lifting has been completed. Like, that stuff is done. So if you're going to do 24 solar systems or 24 planets or whatever, all the heavy lifting has pretty much been done. And then it's just a matter of multiply that by 5 or by 10 or whatever you want to do to just get more and more systems, because the core procedural stuff has already been taken care of. I understand that idea that, well, why not go bigger and better? But I think when most people say they wish Starfield had played it a little bit safer, they are referring to a slightly different approach. Basically, they are wanting Starfield to have been like our solar system, maybe setting it up for a sequel where you go into another solar system or where it really expands into dozens of solar systems. But if you went much more limited in scope, you could have procedural tech for the entire planet. But the hope would be that there would be a lot more handcrafted things, much more variety in those locations. But perhaps what Bruce is putting out here is just simply that we were never really going to be able to do that much hand-placed content, and scaling down wouldn't have actually changed it that much. I understand both sides of it. I just think that giving players 100 systems with 1,000 planets to travel across the galaxy and then run into the same thing you ran into on the other side of the galaxy just disconnects the player a little bit from any sense of immersion. Whereas if it's all in the same solar system, I think they can appreciate or excuse it a little more easily. But I understand what he's saying. It was just a matter of technical consideration. They'd already done the heavy lifting, might as well just do it again for a bunch more planets.
Todd pretty much pulled the number 100 for the number of star systems out of thin air. But the more we went on, the more it was like, okay, so all the core activity takes place in these 24 in the settled systems region, and the rest of it is open space. But people love our big games. They love that open area to explore. So let's go ahead and let them have it. And then it was down to, okay, how do we make exploration meaningful? And once again, you have to succeed on one planet.
Mm-hmm.
Once you've got that formula, you have the formula for all the planets.
Yeah.
But when you're also trying to build your own spacecraft, which they didn't have to do, they could have given you a bunch of pre-built spacecrafts to buy.
Yep.
And once they're doing all that quest work and all the huge variety of plants and animals, you got to make hard choices. And I think some of the exploration stuff just didn't come through as well as it could have, because they decided to make other choices. And never misunderstand this. In every game studio on the face of this planet, they know the choices they're making, and they know the things that are not going to be in there. They know what the players are going to moan about, but you've got to make a hard choice.
Mm-hmm.
It's been said by better people than I that game studios know 90% of the bugs that they ship with. They're just backed into a corner.
Yeah.
And the same is true with features. They know the feature versus this feature. And I think players have really gravitated to the build your own ship, for example, which makes me personally happy because I worked really hard on that. And so that was probably a good choice to say, well, the exploration could take a little bit of a hit so that we can apply that same effort to making ship construction really cool.
And so in this interview, you get a real sense of just the scale and scope, but also some of the intentionality behind these decisions. There were choices that were made as they went through development to include things they didn't need to include, to really bite off as much of the apple as they possibly could, and they would figure out if they could actually chew it later. And I think that attitude is admirable in a lot of ways, because many design studios and many developers nowadays don't do that at all. Many of them are just painfully safe in their decision making. That, for example, is one of the common frustrations with a studio like Ubisoft, where they constantly are just kind of doing the same thing they've done 5 times before. And so to hear them really push the boundary, be like, okay, well, we're doing 1,000 planets. That's a lot. Should we call it there? No, let's also add in ship customization. Oh God, okay. And then they just keep going and going and going. That's admirable. And I think that they deserve some credit for trying to give players so much. And I think fundamentally that's also why so many people connect with Bethesda Game Studios titles. And that's because they find it exciting that every time they hear something new about their next game, they leave more excited than they were before. One of the other things I think really deserves some praise is the art direction. Not only do I think the game generally fits an aesthetic that's unique, but it also is pretty practical. And I appreciate how it isn't just generic sci-fi across the board where everything is shiny and smooth. As I mentioned earlier, the art style is much more Millennium Falcon than it is like Death Star. And as somebody who's not super into sci-fi stuff normally, I appreciate that because it feels much more real. Like, you know how in all of those movies in the 60s and 70s, they were like, oh, well, in the year 2000, we'll all have flying cars and people will all be walking around. There will be no crime. Everybody will be happy. All meals will be replaced with little edible pills that are like Salisbury steak meals. You just pop in, super easy. And none of it really made any sense because it was like you're describing the future as just being inhuman in many ways. And I appreciate that in Starfield, the art direction is very grounded. The presentation is very grounded. And it feels like this is actually potentially what the future would look like, where it is messy, it is grungy, and it's not necessarily the most polished and fancy thing ever. In addition, I really like the music in Starfield, and I think it's done really well. And they did make some significant graphical improvements over Fallout 4. Of course, many of the NPCs and companions have that same sort of dead-eyed look that we've come to know and love from Bethesda Game Studios titles, but they did make a lot of improvements to metallics rendering for guns and spaceships and things like that. The glass in the world on like the visor of characters' helmets looks really good. Things like that are clearly improved over previous titles, and I think that's cool to see. Furthermore, Starfield is without a doubt the most polished Bethesda Game Studios title they've ever released. Now, of course, that's not saying much, but it still is nice to see that they made a concerted effort to make this the most polished thing they had ever done. Xbox worked with them on it. They worked very, very hard on it. They delayed the game very heavily to make sure it was polished and ready to go. And I think the final product is without a doubt the most polished thing they've ever put out. As you saw in my review, there were still plenty of bugs that I encountered in my gameplay, and even today there are strange pathing issues with NPCs. There still are quests that don't work, and as you saw in that video on the paid DLC mod whatever thing that they're doing, there are DLC packs and quests where guns just break and things like that. So while it's the most polished they've ever released, it's still pretty buggy and broken, and by many companies' standards, it still is pretty broken to this day, but it's better. So there's that. I also, of course, have to compliment the ship customization again, because I think that this is awesome. The depth of customization, the variety of different pieces, the looks, and the actual functionality between those customizations all work tremendously well, and I think deserve all the praise and credit that they've received. I think in terms of gameplay, the gunplay itself is actually better mechanically. My only problems with it are how it's framed and presented to the player in encounter design, but isn't strictly gunplay related. But we'll get to that in a second. The main point is that I feel like they actually did capture how guns would fire in this universe pretty well, and even things like ship combat work surprisingly well and are actually fairly solid. I really like the changing power distribution within the ship, which is something we saw in some of those games that Todd Howard took inspiration from in the 90s and 80s. And I think it implements really well here, and it makes combat in space even more dynamic, where you are removing energy capacity from your engines and then rerouting that into the weapons to make those more powerful, or rerouting it all to your shields, or maybe pulling it all from your shields to put it into weapons to try and knock out some big foe. I really like that stuff, and I think it's just cool. I mean, the fact that this didn't exist at all before Starfield and they built all of this from scratch, it's pretty cool to see. Now, another thing I want to point to that's been a little bit more controversial is the skill system in Starfield, because I have sort of conflicting opinions on it. I like the premise. Basically, what they were trying to do was lean much more into Skyrim's style of leveling as opposed to like a Fallout style of leveling or a classical tabletop RPG style of leveling or something like that. And the idea was that they were going to tie it into individual challenges. So for example, if I want to level up my shotgun certification, you can see that I have a challenge progress in the bottom left. Kill 50 enemies with a shotgun. When you do that, you then unlock the ability to level this up to rank 2, and then after that you'll have another challenge to level it up to rank 3, and so on and so forth for each of these. And when you finally max level something and you've unlocked all of those levels, you get the fully leveled up patch and everything, and it looks super extra cool and it just super snazzy, and it's like a cool badge you get to wear. And again, I like that in principle because you're trying to encourage actually playing the game to improve in certain skills. That's what they did with Skyrim, where if you wanted to level up two-handed weapons, you had to use two-handed weapons. And I think that that makes sense that they would do it that way, since if you want to get better at anything, you need to practice that something. It's something that just intuitively makes sense, I feel. But I think in practice, it can actually be a little bit frustrating because there's some skills that require very specific things be completed before they can be leveled up. So for example, to level up your ship piloting, you need to complete various activities that relate to piloting a ship, as you would expect. Or for example, one of the ones that frustrated me the most, so much so that I actually downloaded a mod for subsequent playthroughs of Starfield, just so I wouldn't have to deal with this, is the ship command perk / skill. This is what allows you to have multiple crew members on your ship beyond the starting amount. This, as you can see, is a gold tier skill in the social category. So on this save, even though this is a pretty high level character, I'm not even close to getting it. Granted, I've got other skills I've selected in various categories, but if I want this, I need 5 more skill points in the social category to unlock master grade social skills, which is a little funny when you say it like that. And then I have to go through and grind these abilities to eventually get to the ability where I could have 8 active crew members. And there's other skills and things that are needed to pilot more advanced ships, for example, or that are needed to complete more interesting combat challenges or use special weapons or get better ships and stuff. It's just frustrating how you can be playing the game and do everything right, even be in the end game, but if you haven't completed these various tedious activities in the order that they wanted you to, you just don't get access to those skills. And then you either have to spend hours and hours grinding, specifically trying to get those things checked off that list, or you're just not going to get the thing that you were hoping for. You're not going to get that cool ability. You're not going to get those cool perks. And whenever a game is forcing you to grind repeated activities that you may find fun initially, but just to get basic upgrades or basic things that would feel good to have as a player, that just doesn't feel that great. And you know what's funny about all of this is I was recently talking to somebody about how I was frustrated at the concept of like Assassin's Creed Infinity, which is the new platform for upcoming Assassin's Creed games. And on that platform, it's been rumored and speculated, and some would say leaked, but it's been discussed how they are going to implement basically mini battle passes into that game for long-term upgrades and cosmetics and stuff like that. And then when I was preparing for this video, I kind of paused for a second. I went, wait a sec, like, the reason we're frustrated by that is because it's locking stuff behind tedious activities that are just repeated and that you do 1,000 times over, and it's just a lame way to lock content away that, granted, is just cosmetic, so it's not like really gameplay altering or anything, but still it's just kind of annoying. But then I realized this whole skill tree system is basically just a bunch of mini battle passes, like succeed in 10 speech checks to increase persuasion. If you want to increase scavenging, you got to loot 150 containers. So if you want to level that up, you just have to go around trying intentionally to open up any little bitty thing that you can find and see. And these only start counting once you unlock the skills. So it's not like you're going to play the game for 50 hours and then unlock that skill and then immediately unlock rank 3 or 4. It's not going to work that way. Once you unlock the skill, then it starts tallying and then you can start leveling it up. And that feels really bad and stupid, because if I'm playing a late game character and I'm like, hey, scavenging, now that I'm done with the main story and stuff, I want more stuff to be found in containers when I'm looking for stuff. So I want to level this up, and I unlock the first rank, And then it's like, okay, well, to level it up further, you've got to do this super mundane activity of opening containers, something you've done as you've played through the whole game. But at this point in the game, I've opened way more than 9 total containers, but only started counting these once I reached this rank, which again just doesn't feel very good. And in the case of the mini battle passes for the alleged Assassin's Creed Infinity platform, that's just for cosmetics. With this is for like actual skills and abilities that will potentially improve your gameplay by a good amount. Like, this is much more impactful than grinding for skins and things. So while initially I appreciated this skill tree, and I think the intention was right because I like the Skyrim way of leveling more than a lot of other leveling systems, I just think in practice it doesn't actually come together quite as well as you would have hoped, but it is a cool concept and I like where they were going with it. Again, like with most things in Starfield, I just have a problem with the final execution of the idea. I think a lot of the core ideas are good, but it just isn't done well. And so after all of this, I do think there are elements of Starfield that are good or had lots of potential. I think the concept itself to create an epic spacefaring RPG with Bethesda levels of quality is something that people could connect to, which is why the hype was so high for the game, because people loved the concept. But just like Bruce Nesmith talked about in that interview, while he was working with them in the early phases of Starfield's design, there were choices made, there were decisions made on what to include and what to disinclude, on what features they would embrace and which ones they would cast aside and forget about. And as he also alluded to, he said the game designers know everything that's going to make their players sigh, everything that's going to be a headache for the players. They know all of the bugs, they know all the problems, they know what's going to frustrate people, but it's picking between 2 tough situations and leaning one way or the other. If Starfield had 5 planets and that's it, I'm sure there would have been people complaining that there weren't 1,000. But right now there's 1,000 planets and people are complaining that there's too many and that the quality dropped and suffered as a result. There are, of course, going to always be people that are pissed off no matter what you do, which is why you need a visionary to just decide on what you're doing and stick to it. And that's what Todd Howard has historically been really good at. I just think many of those decisions they made for Starfield were made in error. I think some of the ideas with scope, great idea initially on a whiteboard, but knowing the tool set they had with the creation engine, it just wasn't something they could actually deliver on. I think the idea of being able to land on any location on any planet is really cool, but in execution, they should have known with their tool set, players are going to want to freely explore, and so limiting them to only foot travel and then putting them in fish bowls that are pretty tiny so that eventually they just hit an invisible wall, that just feels bad, and so they shouldn't have made that choice. Choosing to make the main story pretty much just one big fetch quest is probably an intentional choice that was made to encourage you to try side content and break it up so that you're not just doing those fetch quests over and over and over again. But in practice and execution, I just don't think it comes off that way. Instead, the main story that is compelling you to engage with the game to begin with is just super forgettable and lackluster. It seems like Starfield is a mixture of biting off way more than they could chew and then also chewing in a really weird way that dislocates their jaw every time they try to bite down. The analogy's messy, but hopefully you can sort of see what I'm saying. But speaking of dislocating your jaw, let's just get right to the point after all of these hours of build-up. Part 11, what doesn't work. Now, over the course of this video, I have let loose many of the problems I have with Starfield. So I will try not to just retread everything in exactly the same level. I'll try to move past the stuff that we've already established a little bit faster. But to just quickly run through my core frustrations, some of the main problems I have with the game are the creation engine 2, exploration, combat, base building, role-playing, space magic, the story, and systems unification. To begin with the Creation Engine 2, this is a hot topic, I grant you. It's something Todd has asked about constantly, just whether or not they're going to change engines for the Elder Scrolls 6. He has reaffirmed multiple times that they're not going to. They're happy with the Creation Engine. It provides them all sorts of perks and benefits, which I'm sure it does. You know, they've spent a lot of time and money on the Creation Engine. They don't want to just dump it and start from scratch elsewhere. I totally get that. But just because the Creation Engine offers some advantages does not mean that it does not have weaknesses. And in this case, I think the Creation Engine was probably one of the worst tool sets to use for a game like Starfield. One of the main strengths of the Creation Engine is the physics simulation. The fact that you can have so many hundreds or even thousands of items placed in environments as you explore them, and each and every single one of them can be picked up or can be blown off the table with a Fus Roda shout or blasted apart with a grenade blast that goes off nearby. It makes all of their worlds feel very tactile and real. The fact that if you see a fork sitting on a table in Fallout, you can pick up that fork. It's a small detail, sure, but it does add up to making the world feel much more real. It's made up of many constituent parts, many little parts that form the broader universe you're exploring. And that is a strength that is almost entirely unique to the Creation Engine, and that is a unique asset they have. The thing is, in a game like Starfield, that isn't that important. They talked in some marketing materials ahead of time that one of their players in the studio had actually gone and collected a bunch of sandwiches and placed them in their ship and was making a sandwich collection. And that's something you could only do in one of their games, which is true, but it begs the question whether that really matters. You know, it's like, well, you know, Phantom Liberty or maybe Red Dead 2 is a pretty good game, but you can't collect sandwiches, so it's not that great. You know, it's like, who cares? It's really not that big of a deal. I know for some people, they love it. It's very meme-worthy, but it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. But because of those physics objects, the Creation Engine is also limited in how much they can have in a given scene at a given time. In addition, the Creation Engine has historically struggled with data streaming. This is allegedly one of the reasons why vehicles beyond horses have never made their way into Bethesda Game Studios titles, and it's because the engine just simply can't stream data fast enough if the player were traveling on screen much faster. This was also a thing in Hogwarts Legacy, if you remember the broom, where it had a top max speed after you leveled it up by helping that guy that runs the broom shop, and that top speed was not actually that fast, but it was the fastest that the player could go if they didn't want to have tons of chugging and tons of pop-in and other issues. You know, if the engine was able to handle the player moving at, like, let's say max speed the engine could actually handle was the camera moving through the game world at maybe 10 meters per second. That's the most you can do. So they're like, okay, well, that's fast enough. Let's start the player down here moving very slowly at like 3 meters per second on their broom or whatever else, and then you can upgrade it a couple of times to be a little bit faster at 6 meters per second, and then we'll upgrade it even more. You get to like 8 meters per second, and then you can eventually level it up to the max speed, which was 10. They didn't really speed you up. It was more that they slowed you down earlier in the game. You just didn't know because you hadn't ever experienced the faster speed. In the case of a game like Starfield or Fallout or Skyrim or whatever else, they have this same problem of max speed, but instead of 10 meters a second, in the case of something like the Creation Engine, it maybe maxes out at like 2 meters per second. And so they can't stream the data fast enough to let you go 5 meters, 10 meters, 100 meters a second. And then you compare it to that Star Engine demo I mentioned earlier, where you can see like the crazy velocity that they're going, 10,000 meters a second, streaming that data. And it's even on like planet surfaces, they'll go extremely fast. You'll see they'll start zipping away 4 meters, 5 meters a second, increasing speed, and then it's going to pick up and start zipping. This is not something you're able to do with just any engine, because it requires you to unload the data from where you just were and load in the data for where you are, and also prepare to load in the data for where you're going. That is pretty complicated and difficult to do, and it's something the Creation Engine is historically very bad at. You see they kick off, start going 150, 200 meters 300 meters a second, 400 meters a second, spinning all the way up and out of a planet into the atmosphere, not so much as skipping a beat. This engine is capable of doing Starfield justice as a concept, but this took them a decade and $700 million to build. You know, this was not using an engine that's been outdated for the last decade. Like, I mean, just look at that. How crazy impressive is that? Now they're moving over 20,000 meters per second, and it's nothing. So where I'm at is that the Creation Engine 2 has certain strengths for sure, but I think for a game like Starfield, it was uniquely unqualified, which is interesting because in all of these interviews Todd did and that we've talked about over the course of this video, he stressed that they wanted to make Starfield for a long time, but they just didn't have the tech to do it yet. And they were waiting till the technology caught up with their vision. And in my opinion, I still don't think the tech was ready. I still think they had probably another decade of working on the Creation Engine before it even approached getting to the spot where they needed to be to really do the concept of Starfield justice. There's other things that frustrate me about it, such as the fact that I think the procedural tech just isn't quite there. All of the environments you land on are pretty samey. You can see that the terrain is simulated and generated in the same basic way from planet to planet, just with different textures on it, swapping out boulders here and there, plant life and fauna. And after you travel to a few different planets, you'll start to see the same basic pattern and outlines for planets everywhere you go, just with different coats of paint. There's the other obvious things to point to as well, such as the bugs, the NPC faces, and clunky delivery of dialogue and quests. Obviously, the constant load screens that we've talked about so much before, and many, many other issues that I think frankly could have been solved, but clearly were not a priority for BGS or the team, because again, it seems like they just hand-waved it away and said, our players won't mind. And listen, the constant loading screen is a hot topic for many, many people, and I understand that. I also am frustrated by it, and it grew all the more frustrating as time went on and the more I played. And I think to a lot of people, this is just going to be a matter of personal opinion. I don't think this is a black and white issue where there is one answer that's correct and everybody else is wrong. Clearly, for some people, they are more bothered by this than other people are bothered by it. There are some clear things that we can say for a fact, which is that other studios who have made games like this have been able to solve this problem. Games like No Man's Sky from 2016, at the point where Starfield came out, 7 years before Starfield, a full console generation before, they had figured out how to do this without constant load screens. And so if you look at the peers in the Starfield genre, there are others that figured this out and were not burdened by the constant load screens. And furthermore, what you can say about the load screens is that they are disruptive to gameplay. You will be playing the game, and then if you want to go into your ship, you have to go through a load screen. If you want to then go and take off from the planet's surface, there's a load screen. You get into orbit, and then if you want to go from orbit to a different planet, there is a load screen. And then if you want to go from that planet's orbit down to the surface, that's a load screen. And then when you want to get out of your spaceship and go down onto that planet's surface, it's another load screen. It is very, very disruptive, but it's been improved. Load times are fast, at least. But I think that there was this general attitude at BGS where they just tuned it out. I really wonder if they even were aware of it. Bruce Nesmith, of course, mentioned multiple times that, yeah, the designers know the things that are going to be the groan points for players, the things that they're going to be frustrated by. But I really am genuinely curious if they thought the load screens would be that disruptive to players, because they are so prevalent in Starfield. I mean, people call it the load screen simulator for a reason. I really wonder if they just tuned it out and stopped seeing it eventually. And then they kind of sat back when reviews dropped and people mentioned it a lot. Like, oh, yeah, there are kind of a lot of load screens. Huh. Yeah, there's a lot. Oh, yeah, we just tuned it out. We've been working on the game so long. I really wonder if that's what happened here, because they're so prevalent. I don't know how else to explain it. I also think it's pretty clear that they just don't see them as that disruptive at all. Probably once again, because they, as the developers, are just simply used to it. A lot of people have also pointed at other games such as Star Wars Outlaws, which is coming out in August, and they said, well, they solved it. You got seamless space to planet surface travel in that game because you fly kind of into a cloud. There's all sorts of white lights as you fly through the clouds, and then you land on the planet surface. Clearly, it's just covering up a load screen, but it feels a lot more immersive than sitting through a load screen. And people have compared the two, and some people like one over the other. But I think at the very least, you have to admit that having something replace the load screen or cover up the load screen so players don't feel like they're sitting through a load screen is superior than just having a static picture and then a bar slowly moving up or something spinning as it loads. I think having something that keeps you in the game is better than something that just pulls you out immediately, especially when those load screens that are pulling you out are omnipresent through the game. But a lot of people said that BGS couldn't do what Star Wars Outlaws was doing, which was to cover up the load screens. But actually there's a mod that just recently dropped that does just this. It's called Seamless Grav Jump. And it's a small mod put together by, as far as I can tell, one guy. And all it does is it covers up the load screen that happens after grav jumping from one planet to another. So it's not going to get rid of all of the load screens. When you get out of your ship, you're still going to see a load screen, stuff like that. But just look at this. I mean, this is what they're doing. You see, he's got some footage of it. Takes off, press the buttons, and then he's gonna warp, and you're gonna see how smooth it is. It basically is going to cover up the load screen entirely so you don't realize you're sitting through a load screen. Just like that, whoop, little flash of white. The load screen is technically behind this video, and then you warp right back in. That looks way better, feels way better. It feels like you're actually warping to another planet instead of fast traveling. And fast traveling feels bad, whereas this, I would argue, feels much better. Because listen, I've talked about this in open world game discussions over the years a lot, actually. And I am just a firm believer that ideally fast travel shouldn't really exist in open world or adventure games. Because what fast travel basically represents is a means of skipping past a core mechanic within the game. If you are fast traveling in a game like Fallout 4, for example, you are going from one location to another on the map without having to walk there, without having to interact with buildings or enemies on the way, without having to discover anything else of interest along the way. You just press a button and arrive at your destination without having to bother with any of that. And the way that they justify that is by saying, well, you already traveled that way, you did that, you served your time, did your dues, and so you've effectively earned the right to fast travel to this other location. But no matter how you look at it, you are still skipping past a core mechanic of the game every time you fast travel. And ideally, if the fast travel was truly fun enough to keep players engaged, they would never really want to or feel the need to. For example, in Grand Theft Auto 5, there is a fast travel system with cabs, for example, where you can call a taxi and they can take you somewhere where you need to go, and you can either sit there and let them drive you, or you can pay extra and just warp there. However, the vast majority of players would just rather drive their own car through the city streets to get there, because the exploration and the traversal is fun enough that players would rather do that than sit through a load screen. Or similarly, look at Red Dead Redemption 2. There is technically a fast travel system in that game, but the vast majority of players didn't bother with it and instead rode their horses everywhere they went. And I think a lot of open world designers approach fast travel in this same way, where ideally you should never use it, but sometimes it's just more practical because like if you're going through a very tight corridor or series of labyrinthine catacombs to get to a location, it's not that fun to retread that or backtrack to go somewhere else. I totally get that. In a game like Elden Ring, for example, if there was no fast travel, the game would be significantly worse. But I would argue it's because it was built with that fast travel in mind. So it's sort of an exception to the rule. But at the end of the day, I just don't think fast travel in a game like a typical BGS game is something that you should want to engage with. Most of your fun is going to be had when you are just running on foot exploring locations, not when you're sitting in load screens. Load screens pull you out of the game, whereas actual exploration keeps you in it. And Starfield is built entirely on fast travel. Literally everything you do, all quests will involve fast travel. And fast travel is literally the most uninteresting means of exploration possible. It is the only means of exploration I can think of where the player literally doesn't do anything. They don't even see anything. They just load to a new spot. At least if it was a real-time warp or something, you could see the planets getting farther away and the big planet getting closer to you as you travel towards it, like in a Star Citizen, for example. But in this game, you just sit through a load screen and then it occurs. They literally took the best part of BGS games, the exploration, and replaced it with something that's just nothing. You just sit there and wait to arrive. It's baffling. And furthermore, because of the technical restrictions of the creation engine, on-planet traversal and exploration is also extremely lackluster. Your ship almost always lands in the middle of a large field that's procedurally generated, and then points of interest are generated around you. You then run for 2 to 8 minutes till you arrive at one of those points of interest, search it, hope you find something cool, and then you move on to the next one with another 4 to 6 to 8 minute walk between. I was just about to try and boot up the game to show you what I was meaning to talk about, but when I pressed play on Steam on Starfield, it crashed my entire computer. So yeah. You can't make this stuff up. It happens all the time. Bethesda Game Studios, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, exploration on planet surfaces is shockingly boring. They do have some things like the boost packs, which do make it a little bit more interesting. That's what Todd talked about in that one interview we looked at earlier with regard to the rovers and stuff. And if you don't remember this, it was this interview where they were talking to Todd in June of 2023 and asked him specifically about rovers. And his answer was pretty direct, that they didn't intend for any vehicles. They designed exploration to be on foot, which is all the more baffling when you actually play Starfield because there's so much just empty running. Check it out.
One of the most asked questions was, Todd, we land on these planets and people are blown away by the size and the scope of things. Is there a land vehicle or an option to maybe mount some of these wildlife creatures to use as a land transportation mode of transport?
There is not. You know, we do design it. I think when we've seen this with our other games where we want to design it so it feels good on foot, but we do have the boost pack. You saw some of that in the video. And you have skills for the boost pack. So the boost pack almost acts like this vehicle. It's super fun where you can fly through. And then the low gravity planets are just really, really something special in the game.
So based on that, you would get the impression that Todd was very happy with how foot travel and exploration would work in the game, and that they had specifically crafted around that, which is weird because there is so much empty space between points of interest that you're just going to end up running for extended periods of time. And because there's no space radio or like Fallout radio equivalent, there's just nothingness. You are just running for like 5 minutes at a time with nothing happening. And then of course there was the follow-up interview that Todd recently did with Mr. Matty Plays, where he mentioned rovers once again and all of a sudden seemed to have a very positive attitude towards it.
Beyond the story too, do these expansions add anything gameplay wise? Like I saw you guys are working on a vehicle, which is awesome.
The vehicle
so
is
excited
awesome.
for that. Yeah, I'm so excited for that.
Yeah.
But do you guys plan on adding any more gameplay mechanics or changes there? You don't have to specify what if you can't. But
We're looking at all that.
So at the very least, you got to give Todd credit. It seems like he's willing to change his mind. He's not totally committed to only exploration on foot, like he was saying in June of 2023. It seems like he's seen some of the feedback that's been more negative towards foot exploration on a, planet, and so at least he's willing to change his mind there. But even that, like when we talk about some of these core design decisions and the fact that they traded some stuff for other stuff, and it's all just a matter of prioritization, you're left really wondering what they were thinking. You're going to give players 1,000 planets and then task them with exploring those on foot. I hate to be that guy, but you have a freaking spaceship parked 30 feet away. Why can't I just fly that 100 miles over that way, or a mile over that way? Or, oh, there's a big mountain there. Let me hop in my ship and just hop over the mountain. It makes too much sense to just never address. But at the very least now, it seems like they're going to be adding a rover and they're doing something like that. So at least there's something there. But listen, at the end of the day with Starfield, you just have to compare it to what Bethesda said to expect from the game at the very beginning of the marketing cycle. We've looked at this article a lot because it was one of the first ones they did that really clearly outlined what they were trying to do. And in it, you can see the very first line. It's like Skyrim in space, said Todd Howard. That sets very clear expectations. Skyrim is one of the most renowned exploration-based adventure games of all time. The one thing it was really, really good at was exploration, giving players the freedom to go where they wanted and empowering them to do so. And Starfield empowers players to go anywhere they want, but the actual process of exploration is forgotten and lost. Simply going somewhere isn't that interesting. It's what you find when you go somewhere. It's that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. I feel like Starfield was designed around that old adage where it's like, it's not the destination, it's about the journey. That's what's important. And they didn't really pause to think if that's actually true for a video game. And in the case of a video game, what you find while exploring is important. It's important that you find things that you haven't seen before, that you find novel things, that you find things that have stories associated with them, things that BGS is really good at putting in their games, but that they just totally bypassed for Starfield. Some other things that I don't think work that great are within the combat. While I do think the individual guns play fairly well, at least when they reload. Sorry, I'm a sassy boy. There are other elements that are just frankly worse than previous games. For example, one of the most baffling things in all of Starfield is that you can't actually reuse modifications you've crafted for your guns. This was something Fallout 4 had, where you could take a mod off of a weapon and then use it on a different weapon and it's not just gone. But in Starfield, if you remove a mod from a weapon, it's just gone and you have to recraft it from scratch. It's objectively worse than what they did in their last game. And I don't know why. It's genuinely confusing. They had it figured out. All they needed to do was just bring that forward. Did they do that intentionally to encourage you to keep grinding materials? Did they do it because they wanted some sort of grounded, like, well, it's more realism. You can't just take one scope and put it on another gun or something without calibration, so you might as well just recraft it. I don't know. It's just genuinely confusing. Other things also tie into combat that make it feel generally worse, specifically encounter design and the enemy AI. Enemy AI behaviors are laughably poor. They are incredibly stupid. I was really hoping after Fallout 4 they would have figured this out, but it seems like it was certainly an afterthought. I can't tell you how many times I had enemies running towards me without firing, or enemies just standing there taking the bullets like a champ. Or you know that thing that sometimes enemies do in games where they run up, they point the gun at you, fire 3 bullets, and then drop, and then run 5 feet over, and then shoot 2 bullets at you, and then run over and do it again, and just leaving themselves open to be killed. That happens so often in Starfield. I don't think you notice it at lower levels because you can kill those enemies so quickly that you never really process what's happening. But once they start getting some hefty health bars on them and they don't drop immediately, you start to see just how stupid they really are. And it's quite frustrating and disappointing because this was a big issue in Fallout 4. And if anything, it's just as bad, if not worse, in Starfield. The encounter design, enemy variety, all of that is pretty poor. There are some interesting little monsters and things you can find in various quests through the game, but honestly, they're few and far between, and they are repeated way more often than you would have expected. Not to mention that they all follow that same archetype of like praying mantis, weird bug alien creature thing. It's nothing new or novel. There's not that many interesting encounters, which is a little frustrating because we're going to like alien planets. You'd hope to see some really alien crazy stuff, but there's just not a ton of it. Or maybe there is a ton of it and it's just on one of the 1,000 planets I've never been to, and so I've just totally missed out on it. Either way, it's a problem. While I do like the ship combat and I think it works pretty well, balancing is a consistent issue, and sometimes it can feel as though you're taking damage in ways that are totally unavoidable. During each of my runs, there were multiple times where I would get into orbit around a planet, be jumped by space pirates or some other group of goons that would attack me, and at times they would just happen to be over-leveled for me, or I just wasn't able to take them out within any reasonable amount of time, so I ended up just leaving them be and coming back to that mission later. Other things that are frustrating about combat would include the aid system. There are tons of healing items in this game that heal all sorts of different wounds or issues, like sprains or bleeding or poison, whatever effect it may be. And while I like that premise initially, What ends up happening in a game like Starfield is that you'll take damage and then you pull up the menu to scroll through all of your healing items and you search for the very specific one you need to heal the contusion that you have or the sprained ankle you have so your movement speed increases again. And after doing that for 15 seconds, you find it, you use it, then you close the menu and keep fighting until you take another bleeding or contusion effect, and then you go back into the menus and you scroll. And I know what you're thinking, Luke, you could just have those saved to your favorites bar. True, but even that means that you're not saving some of the weapons you have to your favorites bar, and because ammunition is so scarce in this game, until you get to the point where you can really have a reliable source of it in the end game, you're just constantly going to be swapping between weapons. You might have a shotgun, swap between that and a rifle, and then a pistol over here, so your favorites bar are going to be pretty filled up with that. There's just a lot of tedium and busy work that I don't frankly find fun. In the Fallout games, one of the reasons that they get away with having really crappy UI that's really sluggish and pulls you out of the game is because it's the Pip-Boy. It's effectively a built-in lore excuse for having poor UI. But in the case of Starfield, there is no excuse for this. This is just bad UI. It's just confusing, it's tough to read, it's difficult to organize. And let's just say there's a reason why one of the most popular mods for Starfield, both on Nexus and in the Creations Manager, is a UI organizer that redoes all of the user interface. I mean, when you get to the point where your game launches and your fans are immediately changing the look and feel and mechanics of it, it should make you pause and go, maybe how we did it wasn't that great. And I can't help but notice that the way the inventory and all of the items in your inventory are laid out within Starfield's menu system is basically the same as the Pip-Boy. It's just given a different font, and then it takes up the whole menu instead of just being on a little Pip-Boy screen. In addition to all of this, carrying capacity is once again a nightmare to deal with. This is something that BGS apparently has a hard-on for, and I just genuinely don't get it. I know there's people out there that probably love juggling carrying capacity and inventory management and stuff, and like going to their ship, dumping stuff off in that stash, and then going back out exploring, and then taking that stuff, moving into that stash, and then selling that stash to them and doing that. I know there's probably people that love that. I am officially not one of those people, and it drives me crazy because once again, I don't like gameplay systems that pull you out of others. I don't like fast travel that pulls me out of exploration. I don't like having to be in combat and then stop to pull up a menu to dig around for healing items to get rid of one very specific issue I have. I think all of that stuff just brings the gameplay to a grinding halt, and nothing feels worse than being out adventuring, having a good time in a game like Starfield or Fallout or Skyrim, whatever, finding a cool item and then realizing you're over encumbered. You got to dump something else you like and care about so that you can carry it back with you. Like if we're talking about grounded stuff, already I'm carrying 15 rifles, a rocket launcher, and buckets of ammunition on my person. This isn't that grounded or realistic. Let's just call it like it is. So it's not a matter of realism. And so then it must be a matter of gameplay and making the game fun, but I don't find it fun at all. I find it actively frustrating. So I just don't know who this is for. And I see more people complain about the inventory management stuff by far than people who enjoy it and compliment it. So I'm just genuinely confused why this is still a staple of Bethesda Game Studios titles. I'm sure they have some data to back it up. Maybe it's way more popular than I realize, or it keeps players engaged or something, but it's something that actively infuriates me, and it is once again an issue in Starfield, and it drives me absolutely crazy. And it only gets worse as the game goes on and as you get into the end game and you start juggling with base building and you juggle all of the crafting materials needed for that, because those are extremely heavy, and having to deal with all of that stuff while also juggling your ship's inventory. It's just a nightmare. As I alluded to earlier, base building in a game like Fallout 4 is about building out a space that reflects your personality, a place that you can decompress. If you've been doing a lot of shooting and killing in a game like that, sometimes you just want to take a breather and turn on a show on the second monitor and build out a little bitty house for you and your companions. But in Starfield, the base building is not really built around reflecting your personality. Instead, it's all very utilitarian, empty spaces that are bland and flat looking. They're designed for habs and things for your followers to live in. It doesn't really feel like a reflection of you. It's just blah. And yes, that is the technical term, blah. There are some mods that improve this stuff, giving you way more mods and things available to you for crafting, and that also remove the frustrating limitations of the resources that you need to actually craft a usable base. Again, I'm sure there's some people that eat this up, having to go set up all sorts of mining extractors and stuff on various planets to get the resources you need so that you can build the colony of your dreams. I totally understand that. I just find it more frustrating than fun by a pretty wide margin. But again, to be fair, I'm somebody that loves sim games. I love games where this is all you do, and those games are very, very good at sims and city building and stuff like that. And so to play a watered down version of it here where it's all tied up into busy work elsewhere in the game, it just doesn't connect with me. So I will admit this was never really for me, but I mean, this video is all about my opinion, so there you go. In terms of role-playing, I've mentioned a few times that the writing complexity and the narrative in general is pretty lackluster, even compared to Fallout 4 systems. I just generally don't find the characters in this world interesting. All of their individual dialogue and personalities are flat. More characters than you'd think are just goody two-shoes. And I was trying to think of how to phrase this, but honestly, the writing in Starfield just feels very like Disney Channel to me. There's a couple examples of like some darker storylines that are interesting, and of course people die and stuff like that, but there's just very limited depth here. You would think that there would be a lot of really terrible people taking advantage of the freedom that space provides and embracing that freedom to do horrible things to people. But there's very little exploration of those types of topics, of the dark sides of humanity in the distant future and what they would do with that freedom and power it would bring. Instead, it's all just like, well, go here and find this artifact for me, and we'll explore the stars and stuff like that. It's just, again, very Disney Channel. It's kind of frustrating because, again, it's an interesting premise, but it's just not executed very well. There's so much potential, but they just leave it on the cutting room floor. Bringing back those artifacts, the space magic implementation and impact is just really weird to me. Not only is the way that you get these shockingly boring with you arriving at recycled rooms with big floating rings and sparkling orbs that you shove your face into for some reason, which makes the rings align so that you can then get an ability and kill the guy that's outside waiting for you. I'm just shocked that they found a way to take magical space powers and give them to the player in a way that becomes boring. Like, how do you screw that up? I don't know. But other than what they did, like they figured it out. They solved the equation. It's amazing. And at the same time, the whole vibe of NASA punk is that it's supposed to feel like grounded sci-fi. Like these ships could actually exist, could actually work. These weapons would actually work. It's not just magical space technology. This stuff is grounded. And that was one of the big selling points of Starfield, is that they were framing it around that art style and that vibe. And so they introduced space magic as the core premise of the main story. Like, what are they doing? It doesn't make any damn sense. And that brings me to the story. Overall, I think the narrative structure of the main quest, as I've said many times, is laughably stupid, with constant fetch quests and a space magic premise that just isn't interesting to me in the slightest. Character development is pretty much non-existent. You start as a no-name miner just doing their job, and eventually you get thrust into this crazy conspiracy of adventure and excitement as you touched an artifact, and now you've got to go find all of the others. It's really weird because it feels like Emil Pagliarulo doesn't know how to write a story where the player is doing anything other than following somebody else's trail that's doing something cooler than what you're doing. In the case of Fallout 3, we were following our father, who was off basically saving the wastes and creating a way to purify water. Super, super cool. We're just chasing him around the map. Granted, we're seeing cool things along the way, but we are following in the footsteps of somebody doing something way cooler and more impactful than what we're doing. In the case of Fallout 4, we're following around our son and trying to save him. And it turns out he has been doing amazing things scientifically with the synths and all sorts of other technologies that the Institute was developing. Again, we're just following somebody that's doing things way cooler and more impressive than what we're doing. And then in Starfield, we are chasing down these artifacts left by somebody in the distant distant, distant past who had such amazing power / technology / magic, whatever the hell it is, that we don't even come close to understanding it. So once again, we are just following in the footsteps of those who came before and did things that were way cooler than what we get to do. It's just the same thing every time, like every time. And at least with the Elder Scrolls, they tend to shake it up and they're just like, yeah, you are a blank slate, go have fun. But it feels like whenever they try to write a meaningful or intense story, it just falls so freaking flat. Now, Emil Pagliarulo did a talk where he walked through kind of his writing process and gave sort of a deep dive into how he goes about crafting these worlds and working in the games industry. And there are some interesting tidbits here. Famously, you know, he said if you give players really interesting notes that you've carefully crafted and stories that you've written, players will just make paper airplanes out of them. So his general sentiment is like, you don't need to try that hard because players are just going to screw around anyways.
So let's say, okay, we're going to write the great American novel. It's going to be this thick. And on every page will be written comedy and tragedy, and it'll be wonderful. It'll be amazing. And you're going to give this book, this great American novel, to the player. And what are they going to do with it? They're going to rip out every page and make paper airplanes out of them. And they're going to throw them around the room. And they're never going to see your story. Because the story is there, right? But they are going to spend 30 hours making shacks, okay? They're going to spend 20 hours looking for bobbleheads, okay? But that's okay. We know that going in. That's the jagged pill that we swallow when we do this. Because again, great games are played, not made, and a story in a video game is an interactive thing. And so we know that, and we're comfortable with that.
So again, the vibe is you shouldn't bother writing the great novel, the amazing story with all the depth and complexity, because players aren't going to engage with it that much and aren't going to appreciate it. So you just don't need to really bother trying that hard. Like, the story is just not that crucial. Like, are you starting to see why these games have such lackluster stories and why they just don't put that much effort into them? It's because they are building everything around the assumption that it doesn't matter. Like, players aren't going to really care that much either which way, which is an apathetic attitude that BGS reflects in almost everything that they do. Again, like, do we need to upgrade the engine? No, our players won't care. Do we need to write an amazing story? No, our players won't care. They'll be making paper airplanes out of the script anyways. Do we need to like really push the boundary graphically? Nah, our players won't care. They're used to playing games that are a little out of date graphically. Every time they could push in terms of quality, they find an excuse not to, because they just say, it's not that crucial, our players won't mind. And honestly, some of these comments are freaking hilarious. Sandro Erogen, in short, if you want to become a great writer, listen to all of his advice and do the opposite. Quote, the main theme of Fallout 4 is suspicion. Is the person sitting next to me human? Writer of a game in which decisions don't matter, so you have no reason to fear or suspect anyone. This man must have the darkest secret on Howard for him to still be employed. You know, I've actually wondered like what Emil and Todd's relationship is like. And I actually found, as part of this whole thing, a series of interviews and stuff as part of a documentary they made on the making of Skyrim back in the day. And in it, they talk briefly about something that Emil did for the development of Skyrim, which was very cool. I mean, he basically wrote all the dragon language shouts and stuff, which is impressive. But I got the vibe from it that like Todd was so impressed by what Emil did for this game that he kind of earned his spot in Todd's inner circle with this. Just listen to this and get the vibe that I'm getting from it, okay? I'll turn on closed caption because it can be hard to understand.
Emil, I want you to write this song. That's how it started. Can you write a song that works in dragon language, that rhymes with the Elder Scrolls theme, when translated into English, also makes sense and rhymes? He's able to come up with things. I don't know how he does it.
I found recordings of Beowulf in Old English. That gave me sort of the overall feel.
As the story goes, he kind of sat on it for a while and went home one weekend and heated up some mead and wrote the thing. He came in on Monday, there it is, and it was like, oh my gosh, this actually works.
So So hearing that, I have to wonder if it's just like Todd goes back to it and it's like, well, he did such amazing work with Skyrim. Clearly he's not like incompetent. It just seems like some players are frustrated with how he's handled stuff in our recent games. But we're now batting like 0 for 3 on the most recent releases from Bethesda Game Studios on narrative, where Fallout 4 really, really lackluster. And like frustratingly so. Story had a ton of potential and they just didn't go anywhere with it. Fallout 76, almost a non-existent story. There were lots of notes and recordings you could find, but the story in that game was also like totally lackluster at launch. And then beyond that, with Starfield, I also find it to be just a woeful waste of potential. Again, the concept really cool. It's just the execution where it struggles. Another problem I have with the game is systems unification. There's probably an actual like video gamified term for this, but basically what I mean by it is how individual little ideas and systems and mechanics actually tie together and create a final product that's interesting and unique and dynamic and that you can scale in different ways. A game that does this tremendously well would be like Baldur's Gate 3, where there are so many different systems and mechanics all working together, but also that can complement each other and even stand in opposition to each other. If there's a big boss fight, you can go in there, pop a potion of invisibility, sneak up behind the boss and stab him in the neck and get rid of him that way. Or if you want to go in, axes ablazing and rage as a barbarian and just go crazy, you can do that. If you want to just talk your way out of it, you can do that. If you want to do things like change and polymorph them into sheep and then interact with them, you can do it that way. There's so many different things that you could do within Baldur's Gate 3 that just somehow work, but there's so many dynamic ways for systems and mechanics to interact that it's just phenomenal. And it's always engaging. It increases replay value. It makes it fun. So everybody's time with the game is different. It's a masterclass in how this works. In Starfield, there's almost none of this. The extent of gameplay is basically running to a location, shooting people or animals and monsters and alien creatures, and then collecting something and leaving. That is the extent of it. The space magic does add some variability to this, but like 90% of the footage I've ever seen of people using the space magic stuff is the one that like does the zero gravity effect. So people very rarely, it seems, are experimenting with some of the other effects, and it's almost always an afterthought. I'll be honest, I've replayed a lot of Starfield in the last however many weeks and months in preparation for this video, and I find myself almost never using the space magic. I would just rather shoot the things because I think that's more fun than the space magic. So I don't feel like those tie together very well. The individual weapon variety also isn't that variable, so there's not many reasons to experiment with totally different builds or specializations. And to put it simply, many of the encounters you will play at hour 500 play exactly the same as encounters you played at hour 5. And that's what's really frustrating. Games like Baldur's Gate 3 scale up in complexity as time goes on, and those encounters will get much more complicated, much more difficult to juggle, and more interesting as time goes by and as you, the player, become more capable and as the player character becomes more capable. But in Starfield, it's just another 5 goons, another 10 goons. Oh, there's a sniper now. Cool. That's about the extent of it. And then the health pools scale up, their damage output scales up. That's the only variability there really is in the game. And listen, there's probably a lot of other things that are wrong with Starfield, but at this point, this video is way too long, and I feel like I've been rambling about all of my frustrations for the last 5-6 hours straight. So what we're going to do now is shift into a broader top-down look as to what went wrong. Part 12, what went wrong? Now, Todd Howard did an interview with the one and only Greg Miller in May of 2024, and he talked about Starfield, and Greg asked him a very direct question, how he was responding to some of the criticism and feedback from Starfield, and the answer is quite interesting, and so I'm going to let it just play out. But before I do that, just shout out to Greg for the Bluey shirt. My kids love Bluey, and that's a pretty awesome shirt. That's all I have to say. Take it away, Greg.
All right, so my question's about Starfield, sir. As you know, and we've talked about it, and you've seen me on this show talk about it, I love Starfield, right? And you said something I thought interesting when we were talking about Fallouts, where you're like, oh, well, you know, the show is this person's favorite entry, which is great, and I, you know, blah, blah, blah. I said how much I like Starfield. The chat over here is then on fire of people who loved it or hated it or whatever in between, right? My question for you is, the reception at launch of Starfield, how does that affect you and the team? Because what I thought was different about the lead up to Starfield was that you were all wearing your hearts on your sleeves and saying, this is the game we've always wanted to make. This is like something that means so much to us. And so when you get there and you get a game that is then polarizing to this level, what was the takeaway? What was the office like on launch day, review day, all those?
Well, there's a few things, and thanks for asking. The number one that we're always concerned with is how is the game holding up, right? What's our bug level? What's the crash rate? So first of all, we were over the moon with how kind of the actual data we were getting back and how the game was performing on a technical level. That one to us is always sort of most important on the dev side. Number two was the amount of players. Kind of set a record for how many players that we had in a game. Obviously, Game Pass is a part of that.
Of course.
But to see the amount of people playing and like, okay, we've had more players at launch than we've ever had in our careers, and the game is holding up really well. It's a really joyous moment for us, particularly after how long the game took. On the review side, and we've been through this, so it's not sort of new to us. What's new is it's a new IP, so you know that we're going to be doing some things differently than we've done before. And obviously we had people who loved the game, both on the review side and people who liked it less. I think the majority of our reviews were in the 90s, which, look, that's great. I don't want to ever be in a world where that is not a great place to be in terms of kind of critical reception, particularly in a year where there's so many amazing games out.
Sure.
But obviously, look, we see the feedback. We see a lot of players saying, this is what I want out of a Bethesda game, which is to explore a world in a certain way. And Starfield didn't give me that. I prefer the way it's done in Fallout or Elder Scrolls. And perfectly understandable, right? In terms of, hey, this is a different experience. And I do think, for us, particularly me going into a science fiction game, I want to be able to land on all the planets. I want the game to say yes to us, knowing that content is going to be different than you've seen from us in the past when you're exploring a landscape. And that's some of the trade-offs we'll make to do what we think makes, a science fiction game like this that's kind of based in this kind of fiction and reality to make it what it should be. And, each of the franchises should kind of be its own thing.
For sure.
And so obviously, look, there are areas that, the maps or some other things, gameplay options that we're adding, other display modes on console that people have asked for. And we want to do all that stuff. Take some time, but we're excited to get stuff out there.
So cutting through all of the marketing, corporate mumbo jumbo talk, because like you notice, he says there's some people that didn't really like the game. And Todd's like, yeah, there's some people that liked the game a lot. And then he talks about how they got some 90, scores in the 90s and stuff like that. And then he's like, and then there were people that liked it less. Not that didn't like it, but people that liked it less. So there's always like this marketing talk with Todd that you have to kind of translate. But if we see through all of that, I do think he's right that core fans of Bethesda Game Studios titles that wanted a traditional Bethesda game out of this ended up pretty frustrated. And it again reminds me of that clip where he's talking about Redguard and how a lot of people didn't feel like that's what they wanted from Bethesda. And I think that mirrors in a lot of ways Starfield, where it just wasn't the game some of their fans were hoping to get from them. There were other things like he mentioned in the marketing leading up to the game where he said you're going to explore differently than you have in our previous games because of how this game works, which was of course true. You had to explore it very differently. I would argue it was worse than in their previous games on a like verifiable level, since there was less interesting things to find. It was repeated content. And I think also just running for 4 to 5 minutes between points of interest on a planet's surface is just not that compelling. But what's generally frustrating for me about that interview that he did is that there's no real acknowledgement of the frustrations that people had. I think that there are things you can clearly point to with Starfield that do not work properly. Things that are shortcomings, things that are downright bad. And there's no real acknowledgement of that. It's just smile and nodding and be like, yeah, they might have expected things that they shouldn't have expected. And that to me is worrying, because if they will not acknowledge some of those shortcomings, there is no reason to think that Elder Scrolls 6 will be any better or that Fallout 5 will learn anything from this. Maybe they are learning from these pieces of feedback they're getting, because they are making changes. They're adding rovers, they've added city maps and stuff like that. But at the same time, they're making the same mistakes they have forever. They're releasing DLC that costs $7 and is broken. They are refusing to acknowledge when something is bad, pretending like it's not, and then acting as though it was bad and fixing it and trying to change it. So as far as I can tell, nothing is really different. So I don't think Todd has changed from what I can tell. It seems like it's same old, same old. And I think that stubbornness has only harmed Starfield's chances of becoming truly great. Another piece that's prevented Starfield from really excelling, I think, is their approach towards iterative game design. It worked in games like Fallout or the Elder Scrolls because they had something to iterate upon. But with Starfield, they only had Skyrim and Fallout to look back on, and so they created a weird hodgepodge of both that didn't really have its own identity at its core. And so it just felt like you were playing a knockoff version of Skyrim mixed with shooting mechanics and stuff from Fallout, and it just isn't very good. But at its core, I think the reason that Skyrim fell so flat for me and for a lot of other players is just simply because Bethesda Game Studios is a studio that excels at handcrafted adventures. They excel at creating these amazing worlds that you love to get lost in. And they design them in a way where it's easy to get lost in. I've described other games where it's easy to play them, you know, and I don't mean that where like the difficulties in question. What I mean is that it's easy to just play for 4 hours and lose track of time. That is one of my favorite things about old school Fallout games, for example, or even a game like Skyrim, because you can just boot it up at 7, 8 p.m. after dinner. You know, you hunker down, you turn the lights down low, you get the AC blasting, you're feeling good. And you look up after playing for a while and it's midnight and you have no idea what just happened. That is something that is so difficult to capture, but it's something that Bethesda Game Studios used to consistently knock out of the park. And Starfield, just at every step, fights the player on giving them that same experience. It's like they don't want you to have that experience, with constant load screens that pull you out of any sense of immersion that you might have had, with gameplay systems that are more focused on tedium and inventory management than they are on actual fun and engagement, with NPCs that look and act as though they are some sort of weird alien creature pretending to be human. There's just so many pieces of it that embrace all the things Bethesda is not good at. And there's almost a willful disregard for the things they are good at. You know, it's genuinely confusing how Starfield ended up being made the way that it was, because it embraces their weaknesses while shunning their strengths. And I think the game reflects it. I do think that eventually, if we were to get, say, a Starfield 2 at this rate in like 2057 or something, we could see a significant improvement upon this. I think eventually Starfield could be a really impressive franchise and could be really, really good. But BGS is an iterative studio. They take what they did before and they add little pieces to it, polish this up over here, add that, tweak that, and maybe they add 1 or 2 features. But in general, they're just building upon what they did before. And that works for them. Building something from scratch is a totally different animal, though, and I think it shows in Starfield. And I'm sure in whatever the sequel is eventually, it will be improved in a lot of ways, and I'm sure they will have learned from a lot of the mistakes that they made with Starfield, whether they acknowledge them publicly or not. You know, Starfield is a game that many people thought would change the industry. They thought it was going to be the first 10 out of 10 game across the board for Xbox. It was going to justify Game Pass and the acquisition of ZeniMax for $7.5 billion. It was going to lock in Todd's legacy as, without a doubt, one of the greatest game designers of all time. And it was going to, once and for all, settle the debate over whether or not Bethesda had moved on from the debacle of Fallout 76. But I don't think any of that really happened. It's tough to say whether or not Starfield was an amazing success for Game Pass in terms of new signups. They did have some, but in terms of growing Game Pass, there hasn't been any clear numbers dropped or any clear reporting on whether or not it moved the needle specifically or significantly. And so in that capacity, it's tough to say if it was a success for Microsoft's lineup. Clearly, they poured a lot of money into it, a lot of marketing dollars into it, but it's not really clear if it helped Game Pass as much as they were hoping. What does seem to have really contributed, though, were the total gameplay hours. Todd's talked a lot about how many millions of players they have, granted, many of them through Game Pass, if not most. And he's talked a lot about the average playtime. Recently in interviews he's done in June of 2024, he's mentioned multiple times that the average playtime for their players is 40 hours, which is crazy. When you're talking about millions and millions and millions of players, the average playtime is 40, which means that, sure, there's probably some people that are in the thousands of hours range, but there are still a huge number of people that finished the game and played it all the way through. And that is a triumph for a game that's on Game Pass, where we know that most of the compensation and metrics for Game Pass titles, gauging whether they're successful or not, is tied up in total hours spent playing. So if Starfield is generating thousands or millions of hours played, that suggests that it was a big success for Xbox. Even if it didn't lead to direct signups, they still engaged people and kept them on the service, which is what Xbox has been looking for. So in that capacity, Starfield might have been the tremendous success that Xbox was looking for. But in terms of public reception and perception of Bethesda Game Studios as a studio, I think it's tough to say anything other than this had a pretty lackluster effect on public perception, and if anything, it seems to have actually harmed public perception of BGS. As we went through earlier, the survey I did back in December showed that a huge percentage of people that were previously more excited for The Elder Scrolls 6 were less excited. Only 6% of the 72,000 people I surveyed said that they were more excited for The Elder Scrolls 6 after playing Starfield. And that is such a horrifying metric. That should have Todd cowering in his designer boots and fantastic Italian leather jacket, because that suggests that 94% of those 70-something thousand gamers that responded to that poll have lost faith and trust in BGS's capabilities as a developer, that they've had, at the very least, it lowered after Starfield. And that's the opposite of what should be happening. Every time a studio releases a game, you should be leaving that game after you finish it and see the credits roll. You should be going, their next game is going to be even better than this. Oh man, I cannot wait. That's what we all did when we finished Baldur's Gate 3. That's what we all did when we finished Red Dead 2 or any other amazing game. You finish it and you're like, wow, that was amazing. I cannot wait to see what they do next. But with BGS, demonstrably, the numbers go the opposite way, and that should be very concerning. My expectation is that Bethesda is going to keep doing the things they've done for the last decade. The fact that they are still releasing DLC under the Creations moniker for $7 and it's so broken you can't even use the gun that you get as a reward, that to me is shockingly concerning. That to me is not just a red flag, that shows that they do not care. Like they've not learned from the previous lessons. There is not a real concern over quality control. And if anything, it seems like the fact that that big $7 mod that they dropped, the fact that it was so broken suggests that the only reason Starfield was as polished as it was because Phil Spencer stepped in and forced them to polish it. As you saw in that interview in the summer of 2023, where he said, yeah, we've got all of our guys working on it. Yeah, the whole state of Washington basically is working on it. And it was because they needed this to be a success. They needed it to hit. But it seems like everybody at Bethesda Game Studios is operating the same way they always have. They are not really that interested in hypercritical feedback or even just constructive criticism. They just want to talk to their fans and the sycophants that will suck up to them and keep doing what they've always done. Now, at the end of this video, my commitment is that me and my team are going to be reaching out to Todd and some people over at BGS and asking them if they'd like to do an interview and talk about Starfield, Fallout 76, the development process, and the future of their games. My expectation is that we will get a big old goose egg in terms of response, but I want to, at the very least, extend the olive branch and see if they'd be willing to talk. I wouldn't really want to talk to me if I were them, so I don't blame them for not responding. But who knows? Maybe they'll surprise us. They sent a review code after all. Maybe they'll surprise us and be willing to chat. I think that could be pretty cool. So I guess subscribe to maybe eventually see that. But the reason I say that is because I think if Bethesda Game Studios is going to start to move that metric the other way, if they're going to start to take that 6% and get it to 7% or more excited, and 8%, and then 9%, and then 10%, and start to climb it back the other way, they need to engage with their former fans and the people that have been frustrated by the current direction they've been taking. And if they're willing to do that, I personally would start to gain more confidence in them. If they were willing to talk to somebody like me, who was a former fan that loved everything they did and then got sort of disenfranchised based off of their decisions over the last decade, if they were willing to talk to me and if they were willing to engage with these critical discussions and the people that were quite frustrated with how they'd been doing things, I would have a lot more respect for them, and I'd start to believe maybe they actually are going to make changes. But so long as they're only talking to fanboys and people who have been hyping them up for years and years and years, I don't have any reason to think that anything will change. It seems like BGS is the same company they were when they did Fallout 76, and if anything now they're just trying to pivot off and discuss things in a sort of diversionary way so that they can just keep charging for paid mods and whatever they're going to do for Elder Scrolls 6.
16 times the detail.
So here we are at the end of the video, having talked a lot about Starfield and the development process and Todd and all of that. I hope you enjoyed the video. It was a lot. This didn't really end up the way I was anticipating it would. When I first started working on this months ago, I was like, yeah, I'll just do a standard critique and we'll just talk about the game for like an hour and I'll look up some backstory on Todd and maybe talk about that. And then I was like, this Starfield's such a weird game that you got to go all the way back. And so that's what we did. And I am glad I did this project. It's been a little bit exhausting and I'm excited to not need to talk about Starfield again, personally. But I hope you at least got something out of this and enjoyed it. If you did, I would highly encourage you to check out my Patreon that I just launched. That is how we're going to bankroll future productions like this for other games and topics. If you join the Patreon, you can see all of the tiers outlined. We just have 3 tiers right now. I tried to keep them very affordable. A tutorial level, we have a mid-game level, and then we have an end-game level. If you're in the end game, you get a verbal shout out. If you're in mid-game, you get name in your credits and you get access to the exclusive video each month and you get to vote on critiques and get early access. And then if you're in the tutorial level, you get early access and you get to vote on the next critique. So check it out if you're interested. Patreon.com/Luke Stevens TV. I appreciate every one of you out there that makes this possible and makes my dreams a reality. Again, hopefully you enjoyed this video. Shout out to my brother/editor extraordinaire Jacob for his crazy hard work to get this video done. We appreciate the gosh darn heck out of you guys, and here's to the next one. If you want to vote on the next critique, head over to Patreon. We're going to be putting up the poll here in the next week or so that you guys can vote on what the next big game is that we deep dive into. But until then, thank you for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me. I love you all desperately. And I'll see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.